Since 1923, all roads in sports car racing have led to Le Mans. 80 years later, this Gallic Endurance Classic sports a distinctly Anglo feel. Led by Corvette, the American racing icon is looking for a third consecutive class win. Nearly half the field are regular competitors on American soil, and in total, 15 teams fly the Stars and Stripes today in France. In 1924, the second running of Le Mans, England's Bentley boys claimed the grand prize. 2003, the modern-day Bentley boys from Crewe returned to Le Mans as favourites, hoping to rewrite the record books. Standing between the Bentleys and Le Mans glory, three of the world's best Audi teams. Each of these private entries is hoping to give the German manufacturer a fourth straight triumph in the Grand Prix of Endurance. The countdown to the 24 hours of Le Mans has begun. Happens once a year, but that's enough to sort the contenders from the pretenders. It's the middle weekend in June, and that means it's time to race around the clock. This is the 71st running of the world's greatest endurance race, the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Hello, I'm Lee Diffie and welcome to Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans for the 80th anniversary of this amazing event. Today, the focal point will be the head-to-head clash between the all-conquering Audis and the all-new Bentleys. For us, and you guys watching on Speed, there's an amazing amount of Americans in this race. 18 US drivers and some 15 American-based cars, and we'll keep you up on their progress throughout the next 24 hours. There are records on the line today as well. Bentley are trying to win Le Mans for the first time since 1930. That's 73 years. And for Audi, they're chasing a fourth consecutive victory. A year ago here at La Sarthe, amazing scenes for Audi. The all-conquering R8, what an amazing car. The awesome Team Yost and a trio of drivers that got 3 consecutive victories. They would dearly love to do it again here at the Michelin Le Mans 24 Hour, but they won't do it with the same driver lineup.
Well, that's exactly right, Lee. When you think about the Audis, you can't help but think about the performances of Frank Biele, Emanuele Pirro, and Tom Christensen. They're the guys that did it 3 in a row, and each one of those drivers will be going to try to make it 4 in a row, something that no driver has ever done in Le Mans history. But they will do it separately, as you said. And Emanuele, I know that being with a new team has to have a lot of emotions. It takes a while for a team to gel.
Well, it's a new experience because in the last 3 years, we were definitely driving the favorite car. This year, the Bentley guys drive the favorite car. We are a little bit the outsiders, but we have a very, very solid operation. I've got 2 really experienced and good teammates, besides being very good friends. So I'm optimistic, and optimistic doesn't mean that I believe we can make it, but I think we can do a good race. You know, a good race can even mean not winning, but I'm optimistic for a good result.
Well, he certainly knows how to win. And Tom Christensen, you're going for not only 4 in a row, but 4 in a row would make it 5 total for you and put you in the company of Derek Bell. That's not a bad place to be.
No, I mean, I'm honored you mentioned my name with his, but it's another Le Mans, and many drivers try and they never win any, so maybe it will be tough. But sure, I mean, the favorite car, the Bentley, is awesome. It's so beautiful, and we'll see. We are ready.
Well, there are other guys in the field that are going to try to knock these 3 guys off. Andrew?
Yeah, there's one all-American car. It's a Riley and Scott with the Yates motor. Mark Goossens and Jim Matthews, 2 of the drivers. Mark, you're looking forward to this?
Yeah, very much so. I think I've never been as good prepared as this year. I mean, it's the 8th time I'm here, and, you know, thanks to JMR and Riley and Scott, you know, I'm looking forward to a good one here.
And Jim, I know you're so proud to be here with this car.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it. This is the greatest race in the world. Got one of the best drivers, great engine from Charlotte, great chassis. We're very happy to be here.
Happy American there.
Well, the field is underway with its final recon laps as the countdown to the greatest endurance race really starts to wind down. Well, we know the big battle will be between Audi and Bentley, but there's plenty of others that will take the fight right to them. Let's take a look. 2 racing for Holland Dome Jugs look to threaten if they can find the longevity to go with the outright speed they have demonstrated in the past. An experienced driver lineup should bolster the hopes of the number 15, with past 1988 winners Jan Lammers and Andy Wallace reunited in what they hope will be a 15th anniversary celebration. local favourites come from Techno Park 24 on the grounds of Circuit de la Sarre. Henri Pescarolo brings 2 cars to the effort. The 3-time winner is looking for his team's second podium of the new millennium and a second win for driver Eric Ellery, 10 years after his first win for Peugeot in 1993. A Le Mans favourite for the past 4 years, the 2 Panoz entries find themselves for the first time in the role of dark horse. In a year when team patron Don Panoz will wave the green flag, these crowd pleasers will do just that while hoping for a top 5 finish at best.
And talking of patriotism, what about the French? They're going to be cheering this car. It's the Courage with the Peugeot engine and one of the fastest drivers that's ever sat in it, Jean-Christophe Bouillon. Jean-Christophe, certainly looking forward to this race.
Yeah, it's looking good for us. We've done quite a good setup on the car, and we are really confident for the race.
Well, congratulations, and a very good performance. I'm just going to walk very quickly back and grab one of the Panozes here because they are the favourites of the Americans, and I'm going to dive in, if I just can, very quickly with Scotty Maxwell, and these cars have just come back from a second warm-up lap, and Scotty, looking forward to this race?
Yeah, I think we have a good race car, and we should be able to move up quite a bit.
And what about the heat today? Because it's really warming up now on the grid.
Yeah, unfortunately, Le Mans is not that physical. The prototypes tend to keep you a bit cool, so I don't think it's going to be an issue today, maybe tomorrow.
Thanks, Scott. Well, the Panoz certainly cars still to cheer for. It's great to see them here.
This race is all about history and tradition, and yes, the tradition of the Hawaiian Tropic Girls. They are here for 2003. We are here, and we will be bringing you all the action from Circuit de la Sarre. Stay with us. Flex, the watch of champions the world over, and by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Welcome back to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, presented by Michelin. A beautiful day here in central France. Some 29 degrees, the top expected temperature, that's Celsius, so it's quite a warm day in the crowd. As usual, just amazing. Speaking of something spectacular, what about the all-American lineup of Corvette racing? Their dream run began here at Circuit de la Sarre 2 years ago, 2001. They went all the way to victory. The boys were thrilled. Pratt and Miller were thrilled. It was such an achievement. They went even better. Once last year, they got back-to-back victories, and today they are going for a hat-trick. We wish them the best. They visited the USS La Salle just over a month ago, and the boat's Master Chief Hay made a very special presentation.
Something special we want to do for the teams is the type of racing they do is endurance racing, and they race at Le Mans every year. Well, this ensign flew overboard the ship this morning. They flew it over the ship, and we want to ask you to take this back with you. And I understand you guys are going to carry this in the car while you race Le Mans next year. That's right. And I know the La Salle and the crew and the officers of La Salle really appreciate the fact that you're going to represent us like that back there. So on behalf of the crew and the officers and men, I want to present this to you guys to take back with you to show the colors of U.S. I mean, Corvette is no truer American car, I think, than any other you can have. So I really appreciate you guys being here and taking the time.
Well, Gary Claudio, I know that this is the flag, and I know you as head of General Motorsports Marketing got to be pleased with what went on there, and I know it's going to ride with the guys.
Absolutely. This flag came all the way from the 6th Fleet. It's from the flagship, the Admiral's ship, the USS La Salle, and it's going to travel with us to bring us luck from the Armed Services, the United States Navy, from the Mediterranean. I mean, we couldn't be any more proud of our troops, and quite frankly, this team as well.
And I know you've gotten some special wishes from back home.
We have. We were gracious enough to receive a wonderful letter from the White House wishing us best wishes and a safe race, and also from the Earnhardt family commemorating Dale's drive with us at Daytona in 2001, wishing us best wishes as well.
Well, there's no better team to carry the American flag here. They've won this race before. They're going to try to do it again, but they've got their work cut out for them. They've got some stiff competition in front of them, including their team car. It's got Oliver Gavin in it, Kelly Collins, and Andy Pilgrim. They also have the 72 Ferrari 550 over here on the outside, and then they've got the 2 Pro Drive Ferraris up in front of them. The 80 car, not a lot of experience in that Ferrari, but this Ferrari here, it does have experience in it. Peter Cox will be starting this car. He's qualified it on the pole for the GTS deal, and Peter is obviously not quite here yet. He's got his work cut out for him, too. He's got some stuff going on just beforehand. He's right here. Let's see if we can get a word with him real quick. Peter, I know this is a huge experience for you, putting this thing on the pole for GTS here at Le Mans. Can you keep those prancing horses out in front for 24 hours?
Yeah, I hope so. I think we're looking very strong. I mean, Thomas did a good job in qualifying. I think we all drove very well, and I think the car has a reliability now, so I look forward to this race.
Peter Cox, a lot of pressure on his shoulders today. The number 7, speaking of pressure, what about this? It is a star-studded lineup in that number 7 Bentley. Well, plenty of people celebrate Le Mans in a variety of ways. The campgrounds are filled with tens of thousands of campers and hardcore fans. We'll be back. The countdown to the start of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Welcome back. Hi, I'm Lee Diffie. You've already met Brian Till and Andrew Marriott down in the pits. Martin Haven will join those guys a little later on during our show. We will welcome 5 times Le Mans 24-hour winner Derek Bell to the booth. Now I'd like to introduce you to 2 of our other members of the crew. Between them, they share 28 starts here at La Sarthe. Here is David Hobbs and Bill Adam.
Well, none of us share the number of wins that Derek's got. We're all envious of that, but this should be a very entertaining race today because all through practice and qualifying, the Bentleys have shown just blistering speed. And part of that comes from the horsepower. They run a larger motor than the Audi. They're a little bit bigger and have a little bit better restrictors, so they have more horsepower. But the downside of the horsepower, you have to find something to feed it with, and they don't get the same fuel mileage as the Audi. We expect that the Audis will have an advantage in fewer stops. And David, I think the other big advantage the Audi's got is that thing is as strong as a tank. We've seen it come up against different vehicles over the last couple of years, and it just keeps on going, whereas the Bentley is a little more fragile.
Well, it could be, and we're talking about strategy here. We've already talked about strategy with the GT S-Class, but let's look at the big picture. Why are they all here? They're here to win the Le Mans 24-hour, the absolute grandfather of all endurance races in the world, arguably the finest race in the world, and it's been running here since 1923 this weekend. The track has stayed about the same footprint, 8.5 miles, very long, very fast sweeps, very fast straights, and very demanding. And over the years, this race has become more intense than ever because modern technology is making these cars so reliable that these guys run absolutely flat out from today till this time tomorrow. And with 3 top-line drivers in the car, you can't make any mistakes at all. 1 muff pit stop, of which you can have about 30. I tell you what, this is an absolute flat-out 24-hour sprint.
A kid from California once dreamt of racing a Porsche. Well, that kid is now a man. He owns his own team. He came to Le Mans last year and tasted victory in GT at the first time. Let's find out more about Kevin Buckler. There may be no hotter team on the endurance race circuit than the Racers Group, led by team owner Kevin Buckler and powered by a stable of Porsche 911s. The ball started rolling for the team last year with GT class wins at the Rolex 24 at Daytona and the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The team's biggest achievement came in February with an unprecedented overall win at Daytona. Now this team returns to Le Mans with a driver lineup that has the confidence and experience to repeat.
You know, it's a magic little combination. Timo and I are 3 in a row, 3 24-hour races, and Jorg and I have done 2 of them together. He raced against us last year. Finished second, that'll teach him. And we're back together, the 3 of us, and so far it's been a good record. There's a lot of good teams here. This year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. There's a couple of strong Ferrari teams, a couple of other really good Porsche teams. I hope our experience counts out both on the team and the driver's side because both these cars hopefully will be there at the finish. If there's any problems, they'll probably be self-inflicted. So hopefully we're gonna run our best, and if we can repeat, that would be fabulous.
There's no doubt that Kevin Buckler and his Racers Group team have a target on their back, and one of the guys that will be chasing Kevin Buckler is with Andrew Marriott right now.
Well, Sasha Masson, you're in the Porsche which set the pole position time, and with a great young driver, Lucas Lewis. Well, are you looking forward to this?
Yeah, with us is also Emmanuel Collard, well-known French driver, and we are looking forward to that race. The Alex Job Peterson Motorsports Porsche runs well. We are doing fine. We are well prepared for the race, and we're looking forward to all this.
Oh, and you've got to beat the Ferraris, of course, and there's one Ferrari over here. Anthony Lazario is the official next week. Anthony, do you think you can have a go at these Porsches?
It's going to be tough, but it's 24 hours, Andrew, and I tell you what, we may not have the straight line speed, but we got the team with Risi Competizione and Calpont, so all we can do is pray.
Well, he finished second at Daytona, a great result there, and we're being ushered off the grid, folks. 24 hours is coming up in just a few minutes.
Georgia's Anthony Lazzaro in his debut drive at the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. We've taken a look at LMP 900, we've looked at GTS, and we've shown you who the contenders are in GT. There's only one class left, the 675s. The class that has been the battle for the last man standing could again be the survival of the fittest. For ALMS regulars John Field, Duncan Dayton and Rick Sutherland, making their MG Lola last will be the key. Longevity has never been a problem for the Team Bucknam Pilbeam. The team that claimed 2 ALMS class wins a year ago hopes a new 120-degree V6 engine will provide much-needed speed. For outright speed in the class, the DBA Zytek will be unmatched. Veteran John Nielsen adds some experience to his young teammates, aged 18 and 25. Last year's class runner-up, the WR Peugeot, will try to rebound from last year's heartbreaking last lap loss. Attrition will be the key to this team's ultimate success. Well, this sport is full of true characters, and one of them is with Brian Till right now.
Price, the DBA Zytek certainly was the fittest in qualifying just in front of the Intersport MG Lola. Team manager here, you know how to make a car last. You won here with Mercedes. You've had 5 Panoz cars finish underneath you. How do you need to make this car last here? What do you need to do?
Well, I think that's probably our biggest question mark we've got at the moment is the reliability of the car. We've got the speed, as you said, but we haven't done a great deal of endurance mileage with this car, so a lot of things are still a bit of a guess. So it's a bit of a hope and a prayer for a while. Yeah, we are expecting some difficulties, but, you know, I suppose a lot of other people will as well.
Well, John Nielsen has 14 starts here. He'll be in the car too. John Nielsen, also Dave's son-in-law, and he may be asking Dad for new tires at some point in time during the race. Who knows?
And there's another car to keep an eye on, the Racing for Holland Dome Judd. The cars are about to roll again as we build up to the start of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. A beautiful day here in France. Stay with us on Speed Channel. We are bringing it to you live and exclusive. Coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. The cars roll and they are coming toward the start of this great race. Outstanding numbers of Americans in this race, and it is all down to one thing, the American Le Mans Series. The Corvette team may be the most visible symbol of American involvement in the 71st running of the Le Mans 24-hour. They are only the standard bearer of a growing list of teams from the American Le Mans Series that now include Le Mans in their season plans.
I remember when I first came here, I think we're the only American team. And boy, now it's almost 10 years later. I look down and you see a lot of American presence here. It's great, and I think it's a testament to Don Panoz and what he's done with the American Le Mans Series. It's really caught fire, and I think for a lot of the teams coming over here, they're going to have an incredibly great experience.
You know, it has such good crossover between, you know, the cars are equal. You know, the drivers who are over there have a much easier way to get in now because they have experience in that type of car.
There's more American entries and drivers and what have you going on here in pit lane, and conversations and the languages that are being spoken in years past, that's for sure. It's damn near half the American Le Mans Series.
Of the 50 entries and 6 reserve in this year's field, over 30 will or have made an appearance in the American Le Mans Series 2 marquee endurance tests, the 12 Hours of Sebring and Petit Le Mans. So strong is the series' influence on this classic event, 21 cars are regular competitors with the American Le Mans Series, and 15 of those are United States entrants.
What's even more gratifying to us is when you get someone like a Jackie Hicks that takes the time to pull us aside and say, you guys really need to understand, you know, what impact you've had upon this race, and the fact that an American interest has had such a profound impact on a European tradition like Le Mans. Kind of fun to be involved with it. The good news is it's not a recent phenomenon. I think it's been growing year after year, and I think it goes back to the original vision that Don Panoz had, was if we can build an American Le Mans series and tie it directly to Le Mans, you know, one will feed the other, and the amount of American teams we have here from our series is certainly gratifying.
And the man who created the American Le Mans Series, Dr. Don Panoz. And there is Don on the starter's stand. He becomes the 6th American personality to appear on the 24-Hour of Le Mans roll call guest of honor. He follows Henry Ford and Steve McQueen, and he is the Grand Marshal and will wave the flag. Let's take a look at our class pole sitters and the storylines for each class today. As you can hear the cars, they are getting closer and closer to the main grandstands and where we are. Pole sitter for the LMP 900 class, and heading for victory perhaps. We will wait and see. Is Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello, Guy Smith. That number 7 Bentley has been fast, and that's why they claimed that pole position. David, Bill, how do you see this one playing out? Such a long race, such a grueling race. Can Bentley do it?
Well, I think that Bill said at the top of the show there, you know, that Bentley, the car is slightly more complex. It's a closed car. We had very heavy rain this morning. If it rains, it certainly won't. There's Jackie Ickx, the 6-time winner of the Le Mans 24-Hour race, the only man to have won it 6 times. Looking on axes, his daughter's in this race today.
That's right, Vanina Ickx racing in the T2M Motorsports Porsche, and there it is right there. Here's our storylines for overall. Bill, talk us through.
Well, I think one of the things, obviously, is the Bentley fuel mileage, because they run the 4-liter motor as opposed to the Audi smaller engine. And the tire wear, they're going to get a little bit heavier tire wear because under the GTP regulations, they have to run a slightly narrower tire. And even though the circuit of Le Mans is not particularly abrasive, it will pay in the long run.
Okay, let's take a look at the storylines for 675, and the pole sitter for that class, we heard from Dave Price, team manager. It is Casper Elgaard, Hayanari Shimoda, and the very experienced John Nielsen. The storylines, who will survive? That's always a key one.
Well, I'm afraid that is a big problem with these cars, because they all have 4-cylinder turbocharged engines, or thereabouts. They have, some have got 8 cylinders, but they're all a little bit on the fragile side.
GTS pole sitter, and they did a wonderful job. The Ferrari, the Velox Pro Drive Ferrari, we heard from Peter Cox earlier, they are blindingly fast, as they were last year. But the key question for the Ferraris, will they last?
Yeah, I think that is the big point right now. Corvette really have solved their reliability problems. They're so good. They do not have the straight line speed of the Ferrari. The Ferrari is right now a superior motor, and they're both 427 cubic inch engines. So the multi-valve head of the Ferrari does help them in straight line speed, but the Corvette just lasts.
One of our storylines in the GT class is an all-American battle between Kevin Buckler's Racers Group Porsche and the combined Alex Job Racing Peterson Motorsports White Lightning entry. They are going head-to-head. They do it in the American Le Mans Series, and they will do it here. Look, they form up. They are coming around onto the main straight.
Pace car going very, very slowly here to make sure they cross that line at dead on 4 o'clock.
For the 71st time, we say the Le Mans 24-hour is underway. Dr. Don Panoz waves the flag, and Dindo Capello roars up the main straight.
Making a great start there in the number 7 car, which is already on the pole, but there was some just in position. They went out of camera around the beginning of the Dunlop curve. Everybody getting away from start cleanly. There you see a couple of Salines side by side. They come up to turn 1.
This is where they settle in. You cannot afford to do anything foolish here. But if you're going for the outright victory, you do not want these Bentleys to scoot away. This is on board the Dome Mugen Condo Racing. Qualified a little further down in the order. And veteran Hugh Chamberlain looking after them. And in fact, correction on that onboard. We do have an onboard on with the Condo Racing. That was the Go Audi, Audi Sport of Japan. Jan Magnussen in that car. And they should be one of the contenders.
I think he's going to be a lot of fun to watch, too. Jan always had a great time driving the Panoz, and I think just looked lustigly after the Corvettes. He has admitted he is just having a wonderful...
Welcome back to the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We apologize for those technical difficulties, but we are back, and it is the 2 Bentleys that are up front, and Dindo Capello in the number 7 leading the way. Johnny Herbert in the number 8 Bentley second. Jan Lammers in the Dome racing for Holland. Judd has made a very strong start, and that car seems to have a lot of speed, boys.
Well, we got one lap down, 8.5 miles, and about 3,200 miles to go. So settle in for a long day for everybody, the drivers and everybody concerned. So very early on, the Dome Judd, as you were saying, making a terrific break there, lying third spot behind these two Bentleys. Now the Bentleys, you know, are going to make more fuel stops, as Bill pointed out earlier, and more tyre stops, almost certainly. So they need to, on every one of their stints, which are relatively short, only about 13 laps, they really need to pull out a big gap between them and the Audis to make up for that stop.
I see a gap also developing here between second and third place, and I wonder how long Magnussen is going to be content riding there in fourth behind the Dome. He doesn't want the Bentleys to get too far away, because then they've got the luxury of making up that extra fuel stop.
I can't believe that the Audi is not slightly quicker than the Dome, but the Dome is very sleek. Very, very sleek. The Corvette number 50 going to the pit.
That's the Oliver Gavin, Kelly Collins, Andy Pilgrim entry. Corvette racing, and this is very uncharacteristic. Ryan?
Well, I just got down here to the garage, guys. They pulled it straight into the garage. They're pulling the hood off. Dan Binks looking underneath the hood of this thing. Both crews are working. So obviously something in the power plant. The engine is quiet right now. They're measuring some temperatures with an infrared gun up front, trying to see what the deal is, but it's hard to tell right now, guys. All I can tell you is that GM motor is quiet, and that is not good.
Man, that's about as unthinkable as it gets for that car to have problems already.
Last year, Oliver Gavin was in the winning Corvette along with Johnny O'Connell and Ron Fellows.
Uh-oh. The hood's going back on. That's not good.
That is not good at all. They're signaling people out of the pits.
Oh, gee.
They don't want the cameras in there. They're going to shut the door on that car now, or they're going to shut the door and work.
Hang on. You know, I've got a feeling they're going to retire that car, because look at the body language of all the mechanics. They're just kind of standing around. Nobody's panicking. You know what's up?
Are they calling this car out? Are they bringing it out, or?
I don't think so.
Well, as soon as that door goes down, here we go. Brian, they're bringing it out.
Hey, guys, we're trying to get down here. It's chaos down here. Kelly, you said Ollie had radioed in.
Yeah, just halfway through that lap, he radioed in that the motor had gone off song, it had gone flat, and that he wanted some feedback from the engineers as to what to do. They brought the car in, they checked the plugs, the temp on all the headers, everything seemed A-okay as normal. So they're fueling them, topping them off, and going to send them back out. We'll see what happens.
Well, guys, sometimes these cars are so computer controlled, they can have a glitch. He's fired it up. It sounds good. It'll get back underway. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, except it doesn't have enough power to pull away right there. That's...
Oliver Gavin finally gets going, and you can hear the disappointment in Kelly Collins' voice. Meanwhile, we get back to it. Dindo Capello leads Johnny Herbert. It's Bentley 1 and 2. These blindingly fast Bentley Speed 8s. Can this be their year? They've been here for the previous two. Their return to Le Mans 2 years ago, third outright with Andy Wallace and co. But they are desperate for a victory and to repeat their stunning run in the late 1920s and 1930.
Yeah, 1930 was their last win, which is, what, 73 years ago, this June weekend. The one thing about the Le Mans 24-hour race, it's usually held in pretty good weather, and of course it has wonderful light all the time, because we're about a weekend away from the longest days of the year, so they get plenty of light racing. These are the new S's, very quick downhill section through there. They miss out the old S's completely, rejoin just what would be east of the old S's right here, and go into the slightly remodeled Terre Rouge, and then head off down that what was a 4.5 mile straight. Now has a couple of chicanes in it, but they still get these cars up to around about 190 miles an hour between here and the first chicane, and then the previous chicane.
The Audi Sport Japan entry, Jan Magnussen, now is up into third. Frank Bieler for the Audi Sport UK entry. He moves up into fourth ahead of the Racing for Holland car. Jan Lammers fifth. JJ Leto in the champion Racing Audi. The team from Pompano Beach in Florida. High hopes after their amazing run at Sebring, and they would like to go one better than what they did at the 12 hours of Sebring.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of strategy going on here and this first fuel stint. As fast as the cars will get through fuel, they really want to see what the mileages will be on each car. So you're going to see some people will come in earlier than others, and it won't necessarily mean that that car is burning more fuel. They want to make sure they're absolutely certain that the fuel mileage each car will get, and then they can start stretching out second, third, and fourth stops.
This first stint will definitely be a short one.
Brian, can you update us on what's happening with Corvette racing?
Well, yeah, Lee, I just spoke to Ray Gongla, who's the crew chief on the 50 car. He said they changed the ECU. They thought that had done the trick because he had not radioed back in, but I guess as I was standing there talking to him, he got a message from Ollie. He said that hasn't fixed the problem, so we'll see how long he can stay out.
Well, he's already about to go down one lap. Here are the looming Bentleys charging up on that number 50 Corvette.
Boy, I can't tell you how depressing it is for a driver to build up for a race like this, somewhat like the Indy 500 for the Indy guys, and you build up for a year, and you've only got one chance in the year to win the Le Mans 24 hour, and to have a major problem out on the opening lap.
Nice right there that Ollie saw the second Bentley coming there, just stayed out of his way in that essence. It's got to be a heartbreak for them too, because this team had such a good lead at Sebring, and then in the very final stages they had a drive shaft come apart.
John Field's team is running second in the 675 class at the moment, 16th overall for the boys from Ohio. But it is Dindo Capello, one of those guys who has been nearly so close, but not quite. Dindo would dearly love to bring up his first Le Mans 24-hour victory.
Oh, what a huge crowd of fanatics of the Bentley boys have got here too. It was so amazing before the start of the race, just listening to the people.
Plenty more coming up on Speed. Stick around. It's the beginning of a very busy day and weekend here on Speed Channel. Coming up a little later today at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, Champ Car qualifying from Laguna Seca, California. Bruno Junqueira hit the provisional pole yesterday for the first time this year, and the king of Laguna Seca, Brian Herder, returns. Tune in at 5:30 Eastern for more on that. We continue here at Circuit de la Sarthe. The Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans has just got underway, and already there has been a savage blow to Team Corvette. Brian Till has more.
Well, Doug Feehan is the program manager here at Corvette, and Doug, this is not what you guys wanted to see, obviously, this early in the race, if at all. What's the problem, do you know?
Right now, we're not sure, Brian. We're trying to diagnose it. We're fairly certain it's not anything electronic. It appears to be something mechanical, possibly in the throttle linkage, and that's what we're looking at right now. It's a difficult linkage to get to because it sits inside a cross-ram manifold. So we've got the windshield out. We're taking it apart right now and seeing if we can find out what the problem is.
Obviously, a very lengthy repair. Any concerns about the 53 car with the same type problem?
No, not really. All through testing and development, this really has never happened before, which is one of the reasons why we're having to actually chase it down rather than be able to put our finger on it right away.
Well, when it's something uncommon, guys, is like you just said, it's not something that you would look for right away, and that takes time, and time is not what you want to lose on a racetrack.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, that is thoroughly unexpected. We wish them well with that, and let's hope they can get on top of that problem. At the moment, as we stand in the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, it's Dindo Capello leads Johnny Herbert from the Audi Sport Japan entry, Jan Magnus and Frank Biela looking for his fourth consecutive win. He is racing today in the Audi UK entry. JJ Lado for Champion Racing and Jan Lammers in the Dome Racing for Holland Judd. That's how they sit at the moment. Class leaders, as you can see, that very strong DBA Zytek, we've got lots to tell you about that, sits atop the 675 board. Peter Cox, Thomas Enger, and Jamie Davis sits there atop the GTS ladder as well. Those Ferrari guys are very quick, however. The second Ferrari has come right up behind them to join them in around 18th, 19th overall. So both Ferraris running hot in the GTS class.
There you see a great aerial shot of the mighty Mulsanne Straight, that chicane in the middle of it, coming down now towards the second chicane. Kind of took the joy out of this particular bit of track, I always thought. But,
you know what, I agree. They had added the chicanes to that long Mulsanne Straight even for safety, because some of the old GTP cars used to exceed 240 miles per hour. But I think now what it does is it adds stress to the brake suspension 2 more times per lap.
Tremendous amount of extrication. Now you see coming up the infamous kink. This kink come at you at about 230, 240, depending on what the car would do. And after getting through the kink, safely you hope, he went over the big rise, which has also been cut back down. And it used to be into Mulsanne was a single apex corner, now it's a double apex. And on the right there is where the old signal boards used to hang out, because that was the slowest part of the track. All a long time ago.
Yeah. Brian? Another 50.
The 50 car pulling out, so that throttle linkage, considering they had the screen out and they had a difficult mechanical item to get to, seemed to go quite quickly. It's going to be interesting to see how quickly the car now goes.
Yeah, they're down, what's it, like about 4 laps, I guess, which is, under normal situations, that's just an inconceivable distance to try and make up, but the fact that they have 24 hours to do it, it's quite possible if other people run into problems.
Well, of course, in the old days, if you went down 4 laps, it was very often no problem at all. But
yeah,
again, as I said at the top of the show, it's all changed so much now. And if those Ferraris run faultlessly, but, you know, somebody's only going to clip the curb and rip the under tray off or do some even minor damage, it takes a lot of fixing. There's the France Conrad car, the Celine, the number 66. I raced against old France many, many years ago.
He's a Porsche runner from way back. He's gone through every version of GT Porsche ever known to mankind, I think.
He probably should be up here with us, really, rather than driving down there. But
we couldn't understand him.
Franz Conrad currently sits 24th in the order. There's one of Henri Pescarolo's Courage Peugeot entries, and of course, as we mentioned earlier in the show, this is really a backyard event for them. Their headquarters is situated in Techno Park 24, right here in the grounds of Circuit de la Sarre, and they are looking for a very strong run today.
Currently lying in 10th.
Ron Fellows here with the 53 Corvette. We know that the Ollie Gavin number 50 car has experienced a number of problems. This one is running strong, and they desperately want to take the fight to the Ferraris. Third place in class at the moment, behind the 2 Velox Pro Drive Ferraris, and Johnny O'Connell has said often, we know how to win this race. They're all young guys in that Ferrari. Sure, it's fast, but we know how to win this one. Our team knows how to win this one, and we're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, one of the big changes from last year, too, that I think some of our sharp-eyed viewers might notice is that they now have that sequential gearbox where he's just pushing ahead a number of times for each downshift and then just pulling right straight back. Where last year they ran more or less the conventional extended H pattern shift. So that is the one area that the Corvette fellas thought they were okay on, but really didn't know, because the old gearbox is just such a tried and true piece.
The number 17, Courage Peugeot. And Peugeot, the factory itself, is behind this effort, pushing hard, and Henri Pescarolo, the most experienced guy as far as Le Mans starts, and one of the Panoz is in.
That's an early start.
Very early start.
And those guys have the philosophy. Talking with Andy Waldrop yesterday, he said, we certainly will not be the fastest car on track, but we will just keep out there and keep circulating. Andrew Marriott, do you have more?
Yes, Lee, we're just looking at the car. It's going up on the jacks now. I don't know if this wasn't a routine, whether they short-fueled it for their first session. Scotty Maxwell is at the wheel, but they certainly don't seem to be doing anything that would suggest they've got a problem. This is just a routine stop, nothing to worry about.
That doesn't seem logical they would put that little fuel in to be stopping only 20 minutes into the race.
We heard from Scott Maxwell earlier. Of course, a 675 class winner here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Andrew?
Yeah, well, it then stalled, but it has now just left the pit lane, and, well, they certainly didn't do anything other than you do at a normal fueling stop.
So the number 12 JML Team Panoz machine is back out there.
And I can...
Scott Maxwell continues the charge.
Yes, please.
There's the Luke Alphon Adventures Ferrari, yet another 550 Maranello.
And see the amount of road he used up going through that corner there. That was pretty much of a charge on in the back straight, David.
I think, yeah. I think the 12 car must have been off the pace because it was down in 25th spot, whereas their team car was in 9th. So I think they must have either thought they had a tyre going down, and maybe they did have a tyre going down, but that'll slow you up.
Yeah, that would
And the
make
one thing you don't want here is to run with a flat tyre, which is very easy to do. You know, you go down these long straights, and the centrifugal force keeps the tyre standing upright on the rim.
Yeah, I think
you don't know it's gone flat until it suddenly flails apart, and then when they flail apart, they do tremendous damage to the vehicle.
And we talked at Sebring about the damage that can be done, and here it's even worse.
This is the race for third in GTS class. The Ferrari of Luke Alphon Adventures chasing the Corvette. Hey, wake up. It's a little early to go to sleep. Stay with us. One of the most popular things to do here on a Friday at Le Mans is the annual Drivers' Parade. Always a lot of fun and frivolity and strange-looking people.
They go through the old Cathedral Square, which is where they had the technical inspection on Monday and Tuesday, the Corvette drivers.
And the Team Bucknam Racing Pilbeam is in pit lane. Now this does not look like a scheduled stop.
I just spoken with Pete Mercier just a few moments ago, and he said everything was fine with that. Gone to the back end of it, they're going to be not good.
These guys have had some engine problems. And
Jeff Bucknam, of course, son of Ronnie Bucknam, the first person ever to race a Honda engine in a Formula One car back in the very early 60s. And this is his son, Jeff. And
welcome back to the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, and again, apologies for the technical difficulties with our satellite, and let's hope that is the last time that we incur those hassles. Updating you, the Team Bucknam entry, Jeff Bucknam, Brian Willman, Chris McMurray, the all-American effort. They are in pit lane and sadly back in the garage, and this is never a good sign at Le Mans. They have had some engine problems throughout the week, and it looks like they have been bitten again.
Yeah, we've seen so many engine problems in the 675 cars. And Duncan Dayton and John Field, Rick Sutherland, their little car, they went through 2 engines here at the Le Mans test, and then 2 engines on the first day of practice here. So they're down to their 5th and final motor on their car. And I think it's just partly a long strain, isn't it, David? Because the straights here are so long. You're running wide open for such a long amount of time.
well, yes, and the other thing, they seem to come here ill-prepared for long-distance races. They'll come thinking it's just like a sort of longish Laguna Seca race, but I tell you what, it's very different. You need to have special engines to make sure these cars. But is it something to do with the driver comfort, in fact?
Yeah, see the driver comfort right there. It is just taping that little pad into his shoulders.
Maybe it's cutting the blood supply to his arm or something.
Just 2 seconds separating the front 2 Bentleys. It's still Dindo Capello in number 7 is the outright race leader, and his teammate Johnny Herbert in number 8 running second. Again, those driver lineups. In this one, it is Dindo Capello, Tom Christensen. 4 Le Mans victories. He is heading for 5 and will level Derek Bell, who will be up here in the speed booth a little later on today. And of course, Britain's Guy Smith, the young fellow with a big future. The star-studded lineup in car number 8, the second car in this race at the moment. David Brabham, Mark Blundell, and the guy behind the wheel right now, Johnny Herbert, with well in excess of 100 Formula One Grand Prix starts and 3 victories. And Bentley really are pinning their hopes on that number 8. They would love that car to come home. They're calling it the All-British Team. They went and sewed a Union Jack on David Brabham's overalls, put a Union Jack decal on the car, and David kind of found out about it later, and he said, well, I really consider myself an Australian. He was born, we must say, he was born in England, so generally everyone regards him as an Australian, but so Bentley wanted to be an all-British victory.
I can't imagine why they're thinking it's Australian when you hear him speak.
I'm quite surprised, actually, the fact that Johnny Herbert is followed in second place, and I thought because of that, and a lot of the pressure, boy, there's been so much Bentley hype. Oh, here's somebody else coming in the pits.
This is one of the Courage cars.
It is a Courage.
This is the 675 Courage. Now this is interesting. They run a JPX engine, and so too do Team Bucknam. But this looks like a routine stop. Doesn't appear to be any problem.
It does. But for a 675 car, that is really early, 8 laps down by the leaders.
Now, for any new viewers that are watching here and wondering, well, why aren't they working on it? They can't, by rule, do any work on the car while it's being refueled, so that explains it. Strictly fuel.
Absolutely right. Strictly fuel. I don't know why it came in so far. I'll try and speak to their PR man in a moment. But as you said, was the 675 car, and we'll check and come back to you with that story.
The Bentleys are getting nice and close, and look how far up through the field they're already coming. They've just passed the 4th place GTS car of Luc Alphon, and they're about to come up on Ron Fellows, so they are scything their way through this field already. They're coming up on that Courage that just came into pit lane. And Johnny Herbert is right there with the sister car.
And of course, this is one of those things in this long race. You've got to really keep a cool head. Don't go jumping over those curves. Do damage to the undertray of the car. And of course, just keep an eye open like a hawk for the slower traffic.
Yeah, it was interesting earlier this week watching through the practice sessions. Martin Haven actually was one that discovered it, that Bentley had gone through a number of nose boxes and undertrays on the cars by the drivers jumping over the curves. And speaking to all of the fellows, when you lose any part of that undertray, it is so critical to keep the airflow under the car completely under control that you can lose a phenomenal amount of downforce on the car and makes them slower in a straight line as well as losing downforce. So that could throw your raceway in a hurry if you bounce over the curbs too often.
We ride with Jan Magnussen, the Audi Sport Japan Team Go entry, just past one of the Corvettes. It looked like the 50 car. And Magnussen, in his something like 4 starts here at the 24-hour, the best he has come up with is 9th. This is his best opportunity. This is the Norma Ford, car 21 in pit lane. This is a car not expected to go the full distance, we should say, in all due respect.
I suspect we'll be seeing this car here quite a lot. Oh, Bentley getting ready.
That's a bit of a shock. I saw him flash the lights the last time by, but I thought it was just for the slower traffic.
It'll be 10 laps. And they got a 29-second lead over the Audi of Jan Magnussen at the moment, which is almost enough to stay in front.
Yeah, this will be the end of the 10th lap.
This will be their 10th lap when they come in.
Here is the 80 Pescarolo Sport Courage Peugeot power plant. The lineup in this car: former winner Eric Ellery, Sohail Ayari, and Nicholas Manassian. We know Manassian from the States at his times with Target Chip Ganassi Racing. He's very shortened times in Champ Car Racing.
Manassi with Ganassi?
Yes, and it did not last.
No.
Here is John Field's car, the 27th.
And look at it back. Does he got a flat tire?
He's so far done more laps a day than he's done all the rest of the week put together, which is very, very encouraging for them, but also, on the other hand, a bit discouraging because you can't bear, thinking in the back of your mind that the engine may not last that long.
Well, they were hoping the change of pistons in this particular motor. They had actually gone to a brand new design and a driver change as well, too. Duncan Dayton.
Now they're just obviously single stinting the drivers at this stage so they can go to double or even triple stints later on.
And maybe that's actually quite smart because you think on how few laps Duncan and Rick Sutherland got. So get them acclimated while the light is good and the weather is good.
The light's good because there are rain clouds lurking around, and the weather at the moment's good and it's clear. So they, as you said, they haven't had many laps. Duncan Dayton, of course, a very accomplished race driver, raced a lot of vintage and historic cars, very successfully too. We see him up at Road America a lot, and he's got quite a collection.
He is too.
And he races them all very, very effective.
Oh, he's extremely good. I've raced against Duncan a few times, and boy, I think he could be a pro driver did he ever want to do it. Oh,
and
here he comes, number 8.
The race-leading car is in. Dindo Capello. Andrew.
Yes, it is in, and I think this is just fuel. It's going in at 7 litres a second. That's much slower than in the Grand Prix car. The windscreen is being actually cleaned. They will watch for the fuel to come up the vent bottle. Unlike the Audi, they do not have the special light which tells them when it is full. And this stop, 21, 22 seconds at the moment, giving it absolutely full fuel. They have tyres that are ready, but I don't think they're going to change them. I know they... And that stop was 28.5 seconds.
So Herbert fires away. The second Bentley in, and here we go. Driver change already on the 53. Ron Fellows completes his first stint of 10 laps.
Well, I tell you, this driver change business may not be any other reason but the fact that it is extremely hot with very high humidity today. This is one of the warmest Le Mans I've been to, and I've been to somewhere around about 34 or 5 of them. So it is hot today, very hot.
Johnny O'Connell climbs aboard the 53. He too heading for his third straight if he can win tonight, the next 24 hours. He has 3 previous class victories, the last 2 straight. So it would be 4 overall GTS class wins for Johnny O'Connell. Time to fire it up and get going. It's been a troublesome day if you've just joined us. The sister car, the 50 car, Oliver Gavin, came in very early with problems. Thankfully that car is back out on the track, but they went a lap down very quickly.
They must have a very tall first gear.
That's right, because we saw Ollie stall his Corvette a little earlier. I thought it was maybe from the lack of torque in that motor that wasn't quite on song, but for Johnny to do the same thing, I think that's exactly what it is, David, the long gears.
So throughout this first round of pit stops, it is still Dindo Capello who leads, yet to pit. That was the second placed Audi we saw come in. Jan Magnussen for Audi Sport Team Go sits second. Frank Wheeler, the 3 times and defending champion, sits third in the Audi Sport UK car. Then it's JJ Lato, the champion racing ADT entry. And then it's Johnny Herbert in 5th, Jan Lammers 6th, Tristan Gomendi in the second racing for Holland entry. The reigning French F3 champion, he sits there ahead of Mark Goosens in the Riley and Scott 8th. We have a 675 in the top 10 already, yes. Hayanari Shimoda, the 18-year-old Japanese driver, sits 9th ahead of Jonathan Cochet in one of the Courages in 10th. We're hearing a report that problems for the TBRs. This is the 92 entry. In that one, that's former BTCC driver Tim Sugden, Mike Jordan and Michael Kane, an early spin.
He was lucky there. That was the chicane on the main straight. He was lucky that spin didn't happen about 25 yards earlier. Otherwise, he got stuck in that gravel.
In the gravel, yeah, good point.
That's the number 7 car. Whips on by. Dindo Capello comes by one of the Velox Pro Drive Ferraris. And we will see this car coming in very soon. The torture test has begun. Stay with us.
Of all the rotten luck, damned to spend eternity pushing a boulder up a hill.
Now on 11 laps in the books, and Capello is still out there.
Well, I think a lot of it is just simply that you don't want to bring both cars into the same pit area at the same time on the team.
Well, there you see what happened last year.
And here we go,
the
while we
Audi
speak,
would
they're
do
in.
10 to 12, 14 laps. The best lap for Bentley last year was 10 laps. Well, this is already lap 12 for the number 7 car. We're assuming this will be a short stint, although they may have done his stint off the data provided by the 8 car when it did come in early.
Yeah, part of the data they can use, their restrictors have been cut down in all the cars this year, and even though this is a larger motor, the restrictor size is the same as what was used by the R8 Audis last year, so they do have some data to go on.
Yes, the Bentley has stopped the car, which was in the lead by just over 30 seconds. As you thought, fuel is going in, did that extra lap just so they've got them on slightly different strategies, and that is complete. But that pit stop was 29 seconds, exactly the same within half a second of the previous stop. So this team is already well rehearsed and doing a great job.
Same as the number 8 car too, did not take tyres, fuel only.
And something interesting I'm already seeing is that who our mileage leader at Sebring was, and that was the champion ADT car, and they once again are the mileage leaders here. They are continuing on as Magnussen is now making his stop.
Brian?
Well, it's a routine stop for the number 5 Audi. They will not do a driver change. We've seen several other teams on pit lane elect to do driver change on the first 3 stops. They're going to rotate their drivers through. It's just going to be fuel here for the number 5 Audi. They'll get him back out. The 27 the 27 Intersport car. He came in, routine stop, just simply did a driver change once again to rotate the drivers through. The 23 car with Bucknam Motorsports, they had a problem with gearbox overheating. They've had that problem all weekend long. And the 53 car once again in tires and a driver change. They cannot double stint tires on that Corvette. So they went ahead and changed drivers. They'll get their drivers rotated through in the first 3 rounds, and then they'll start double stinting drivers.
Good to see the 50 car continuing after the earlier problems. So while we cycle through these stops.
Eddie, yeah, he's having a good battle right now with a Pro Drive car, and in fact challenging him. That's a really good sign that that car is back running strong.
Well, we'll see here, won't we? Just the exact comparison of these cars as they head through Tetra Rouge and head on down Mulsanne.
Yeah, a problem with the number 80 Pro Drive car. They're just downloading a whole load of data. In fact, the guy holding the laptop has just got his hand up. Don't go, he's saying. For some reason, they're wanting to put all this data into the computer. He must have had a bit of a problem. That is ready now, and off he goes, and he stalled it. Well, that's normal when you're making your first pit stop here at Le Mans. That'll be the first of about 24, 25 pit stops they're going to make.
Team Go Audi back out there. And look at the Corvette.
Yeah, he is
still with the Ferrari.
Very close, isn't he, Lee?
Moving over there, both to get the draft. So obviously whatever was wrong with it, it looks like it was that throttle linkage, because whatever it was, they fixed it, because he's now right up to speed.
Gosh, how often do you hear of the craziest things happening to race cars? Throttle linkage.
Do you want me to list off a few things that happened?
Just amazing.
There's the Spiker Squadron. As the Team Go Audi flashes on by, updating you, this is how they sit at the moment. Frank Bieler in the Audi Sport UK entry leads the way, but we're yet to see Bieler pit from Lato, Capello, Herbert. Magnussen is sitting 5th. The 675 for John Nielsen, Hayanari Shimoda, and Casper Elgaard is 6th overall. That little 675 is flying at the moment. Yet to see that pit though. Jan Lammers 7th, Tristan Gomendi 8th, Goossens is in 9th, and the Panoz of Olivier Beretta is in 10th overall. On board with Magnussen. We ride now with the 53 Corvette. This is with Johnny O'Connell. And that gives you a good comparison and paints the picture nicely, the difference in speed between prototypes and GTS.
The number 10 Audi coming in the pits right now. This is the British car. Let's just see. Looks like strictly fuel again. Yeah, they're not even bringing tires out for this, David. So I think this is working very much to plan. But
that is a long run.
Oh, it's absolutely up to plan, guys. Bieler's staying in the car. He's going to get a drink because it's pretty warm down here. They will not change tires. They can double stint the tires in the heat, maybe even triple stint them in the cool of the evening. The thing that the champion team is worried about is that this Audi UK car gets out of here, because they're setting up for their own spot. He's gone.
Well, that's about perfect. You know, talking about double and triple stints, back at Sebring, I think one of the huge advantages the R8 has and continues to have here is for driver comfort. Just having that open air go around you as opposed to the closed cockpit of the Bentley, it's so much nicer driving it.
Well, especially on a day like today, where it's fiendishly hot, and then of course, if it should rain, which is a very good chance it will, then the closed car can become an absolute nightmare as it mists up and the windscreen wipers don't work, and the windshield itself just inexorably gets scratched and marked up. And the open car, of course, you never have that problem because you're looking over the top of the windshield.
No, there's a definite aerodynamic advantage with the Bentley because it's just such a slippery shape with that route. But the Audi have got a couple of advantages by having the open top. One is for temperature, driver comfort, and able to double and triple stint the drivers as well. And the other thing is vision. You're not looking through windshield, you're looking over top of a little tiny windscreen. So they will continue to have good vision. Here's a striker in the pits.
Yes. Probably not for the first time either. The Spiker, which is basically a hand-built car. They're trying to sell these as a street car.
One of your BMW motors?
Absolutely. Beautiful looking car. Looks like an airplane. A lot of riveting and looks pretty good.
675 leader is finally in. This is Hayanari Shimoda, John Nielsen, Casper Elgaard. This is the Zytec engine, the one that we saw several years ago in the front of the newly designed Panoz. And now it's in the rear end of this, what was formerly a Reynard chassis car. They now call it a DBA 04, the Denbla Avis car. And it runs very nicely.
Going to push start it here, I think.
Well, this is pressure situation on these guys. It's going into the garage. This is unexpected. Yeah. Dave Price said, well, we may have problems, but I don't think they expected to have problems this early.
John Nielsen, the old TWR Jaguar driver.
When it came in, it certainly didn't look like any sort of emergency stop. Something seems to have happened to it while it's been stopped.
Boy, that thing has just run trouble-free all through the week of practice and qualifying. So the number 13 car, that will now take over the lead for the 675 class.
See the Courage.
Well, as we watch this too, the leading car, J.J. Leto in the ADT champion car, is still on the track, having done 13 laps. I don't know what the fellows at Champion are doing, but they've really got this fuel mileage thing figured out. And I see a little activity. I got a feeling that they're coming in this lap. And that will be after 14 laps. Yes, they are. Champion is coming into the pits.
And while the DBA Zytec lies motionless, new leader in the 675 class will be the Reynard Lehman engine car, Noel Del Bello Racing. Brian.
I just checked with Dave Price on the 26 car. It's hard to believe, guys. They run on gas. They also run on batteries. He said they've been seeing the voltage drop on the telemetry. They're going to have to change batteries.
Boy, oh boy. The record or the standard, I should say, has been thrown down by Champion right now. That is 14 laps completed. We saw the first Bentley come in after 10. I think the second one made 12, and Jan Magnussen in the go-out, he got 13, so.
Is that 14 or is it going to be 15?
14 laps down since the start, yes.
And Dila, I think, got 13.
The Michelin 24-hour of Le Mans continues. We've got a good race at the front. It's Audi versus...
Let's circle back to Cincinnati with those.
The GTS class competitors, that's the Graham Nash Saleen. And just a few moments ago, we had a pretty heavy moment. The TVR T400R, watch this to the right of your screen. And David, that is a massive impact.
That is, because right there, that's the exit of the Porsche curves. It's very, very fast there. Probably doing about 140 miles an hour in that car there. Maybe a little bit less, 135 at the top cars there, doing 155 at that spot. So a pretty hard impact.
And that was the number 91 entry, and that is Richard Stanton, who is heavily involved in financing that team. Richard Hay and Rob Bath. So their day, we won't say has come to a premature end, but they have got a lot of work to do, Bill.
Yeah, if that was the Audi that had done that, it probably wouldn't have done any damage at all.
I know, that was a pretty big hit, I thought.
This is one of the WR Peugeot entries.
Oops. On board the Corvette here. Now, what is... it looked almost like the Pagani that he was passing. Couldn't really get a good look at it. And there, one of the LM comes blowing by, two of them.
Currently, the 53 Corvette, Johnny O'Connell, sits 21st on road.
Hey, we apologize for this vibration. Don't know what happened to the camera mount of that car, because The Le Mans circuit is one of the smoothest around, and it's such a gorgeous circuit. I wish we had a view out of this car.
Coming up to the crash site.
Yeah,
right here. See the Corvette lifting off just a bit because of the yellow flags. The TVR still there, abandoned at the side of the road. They're going to have to do something about that. Quick run down to the back up to about 150 miles an hour. Down to the Ford chicane.
This is most unusual. So many problems so early.
The 99 Ferrari on pit road already with the hood off, which is not looking good either. There you see a pretty tight gaggle of traffic. There's the second of the TVRs, and here comes the Bentley flashing his lights, and look, right behind him is the 8 car, closed up to within less than a second now.
I think there's got to be enormous pressure on Johnny Herbert this weekend, too, with all of the hopes for the British win. And the fans here have been just phenomenal. They had this wonderful Bentley parade at the start of the race where these old vintage Bentleys took the drivers past the crowd, and the cheers, and playing the British national anthem. Dave, I think you and I both got a bit of moisture around the eye when the crowd was singing.
They must have played 30 national anthems, and then they ended up with the British national anthem and then the Marseillaise. And when the British national anthem, the whole crowd, a couple of 100,000 people, all started singing, and it ended with a huge roar. And it certainly at that stage did bring a bit of a lump to your throat.
Yeah. I think a lot of that's got to get transmitted through to the fellas in the number 8 Bentley. Well, this certainly doesn't look good for the Ferrari, the extended stop working inside.
This car's been driven by some guys who don't have much experience, except, of course, for Michel Ferté, who's been around for a long time.
First hour here at Circuit de la Sarthe is complete. 1 hour down and 23 to go. It is Dindo Capello, Johnny Herbert. The Bentley boys are leading the way. The number 7 Bentley that took the lead from the pole and is looking strong. Magnussen runs third, Lato runs fourth, and Frank Biela in the Audi Sport UK entry, top 5 overall. This is the PK Sport entry. One of the contenders in GT class. Andrew?
Yeah, well, I've just been shoved out of the way because the 78 car, the Robin Liddell car, has just decided to do a change of its Pirelli tyres. Robin Liddell is staying at the wheel. They've had a bit of issue with his cooling waistcoat. In fact, they're putting cool water into it at the moment. With these cooling waistcoats, you know, if they stop working, they basically start to cook the driver. And I think Robin's looking very hot, the ginger-headed Scotsman, but I think he's going to be away in just a second. And I think Kevin Butler's car has also made a stop.
Well, Andrew, coming in just behind you is the Spiker, and it's on 3 wheels. It is limping back into the pit lane.
We right front having just parted company with it.
The Yes Network Porsche, Leo Hendry, Peter Barron and Mark Lieb, and here's a replay of that incident.
Well, you see it coming into pit lane there as the weight is taken off the wheel. I would say that they just had a pit stop and didn't do that wheel up properly as the weight came off the wheel. It came loose and came off the car. Otherwise, it doesn't look damaged.
No, it doesn't. I think you're exactly right there, David, because the brake rotor looked like it was on the proper angle and everything, so it could very well just have been for not being done up.
Yes, the Spiker came past me, missing its right front wheel. It appears that there was no other damage. I guess the nut came loose, it just fell off. But the Spiker's turned in. We've just seen the Asemco Ferrari coming. All these leading GT enders, all these GT contenders are coming in now. Brian.
Another one of the GT contenders is the Risi Competizione Ferrari. Lazzaro will get in. Kellners is getting out of that car. They'll do tires, fuel, and a driver change here. I think a lot like some of these other teams. They want to stint their drivers in the beginning. The fuel's in, the tire's on, the driver's done. But they got a problem. They've got their teammate parked in front. They can't get out of their pit spot. They're going to have to back this thing up.
And Lazzaro, he's one of my favorite drivers. He a past Toyota Atlantic champion, and he went to try the Busch Series for a while, didn't he, as well?
Yeah, he's done a little bit of everything. I mean, This time last year, he competed in the Indy 500. This is his first run at the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Anthony will thoroughly enjoy this. Class leaders, as we go to the break, the updated positions. We'll be back. The action continues here at Le Mans. It also continues at Michigan International. Tonight on Speed, the ARCA Series continues 8 p.m. Eastern. Casey Mears on pole. Well, the GT class leader has been on pit road, and Andrew Marriott has more with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in with Lucas at the moment while he's just downloading information here with the Porsche personnel. The Porsche personnel, not the Alex Job note. Lucas, you only did one stint. Is it very, very hot now?
It's not very cold. It's not very hot, but it's a lot of humidity in the car, and that kills you a little bit, but now it's getting cooler and cooler. The first stint is always the worst one, and the car is fine so far, no problems.
You changed the Michelins, was that just a precaution?
Sorry?
You changed the Michelin tyres, you can two-stint them normally.
No, the Michelin tyres were absolutely great. We just decided that in the beginning we change the tyres all the stint. We don't lose a lot, but over a stint we can push harder because the tyre is fresh. And that is what we're trying to do at the moment.
Well done, Lucas. Thanks very much.
Meanwhile, Dindo Capello continues to lead from Johnny Herbert, and we await their driver change. That certainly won't be coming up soon, but these guys working hard here. And it's a very warm day. You touched on that earlier, David, getting up towards 30 degrees Celsius, and it's a warm one. Problems here for the JMB Racing Ferrari. This is a very, very fast lineup. David Terrier and Fabrizio De Simone, the guy who leads the FIA NGT Championship at the moment. And we've got some problems for one of the Courages. This looks like the 675 car, the 31 entry of Philippe Alliot and David Halliday, Carl Rosenblad, as it slowly comes back to pit lane.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, you can see that tyres seem to be up, doesn't seem to be limping along. So one assumes a mechanical or transmission problem. And of course, these days, so many of these problems come from the electronics on these cars.
Yeah, there's no signs of smoke off that car at all. The driver's doing a very nice job watching his mirrors and keeping well out of the way of everybody.
Tyres are all up on it.
Yeah. The back of the car is perfectly clean as well, so there's no fluids that have been leaking. Whoops, a lot of smoke right there from that one Bentley.
Number 7 car went in way too deep there, Capello. Locked up big time now. You don't want to do that. He's about halfway through his stint. So now he's got a big flat spot. And, of course, went wide and let the 8 car come right up to him.
Well, keep in mind, he stopped and, after 10 laps, and right now he's on his 18th, so he may be able to do another 3 or 4 laps, but that's something he's got to be careful with. He would like to have the luxury of being able to at least double stint the Michelins.
Yeah. Double stint doing that. Coming up to traffic, weaving away through the traffic, both sides of it. That's the 87 car they're going past now.
And watch Johnny.
Trying to go by.
Yeah, I thought, gee, is that something coming up?
The dust lying offline there. Already been kicked up there down at Arnard. Boy, in an hour we got that much dust.
Look at Herbert. He's going to get a good draft off him coming down here. I think Johnny's going to go.
Whoa! Side by side almost.
Hey, I'm sorry you're not going to do it here.
And don't be fooled, whilst we say they are teammates, there is a big battle of egos here between the 2 cars. You've got Formula One drivers in that second car. You've got approximately 250 Formula One Grand Prix starts between Johnny Herbert, Mark Blundell and David Brabham. They desperately would like to be the 4-time Le Mans winner Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello and Guy Smith. Imagine being Guy Smith surrounded by these guys. Imagine the pressure on that young guy.
Yeah, no pressure at all, right? Funny even too, they've got their own crews that on the one car, it's almost an all-German crew. And on the British car, it's an all-British crew with the exception of one engineer.
Well, I tell you the big advantage for Tom Christensen in this number 7 car And there is the team Bucknam Pilbeam. It is back out on track. That's good to see. The big advantage for Tom Christensen in this number 7 car is that you made a point, Bill, about the crew. The red car, which was in the ALMS, essentially Emanuele Pirro's car for all those years, and the red Audi was the one that has won here for the past 3 years. Basically, that whole crew has just been moved straight over to the number 7, and that's the crew that Tom has won the last 3 Le Mans with. And the Courage has finally made it into the pits. Andrew.
Yes, it has. Philip Alliot is at the wheel with all that Grand Prix experience. They are downloading some data to try and see what the problem is with the engine, and at the moment they're not doing anything at all. They're just downloading this data. They might be able to make, and they're going to push the car back into the garage. We are being pushed on one side, so obviously they've seen something on the data, and I think this could be quite a long stop to this very new 675 car. That's not totally unexpected.
Hey, take care down there, Andrew. You're getting pushed around a bit.
Yeah, mate, I think you've been down here. It's like that. I mean, earlier on, I didn't mention, I got absolutely thumped out of the way at the pit stop of the Robin Liddell car by an Englishman I know.
Wow, we saw crew there putting down some oil dry on a very fast corner. I'm not quite sure where it was. It looked like he was on the way down to Indianapolis, but they were out there in the middle of the track. Hopefully there's some good yellow flags waving upstream of them.
The 71st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans has been billed as a Bentley versus Audi fight, and that's what we've got. The top 5 are filled with those cars. Welcome back to Speed Channel's coverage of the 71st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Well, you can look forward to each and every hour. At quarter past the hour, we will give you the previous hour's highlights. Don Panoz, the founder of the American Le Mans Series, waved the race on, and Dindo Capello took the lead. Jan Lammers made a fairly forceful move into the opening turn, but right from the get-go, troubles for one of the Corvette Racing C5Rs. Ollie Gavin brought the number 50 machine in with throttle linkage problems. He did get going, thankfully. The Bentleys were given the opportunity to stretch their legs, and that they did. Up front, blindingly fast, and immediately gapped the Audis early on. Capello led right from the word go. Problems early for the number 92 TVR. And that was nothing compared to what happened to their sister car. Look at this, the 91 TVR, ouch. Massive contact with the concrete barrier. So not a very happy start to this great race for a car that has a lot of support. Here's how the overall standings sit right now. It is the Bentleys up front, then it's the Magnussen, that's the Team Go Audi running 3rd. JJ Lado for Champion Racing runs 4th, and Frank Bieler for the Audi Sport UK entry, he sits 6th, and Jan Lammers, Andy Wallace, 2 previous winners of this wonderful event, sit in the top 6 right now.
And of course the Bentleys are really doing what they should do. They're a long way ahead. They're a minute ahead of the Audi car, the Magnussen car already.
Corvette race summary right there for you. Indicates some of the highlights here. We know that Dindo Capello is our outright leader. Audi are well placed, very strong, and electrical problems, that's what it was first thought to be for Ollie Gavin, and then it went to a throttle linkage problem. And we see the XL Racing 550 Maranello in. This is not in GTS, this is the only 550 in the GT class.
And having some problems.
You know, a minute ago you mentioned the support that was here for the TVR, and I think it's almost symbolic of Le Mans, the amount of support shown for the various teams. That talking to the TVR people down in their pits, and they said there were 1,000 members of the British TVR club coming to the race. And I know, just driving back and forth here in the mornings, I've seen more Lotus 7s than I thought existed in the entire world, David.
I know, Lotus 7, and we've seen a lot of TVRs lurking about, but you're right, that Lotus 7 club must be here on force. Obviously some of them are now the Caterham 7, but there's an awful lot of them, so tremendous amount of British support for this race. It has certainly become like an English bank holiday almost, because it is so easy to get to here, especially now with the tunnel. You just drive your car up, get on the train, and you know, a few hours later you're here.
Yeah. Well, let's go down to the pits and Andrew Marriott and see what's happening with the Bentley number 6.
Yeah, I've been watching the pit board. They cycle through various programs on the pit board. At the moment, it's saying 11 laps. They've run position 2. do, but every so often they flash the message on it, radio, question mark. I think they've got a little bit of a problem communicating with the driver in that particular car. I know David Brabham's going to get in the car very soon. He's just gone back into the pits. He tells me to put his crash helmet. So maybe the Bentley has got a radio problem. We'll find out in a moment. Let's go to Brian.
Well, there've certainly been no problems on the number 6 champion Audi team. If anybody was counting laps before they did pit stops, they stayed out 14 laps, guys. That's 14 laps, including the reconnaissance lap. That's a long, long way. They talked about being able to do 14 laps, but not including the parade or reconnaissance laps. That takes fuel. They stayed out 14, plus those. They could be really hard to beat. They've always had great mileage, but this is absolutely amazing.
I agree, Brian, because one of the things that I spoke about earlier is the fact that usually on your first stop, you tend to be a little bit pessimistic. You don't want to take a chance on running out. You want to be able to measure your fuel mileage very exactly. So you stop with something to spare. Well, if they can do 14 laps, then I'm sure they can do 15 on subsequent fuel loads. Plus, when it gets cooler in the evening, that again will increase their mileage a little bit. So their mileage game could work for them here.
Good news for one of our American teams, Duncan Dayton, in the Banana Joe's Lola, is leading class and running very strong.
And you know, David, Duncan came over to me to start and he says, talk to Mr. Hobbs, would you? And tell him to say I don't hang out in bars all the time. My dad thinks I'm an alcoholic.
Well, I mean, Duncan, you just have to face facts right square in the eye, sunshine. I mean, I just have to see him a lot at Seepkins. Of course, the downside of that means I must be there as well. So.
Well, if you remember it, then neither one of you could be drinking, so that's encouraging.
Well, that's why I was drinking Perrier, obviously, here in France.
Wow, look at the champion Audi. Just had problems there to get past the Luc Alphonse Ferrari 550. And there it's by, so that's good. The ADT champion Audi pushing its way through these backmarker cars and chasing down the Audi Sport Japan car and Jan Magnussen. 675 leaderboard. It's good for the Intersport boys. Join us back live at Circuit de la Sarthe here at Le Mans, the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it is still Bentley 1 and 2. Car 8 leads the way, Johnny Herbert from Dindo Capello. We've had a switch at the front from the early running, and now Herbert gets a chance to stretch his legs. The 1991 winner of this great race.
Brought to you live by your great friend Bob Barshin and David Hobbs. And it was a wet race, that was too.
You remember that one well?
He was driving that Mazda. Boy, that made some noise.
The worst.
Oh, rotary, but it was a 4-rotor. It did sound pretty good, but it was noisy.
23 is back in again, and so too is the Intersport car. Brian?
Well, it's a normal stop for the Intersport car. Dayton is going to get out. Sutherland will get in. They're sticking with that strategy of getting the drivers in on the first 3 stops. They had a little bit of an issue because the 23 Pilbeam car was in. He could not get in his spot correctly, so the Intersport car is a little cockeyed in its spot here, but it looks like a routine change. They're getting Sutherland in the car. He's a much larger guy than Duncan Dayton, so it's going to take a little bit of work. Have a crew guy helping him out and get his belts done. But it should be a normal stop for them. They should be down and away, but the car is a little cockeyed in the box here, guys.
He's quite a tall chap, Rick Sutherland. And for those of you who might know, John Bright, a guy who's been in the industry for a long time, former F3000 team owner. He is in fact running this car this weekend for John Field.
Boy, John Bright's a fellow been around for a long time.
Yeah.
That number 8 coming in, little blast of smoke, looked like he might just have locked up a tire there for a second.
Now, we set to see David Brabham get in. We will find out. Andrew?
Yeah, the Bentley did lock up as it came into the pit lane limit area, but I think this is all calm. David Brabham is going to climb in. I've got the stopwatch. They are definitely going to fit 4 new Michelins this time. It did 13 laps on that stint. So already it looks as if the full fuel mileage is not as good as the Audis. This could be very, very significant. That fuel going in, we're just coming up to about 30 seconds. We expect this pit stop to take around 55 seconds. They got the fuel in 29 seconds. As I said before, it goes in at about 7 litres a second. And Brian, you've got more.
Absolutely. Duncan Dayton just got out of the car. He's talking to John Bright. And Duncan, not to get in the way, how is it out there? I know it's hot standing in here.
Yeah, it's pretty warm out there, but the car's great. We're just cruising. You know, we're worried about the motor lasting the whole race, so we're just trying to save the gearbox and motor shift a little bit early and save a couple of shifts here and there where we can, and you know, hopefully we'll be there at the end.
You're just cruising, but you're in the lead right now. It's a different engine spec, I think, than you guys have had in it. Is that not correct?
Yeah, it's a different spec. We had some problems with the pistons on the previous spec motor. The skirts are a little longer on the pistons, and the gadget pins have been treated a little bit tougher, so hopefully the motor will last all the way.
They got their fingers crossed. They're leading right now, Andrew.
I've got Johnny Herbert here. I've got a bit of an issue with the cameraman, but Johnny, you look pretty hot. You're taking in the liquids now. How was that stint?
Yeah, well, it was as expected. It was pretty warm. Was okay, but I could have done another stint, but it's better to save myself. We got a 24-hour race here, not a little sprint.
I had the stopwatch going. That pit stop was only 50 seconds. That's sensational.
That's good. We've done, you know, everybody's working very hard, and the pit stops are part of it. So the crew have done, as normal, a fantastic job.
On the pit board, we heard it say radio. It said radio on the pit board. Have you got an issue with the radio?
Well, I just noticed. Yeah, I spoke to him, and then I just heard a very faint flickering. Then the next lap, I had this radio sign. I knew it wasn't right, so when I was checking here, it fallen actually off my helmet and sort of not come off. It was loose, so I actually got it back in again, and then thankfully I got it back.
Thanks, Johnny Herbert. To you, Brian.
Well, the 53 car is in. Same thing here. It'll be a routine driver change, tire and fuels. O'Connell is out. Frank Freon is getting in. Fuel is going in. They're getting the belts on. It should be a routine stop for them. Johnny is over there. No changes to the car. Everything should be good, and they'll be back under their way shortly.
Good solid run for the 53 Corvette. When they came in, they were coming in third in class, and look at this. Problems for the Riley and Scott car.
Oh, look at him loose. Whoa, wow, and that's fast right there.
That is really fast coming into the Indianapolis curve, the right and the left. About 190 miles an hour into that, but I think I saw a big puff of smoke prior.
Oh, missed everything too.
Oh, and then drove right back across the traffic. Oh my goodness me, look at all that gravel there now for the next guy on the scene. Oh,
that reminds me of last year when Bernard Luckberger went off in the Ascari.
Yeah.
Exactly the same place.
Oh, spreading gravel, more gravel everywhere.
Boy, oh boy, he is going to want to change his driver's suit after that spin, David.
And
the wheel.
I'm wondering if something went wrong first.
Well, while it limps back to the pits, let's go down to the pits.
Well, Johnny just got out of the car. Everything good out there? I know the other Corvette had problems. Everything good with the 53?
Yeah, you know, first off, I had a Robin Cannon and Kelly back home. Yeah, no real problems. I mean, as hot as this is, we've not run in temperatures like this in this humid, so right now we're sliding around a lot. This early in the game, you're just looking after the equipment and making sure that you're nice to the car, and you don't really get involved in too many, you know, fisticuffs out there right now. We'll wait till the, you know, hours 22, 23, and 24 for that.
Well, they're going to hang in there and see if they can get the job done yet again.
Frank Freon now on board the 53, and look at this, problems continuing.
Yeah, it's trying to part company with the car right now too, and I thought I saw that at an angle, so David, I think you might be right, that maybe something broke on that left rear corner going through there.
I saw smoke coming off it just before it spun, and I wonder if the tyre had already gone flat.
Yeah.
The rim looks okay.
Yeah, the rim does look okay.
You know, sometimes.
Oh, no.
Look at that's what happens when the tyres come apart.
Slow down.
And of course, it's just a long way from here back to the pits.
That's coming out of Arnage, isn't it? So he's still got all that way to go up through the Porsche curves. That's Mark Goosens we're talking about in the Riley and Scott Racing. Robert Yates powered Riley and Scott. We ride now with Frank Freon, who grew up not too far away from here, and although you may see him down in some books or something as with US next to his name, he was born in France. This is an event very dear to his heart, and in the previous two events that he has run with Johnny O'Connell and Ron Fellows, he has won, and that is Daytona and Sebring, and they make it a threesome.
Not a bad record to have. You know, I think one of the strengths the Corvette team has is the friendship that all 6 of their drivers have. They're really remarkably giving and very open. And unlike some teams where you have stars that tend to be prima donnas and want a lot of attention themselves, the Corvette guys really want to win for the team, not for themselves.
Fabulous shot of Jan Magnussen, hard at work. The diminutive Dane pushing that Audi as hard as he can. That's how the GT class sits at the moment. It's a great battle at the top.
With new Odor Eaters Plus. Odor Eaters Plus is the only insole with podiatric arch support plus protection on demand against odor and wetness.
Is this your idea of extended stay? Villager has a better idea for travelers feeling a little confined. By the day or extended stay, Villager is your address for comfort and value. Call 1-800-328-STAY.
There are a lot of reasons to talk life insurance with Prudential Financial. After all, we've been growing wealth and protecting it for 125 years, with hundreds of offices all over the country, where we offer professional one-on-one advice to help you find the coverage you need at a price you'll like, all from a name you know and trust. Talk to the people with more than $1 trillion of life insurance in force today. Prudential Financial, growing and protecting your wealth.
Wind Tunnel with Dave Despain.
Chance for you to sound off no matter what kind of racing you like.
Dave's talking motorsports live.
Old Dave here, your big old self-centered TV windbag.
Wind Tunnel, Friday nights at 11, only on Speed.
Following is an urgent message for all inventors. Who cashed in on your last great idea? Do you have another invention? Do you need a patent? Then you need InventTech.
Everyone laughed at my pot that cooked and drained pasta. If I had the patent, I'd be rich.
Snap your fingers, turn on a light. That was my idea, but I never thought to get a patent.
Call InventTech now for a free inventor's kit and get our free video or DVD with your confidential submission. Call 1-800-409-5959.
Every day, AmeriDebt helps more people with money problems.
My credit card debt was outrageous. Then I called AmeriDebt. They contacted my creditors and got my payments almost cut in half.
AmeriDebt is a nonprofit organization that offers free consultations to consumers seeking to eliminate their debt.
Every month I pay our credit card bills, but the balances never seem to get smaller.
AmeriDebt got our interest rates reduced, and now the balances are dropping dramatically.
Call 1-800-641-8880. AmeriDebt, helping America get out of debt.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving, and by Chevrolet Corvette. Chevy, wherever there's a winner's circle, we'll be there. And that's certainly what Johnny O'Connell is trying to do. The 8 is back in.
Now that's
yes.
Not good.
We just saw the driver change between Johnny Herbert, David Brabham, and that was certainly an unscheduled stop.
Seatbelts undone, perhaps?
I wonder.
One of the difficulties of this coupe is that just purely on a driver change alone, that when we were timing, watching them practice the driver stops, there was a 10-second difference because of the awkwardness of getting in and out of the Bentley.
Well, of course, as you heard Andrew saying to Johnny Herbert, how cock-a-hoot Andrew was at the speed of that change, 15 seconds. While it does make you wonder whether something got yanked out, some vital, you got radios, helmets, water cooling suits, cooled water, all sorts of stuff. And of course, if that water gets disconnected, the next thing it's spraying all over the cockpit. So it always sounds like a bit of a wimpy excuse, but you certainly don't want that to be happening. And
I don't think it's wimpy at all at 193 miles an hour.
Well, a light spray of water in your face, perfect.
One of the Velox ProDrive Ferraris in, it is number 80. This is the combination of Kelvin Burt, Anthony Davidson, Darren Turner. All three drivers have never raced the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. They have some of the best machinery in the GTS class, if not the best, and they are all rookies. What a massive weekend for these three Brits.
Well, of course, you know, we saw that little piece at the beginning where the Corvette people were, you know, pretty happy about their incredible record here, as right they should be. And of course they do, the fact is they do have those three rookies in that Ferrari, but they just happen to be extremely good drivers, all of them. Anthony Davidson, of course, a test driver for BAR, Honda, in the Formula One. We saw him appear last year in one event, and I wouldn't discount those guys.
Christoph Tinsoidis, I was sitting there, Goossens obviously had gotten out of the car and made it back into the pits. And I don't know whether they were working on the rear suspension or just cleaning gravel out of that area. It could be either thing.
See a certain Derek Bell lurking in the background here, looking for employment, hoping that definitely a Speed channel will send him a check or something. Of course, he's doing double duty here this weekend, acting as a spokesman for Bentley. Got himself a nice new Breitling watch.
You're looking at race leader Jan Magnussen, and there is a thrilling battle going on for GT between the Alex Job and Peterson Racing combination and Kevin Butler's Racers Group Porsche. We do have to emphasize the fact that we are on the world feed here, and it's kind of a tradition. They tend not to follow the GT class too closely. We are doing our best here on Speed to update you and to show you things in the pits. And speaking of the GT class, Brian has more as Magnussen comes in.
Well, the 94 Risi Competizione car is back in. They had gearbox problems to begin with, but now that's something electrical, so they're going to change the ECU and a lambda sensor and see if they can get back out. They were losing 10 seconds a lap, and we're only a couple hours into this thing, guys. They can't run the rest of the way. Andrew?
Yeah, I'm with Dindo here, who's making lots of arm signals saying he got very sideways. And Dindo, if I could... Dindo just finished off with his engineers. How was your session?
It was good. I started to push since the beginning. The main problem for me was just the braking.
You were locking up a bit?
It was very, very easy to lock the front wheel. Everywhere I went since the beginning, every lap a little bit to the rear, but it seems to be not enough, and I'm a little bit afraid because it's very easy to make a mistake at very low speed, because at 50, 60 kilometers per hour for a national time you cannot touch the brake because you lock the front, you cut.
Well, thanks very much. And just to tell you about the other car, the head restraint in the 8 car came loose and got down in the footwell, and David Hobbs will tell you that's not a nice thing to happen. They just put the head restraint back and it's back going again. Brian.
Well, down here in number 5 pit, the Audi Sport Japan car, it's in. It's a routine stop. They did do a driver change. Magnussen is out. Werner is in. He's in. The belts are on. They're going to do tires now, and they should be down and underway in probably under 25, 26 seconds, guys. Routine stop for these teams.
Marco Werner showed us just how well he can pedal these Audi R8s at the Sebring 12 hour.
And they had one of those things that this day and age, in this 24-hour, you can't afford. When they came in, they became in behind a much slower car. These guys are like Formula One drivers. I mean, they come rollicking into the pit, get to the speed limit line, and crank up. So he probably lost about 4 seconds coming into pit lane there, which he didn't need. He was leading the race at the time. Obviously, now he's slipped back behind the car of Christensen.
Well, we'd like to welcome to the Speed booth 5 times Le Mans 24-hour winner, Derek Bell. Derek, great to see you again, and what are your thoughts so far?
Well, it sort of run pretty much according to plan. Whoops, that's the nasty corner to go wide.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You can do a lot of damage coming off there. Actually, I remember that was where Bryce Cobb went upside down. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the Rothmans car. Oh, the Jag, that's right.
Didn't he? He rolled it there in qualifying, poor old Bryce, never to be seen again at Le Mans. Don't call us, we'll call you. But thanks very much. I mean, to me, the race is running the way you'd anticipate. I unfortunately was standing outside. I don't quite know why. The Bentley came in twice in 2 laps. Did you find out?
The headrest fell off.
One of the restraints went down into the footwell, so David had to come back and get some help, but everything's okay now.
I heard it was something about the Bentley driver couldn't hold his wrist up because the Bentley watch was too heavy. Derek, do you know anything about that?
The guys, they can't wear them while they're driving the car. We got these fancy new boots as well that everybody's wearing, and nobody can wear them in the car, but they're good when we're walking around in them. Not me. I'm not wearing them. No, I'm not.
Yeah, what kind of boots you got on, David?
I got my Echoes on. Absolutely fantastic.
H Brown
style.
Good to see the Riley and Scott back out there. Christoph Tinso is behind the wheel. Mark Goossens did do a good job, and we will try and find out more as to why that car spun. Was that left rear going down or already down? It was a very nasty, scary looking spin, but the car made it back to pit lane. As we take a ride with Marco Werner. Finished very strong last weekend in the Nürburgring 24-hour. Finished second, in fact. Would like to go one place better here. We'll be back on Speed from Le Mans. ASA Racing continues this evening on Speed. That is 10 p.m. Eastern, coming to you from the half-mile track in Kansas. 10 tonight Eastern, ASA Racing continues. And we will still be here at Circuit de la Sarthe, grinding on the 71st running of the Michelin 24-hour of Le Mans. And if going round and round and round is not enough to make you sick, perhaps that would be.
Oh, yeah, without question.
Here's the overall standings at the moment, top 6. Christensen leads the way, and Derek, what your name has been mentioned a lot in the lead up to this weekend. Tom is in a great position to draw level with you on 5. I mean, there's not too many people at the top where yourself, Jackie Ickx, are at the top of the wins board for Le Mans. How would you feel if he drew level with you?
Well, I mean, you have to say you're delighted because, you know, not winning Le Mans isn't that easy anyway, as David Hobbs knows. And you know, when you won it 4 times, 5 times, you're really flattered to think that other drivers can get up there and do it as well. And for a while, you wonder if they ever will. I thought was it Dumas was going to do it for a while, but he hasn't come through. And you know, look at Christensen. He's probably the quickest driver out there, as good as anybody out there. You know, champion of ALMS last year, and you know, he's got years ahead of him, so you'll probably end up with about 8 victories at this race.
Well, speaking of Danish drivers, the little Dane, who has done a wonderful job in that Team Go Audi, is down in pit lane with Brian.
That's right, Lee. I'm here with Jan Magnussen, driver in the number 5 Audi Sport Japan. So far, everything going to plan, Jan?
Yeah, it wasn't quite scheduled that I was supposed to get out of the car now, but just on my end lap, I started getting a puncture on the right rear, sorry. And so we thought we'd do a proper tires, fuel, and driver, get back in the rhythm late. I was supposed to have done 3, and I could quite easily have done that, but that's just how it is.
Well, he's in a lot better shape than I am. If he was going to do 3 stints, that's pretty amazing, guys.
He still looks like he's 11 years old, so I guess he can do 3 stints.
That's what he does on 60 cigarettes a day, and you know, living the life of amazing. He'll nip out the back and have a smoke now. I can't believe it. Some driver, like Frank Wheeler, does the same. At least I don't know if he still does, but he used to.
Oh yeah, I think he still does. Yeah.
Yeah, does he? He wasn't smoking down there when we were doing our pre-race stuff, so I thought maybe he quit. Maybe he stops half an hour before the race.
Gives himself a break.
You're looking at the number 8 Bentley Speed 8. David Brabham runs 4th at the moment. The sister Bentley leads the way at the hands of Tom Christensen. Remember that David was called back in, and that was costly time-wise. We did show you the leaderboard for the top 6 as we look at one of the Velox Pro Drive Ferraris. Comment from any of you guys, sitting 7th at the moment is Olivier Beretta in the Panoz. That's a good, solid start.
That's very good. He's a lap down, just over a lap down. So really, at this stage of the game, that's not too bad. But again, I'm going to reiterate that the Le Mans race has changed a lot since even since Derek won his quinquet or whatever you have to call it of races. It's absolutely a flat stick grind now.
Yeah, I think Olivier Beretta is another one of these just tremendously talented drivers. Remember when he was in those Oreca Vipers, he was untouchable. He's always just qualifying on the pole, and I don't think I ever saw him see a mistake driving those cars as well. He's a very precise driver as well as being quick.
I also think the car, although it's not rated very highly, is a very strong car. And I think when we've seen it race in previous years, it's been raced with a view to winning everything. And I think it's been overdriven on a lot of occasions. And I think Beretta and his teammates know they're not going to win outright, or, you know, probably won't. So let's drive a very sensible race and just pick up at the end and see what happens.
Of course, that's the thing. If they drive a sensible enough race, and a few things go wrong with all the really fancy front runners, they could be right there.
Absolutely.
But if you rip the floor pan out, or you break the front wings on those curves that we just looked at there, or over rev it, or miss a shift,
or hit somebody,
yeah.
It's so easy to hit. I think one thing, David, that you might have noticed, but since, well, even Bill, when we raced here, or you guys raced here, there's many more corners now.
Yeah.
And you don't get as good visibility as we used to get. And one thing I loved about Le Mans, people used to say afterwards, you know, did you have any moments in the race? You say none at all. It was a perfect 24 hour. I mean, you know, overtaking all the time, but you had time to see people, and they had time to see you. Now there's all these new corners, like particularly the Dunlop group up the top of the hill. You can't see a darn thing, and you get into trouble.
We talked a little while ago about the 2 kinks they put in the Mulsanne, and I personally feel they add danger to it, because now you're stressing the car 2 more times per lap.
Plus the driver, let me tell you.
Oh, as the driver's well, yes.
And there's the one time we had a chance to relax, one has to say, although it was a bit of a frightening relaxation.
Problems here, problems for Frank Bieler. The Audi Sport UK car is in trouble for some reason. He's running out of fuel.
Low on fuel is my guess. Look at him. What?
If he is, he's down. He hasn't got to Indianapolis yet. He's got 3 miles to go.
Big trouble. He won't make it.
Bieler is currently 4th in this race and could be stranded out on the circuit.
If it is fuel, it's diabolical judgment by somebody, isn't it?
Yeah. What? That's a big mistake.
I hope it's not my dear old mate Mike Earl who's involved with this judgment.
Well, I think it probably is.
I know it definitely is.
Brian, what do you have for us?
Well, champion car is in. The drivers will stay in. It'll be fuel only. They are looking under the front, simply checking the tires, making sure everything was good. They will double stint these tires. They'll fuel only. You saw the Michelin engineer do a pyrometer check on the tires. He gave a thumbs up, so they will not be changing tires this time. This should be a quick one, and they should be back out. But I don't think they got the fuel mileage they got the first time.
Oh, you are looking at Frank Bieler, 3 times and defending winner of this race. Stranded out on the circuit. We suspect that he has run low on fuel and may have been just trying to push that envelope, that window just a little too far.
This is the problem, and these guys know that the best way to beat the Bentley is put pressure on them by doing the extra laps on fuel, and somebody has misjudged, and I can't believe why, with all the technology we have these days, that they should have known that the fuel was streaming out of that tank and there wasn't any left.
Well, that seems incredible to me.
It does. I mean, desperately bad judgment, because obviously the champion car has got round and got in.
Yeah, they just went 15 laps on that stick. They did 14 in the first.
Yeah.
If that's what's happened to him, but the way he was shaking that car around had that look of, where's that last drop of fuel?
To start with, I thought maybe he's trying to sort the suspension, find out what feels funny at the front of the car, but he wouldn't have stopped if it was just a suspension failure.
This is Walter Braun in the Conrad Motorsports Saleen, currently sitting in the top 5 in class and 22nd overall. Now Bieler's got the car going again.
I don't think so. The headlights aren't on. So what's going on here? Is he?
Well, the engine's got it moving.
It's going, but
I bet he wished he hadn't pulled
starter motor, maybe.
He can't be on the starter motor again. Yeah, he's too far to come on there.
He could be on the starter, couldn't he?
Why not? I mean,
he's right on the apex of that. Very, very fast. There's some flag marshals upstream, which show he should be okay.
Which to me is one of the most frightening corners on the track, diving into that corner, isn't it?
I tell you, if he is doing that on the starter motor, that will be. There is a word for it in English we won't use right now.
Yeah, and you know, look at those cars going by, the 180 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's going to have a horrific run back. This is the trouble. You can't believe how slow it is until you're sitting there actually doing it, and you look in the mirror and whoa, what was that? And he's got to come all the way up into the Porsche curves. I can't believe he's going to do it.
I wonder if maybe one of our fellows can get down to their pit and chat to see if he's saying anything on the radio.
He's got about 3 miles to go.
No, he can't make it. He can't make it.
Wonder if it's an electrical.
He's got to go uphill at Porsche curves too.
Wonder if it's an electrical problem, guys. The light, occasionally you see the headlights flicker on. So it may not be fuel. We will get that confirmed. So Bieler, oh, this is cruel. This is agonizing.
Oh, what's that for? Somebody else is going slowly down the Mulsanne straight.
Ferrari.
That's the XL Racing. That's in GT class. This isn't one of the GTS, the Velox Pro Drive Ferraris. This car we saw struggling right at the beginning of the day as the cars went out on their recon lap. So, problems for the Audi Sport entry. The Bentleys are going from strength to strength. That's how it sits in 675.
Motorcycle.
Search for the 2003 Driver of the Year continues, and you can play a role in that. Tonight on Speed News, the second quarter nominees will be announced. And remember that your vote counts, and you can log on to speedtv.com and get further details. The second quarter winner will be announced on the 28th of June. Here is the leading car in GT, and this is the combination. We have to talk about this because this is fascinating. These two teams are rivals, fierce rivals in the ALMS GT category. Alex Job Racing and Peterson Motorsports White Lightning. They have combined, and Wheeler's out of the car again. He tried so hard to limp back around to the pits, but couldn't quite make it.
He must be so sick. I was talking to him just before the race. He's actually trying to fix something.
Yeah, he's going to plug his radio back in so he can talk to the pits.
Talk to the pit. Well, yeah, absolutely, Phil. But he was really nervous before the start. I mean, you know, which is quite natural. I mean, he was the starting driver, whereas the other drivers I was with weren't starting.
Brian, tell us more about the Audi UK car.
Well, it's hard breakdown here, guys. You're right. They're trying to get it back on the starter motor, and that's a long way to drive on a starter. He is out of fuel. There is some speculation. I have heard that he missed pit in last time by, and once you miss the pits here, you got 8.6 miles to get back around to get in. Another story was, no, he didn't miss the pits. We told him to try to stretch it for another lap. I don't know who's going to take the blame for this one, but he ends up the same way. He's still out of gas, and he's got a long way to go.
I have to say, you don't miss pit in. Beeler's been around here more than once.
And you're going so slowly.
You're going so slowly, and it's right there. It's not as you come around a corner and go, oh, I missed it. There's no way I hate to say he's too bright a driver to do that.
Here's an incident involving Leo Hendry, boss of the Yes Network, in his Orbit Porsche. Fairly harmless, and he was able to get out of that. You can see the GT class leader just whipping on by, and Hendry now brings that car into pit lane.
Neatly parked there.
Yeah, ready for a quick exit. He's probably making some good excuses right now.
Oh, yeah.
But if it's his car, I guess he can get away with it.
That's right. He never argued.
And here is the Racers Group Porsche, second in class. California's Kevin Buckler, team with Timo Bernhard and Jörg Bergmeister, two very talented young Germans, and Kevin has worked so hard to get this program over here and defend his GT class win.
What a phenomenal record this driver and team have set from coming out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, just an obscure amateur driver. First overall at Daytona 24, wins Le Mans last year, and what a great job. He really does an outstanding job in the monster Porsche, let's call it.
And to actually go out and build your own team and then do it driving-wise.
Fantastic job.
Well, we know that Alex Job and Peterson White Lightning Racing are fierce rivals of Kevin Buckler. They have come here to Le Mans competing against each other. Let's take a closer look at those guys.
Yeah, it's a little strange for me. You know, Timo and Jörg, they drive for me in the LMS and the 24 car competing against the Racers Group, and here they are working with them. So it's a little strange, but they come from Porsche, and, you know, Porsche gives support around to a few teams. So we've got a lot to compete against with my drivers near the team.
We got to bury it once we're here. You know, these guys are great, all of them, and I'm proud to be driving with the factory drivers, and it's going to be a battle, that's for sure.
Winning here at Le Mans and being the top dog at ALMS are both equally as important. So I'd say they're both prizes that I dearly want.
So you want it all?
I want it all. Call me greedy, but I'm competitive. I want it all. I want to win here too.
Bragging rights in North America are important. Eating crows is not good either. So, like I said, yeah, we want to win this race real bad, just like anybody else. We're going to give it our all. I mean, we've been studying, we've been looking at data, we've been looking at videos. I've driven the track on my bicycle probably 4 times. I've walked half the track. I'm looking at the corners. We're really ready this year. We really are.
And as the TVR leaves the pits, the Team Nasamax, Reynard, this is the bioethanol-powered car, is in trouble. Boy, oh boy, it has been a pretty eventful first 2 hours. Yes, 2 hours down already, just 22 to go. And this is the car that Brian Herder was meant to be driving. Brian negotiated with the team and was released from his deal with this because he was meant to be filling in for the injured Dario Franchitti. Instead, he's ended up at Laguna Seca in a champ car.
That's very sad because they've done so much work and there's been a lot of publicity about this system, which they thought might end up sort of coming into motor racing full time. And it needed 24 hours of development, didn't it, and exposure.
They've had quite a bit of problems with the engines during their development runs and had some problems, so they're probably out of the race. Now, Beeler obviously thinks he's not out of the race. Can he run back and get gas?
No. You can't refuel out there.
Maybe run back, get another battery to drive another 3 miles.
You can't do anything. You can't leave the car. You cannot.
No.
You can't. Oh, you know that, Dave. Used to stand there, mechanics used to throw spanners under across
Maybe he's
bushes.
going to the bathroom.
I say, what am I supposed to do with
He's
this?
probably getting back to thump Mike Earl, actually.
Yeah, I bet he is.
That was such a pity, because Frank is, you know, all the fantastic Audi group of the last 3 years. I mean, remember, he's won it for the last 3 years, and they're all split up into different teams this year, and some of them at Bentley and the others at Audi.
Well, we saw troubles early on for the number 50 Corvette. That was when Ollie Gavin was in the car. Kelly Collins took over, and he's with Brian.
Well, Kelly Collins, you just got out. I know that it's hot out there. I know it's hot in here, but all the problems that you guys had early on, gone?
Yeah, the car was beautiful this morning in the morning warm-up. It was a very simple, a loose nut on the throttle linkage, and we were just losing power. You go to full throttle, it was a sliding. We didn't know first. We changed the ECU unit, but we're 3 laps down. We're running strong. Everything's good. We have to obviously change our game plan and just try to be around there at the finish. I mean, what we want to look at now is a podium finish and just keep focused and not worry about what happened.
Well, it's a professional team here. They've done this before, guys, and they can claw their way back. A few laps down now is one thing, but you never know. Strange things happen at Le Mans.
They do, and credit to the Corvette racing guys, Pratt and Miller. They are battling on. Time to take a short break here from Circuit de la Sarthe. GTS class standings. The Ferraris are going to be tough to beat. Tomorrow here on Speed, you can tune in and catch up with everything in the world of motorsports, Speed News, the regular edition at 7:30, half an hour after the NASCAR edition, and as always on Sunday nights on Speed, NASCAR Victory Lane. In pit lane right here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, Max Pappas, Mad Max is getting strapped in. Olivier Beretta has just stepped from the car. He did a very solid first stint. The team have been incredibly impressed with this lineup, and Max Pappas thoroughly enjoying his time here at Le Mans. And a lot of crowd support for Olivier Beretta as well. Kevin Buckler's Racers Group Porsche is in also. Driver change being executed there. These guys are defending their GT class win. Lucas Luhr was in that car last year, of course, and coming in instead of him, your Bergmeister. Bernard was there to share those glorious moments with Kevin, and Pappas is now released.
Why doesn't somebody help him?
I was going to say, that is Kevin, but nobody's helping him. His belt's getting fiddled up, messed up with that radio cable.
And you don't need that, because he's going to get his cable underneath his seat belt.
He is.
Somebody should have helped him. I mean, they're allowed to have a person do that, aren't they?
Yeah, the driver that
one
gets out
person
should be helping.
Yeah, exactly. He was obviously too exhausted. One just can't imagine just how hot it is in these cars, even though they're closed and they've got lots of, you know, the right sort of ventilation is still desperately hot.
Nobody helping the boss. Andrew, what do you have?
Yeah. Well, this is a pantomime, frankly, with Kevin trying to get his seatbelt on. He's trying to do it all himself. Now one of the mechanics is trying to help, and finally he's getting the belts tightened up, and Kevin Beckler will go away in just a few seconds. But that wasn't the professionalism we're used to from the Racers Group.
Well, I'm sure Kevin will radio in when he settles down and gets into a rhythm, and will remind the team that, hey guys, come on, let's not drop the ball.
No good riding around the track on your bike and walking around the track 10 times if you can't get in your seat.
You know, you see all the stickers on the hood of this car, and I asked Kevin about that earlier today, and he said that it's quite an interesting story that the Monster Cable sponsor actually agreed to reduce the size of their logo on the hood and move it up a bit to allow a PCA decal, Porsche Club America. And all the little stickers you see on the hood are individual sponsors. People who wanted to help them out sent $100 or $500, whatever they could afford. Kind of a fun story.
The Ricci Ferrari back in. They've had their share of problems as well, and it looks like it's going back in again. This is for the second time today. This is the second place Bentley. David Brabham on board. Derek, it's great to have you here in the booth, especially that you can give us some insight into the inner sanctum of Bentley. What's the buzz and the spin about this trio of Brabham, Blundell and Herbert? I mean, there's a lot of hype.
Well, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of humour. I mean, you don't know if you saw, there was a cake yesterday we presented to Monsieur Cosson for the 80th year of, since Le Mans started, 80 years since Bentley were here. And they got hold of Johnny Herbert, stuffed his head straight in the face, straight in the cake. So there's a lot of humor, there's a lot of hype too, of course, but the guys are very relaxed, and I think we'll all agree that racing drivers are very relaxed. It's the team around them that gets them wired up. I mean, we'll always do a professional job. Sometimes it's really more important than others, but we're always going to drive our best. And they're very professional.
Well, you may have just seen in the background on one of those shots when we were following David Brabham, the second, there it is, the Dome Racing for Holland entry. That was running into troubles, now getting going. Felipe Ortiz, Beppe Gabbiani, ex-Formula One driver, and Tristan Gomendi in that car. Good to see them back going. Andrew is with one of our GT class front runners.
I certainly am. I'm with the former Super Cup champion, Jörg Bergmeister. Jörg, a good stint from you, but there seemed to be a bit of a mess-up when you got out of the car, and Kevin was trying to do his belts up and was having problems.
I didn't see it because we have a guy who was doing the belt, so I didn't see it at the moment.
He wasn't there.
Oh, okay. That's a little problem then. We have to work on that, that's for sure. We lost in the first and also some time with that, so hopefully the next stops are going a little better.
Thanks very much. Let's go to you, Brian.
Well, the 6 car was in. Tires, fuel, and a driver change. Leto out and Johansson in, but that seemed unscheduled to me, guys. It seemed short. We'll see if we can find out what was going on.
Definitely right, Brian. That was not a scheduled stop. We're showing 34 laps here, so something's happened. I think maybe they punctured a tire.
On board with the 53 Corvette now, we get to take a look at the 6th champion Audi, Stefan Johansson now.
We've seen quite a bit of gravel on the track. The car that spun, the Panoz that spun down Indianapolis, spread a lot of gravel there, and there was no way they were going to get that cleaned up. And of course, these slick tires, they don't have a very thick carcass. You run over a bit of gravel at the wrong place.
Well, I tell you, that's Bill, that's why you get paid the big bucks. It was a puncture. They found it on the pressure monitors on the telemetry that the tire was going down. So they went ahead and brought him in, and they thought they'd just go ahead and do a driver change at the right time, or while they were doing the tires and the fuel. So they topped him off, put new rubbers on it, and sent Johansson back out a fresh driver, and that car should be fine. Thank goodness for telemetry, because that could be ugly going down.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, gee, that was close.
That was that corner there, and I'd love to go back to get a shot of it. You could see it actually has an adverse camber, and if you don't come around tight on the apex and hold it in, that's where John Watson crashed there in the 962. We said Price Cobb turned it upside down. I remember Desiree Wilson had a crash there years ago.
That Viper spun there and caught fire, if you remember, a few years ago. It's a horrible corner. Because it's the end of the Porsche curve, and it's the quickest of the lot. And as you exit, you suddenly come rollicking out of there.
And you go, hello, I'm not on the road anymore.
There you go.
And the answer is just to keep driving down the dirt and not pull it back.
Now look closely. Was this the sister car that nearly hit it? Yes, it was.
Yeah.
They're both the WR Peugeots.
Oh, my. That would have been something else.
That could have been day done for that team.
Those full frontals are nasty, too. Excellent like that.
And as the WR Peugeot, the 24 team, Yujiro Terada, one of the all-time high race starters here. And look at this, Beeler is back in the car. And it's going again, albeit very slowly.
I don't see how they can do that. I'm convinced you cannot leave your car by more than 6 feet or
They're not letting him go forward, they're pushing him back.
Yeah, you can't leave the car. You can't leave. You have to do that in the car. You can't move. I mean, the rules haven't changed. You could never get out and leave the car.
Well, my original assessment was he was making a run for the men's room.
Well, it's very good, Bill, but I mean, against the rules, and they're not letting him drive anywhere, so...
They certainly aren't. Boy, oh boy.
What an
tensions will be high in that
disaster for the 10 car for the Audi Sport UK car.
The champion Audi is back up. That's in fact, the Audi Sport Japan entry. Overall standings, Bentley still leads the way. We're back at Le Mans. It's 1:15. That means highlights from the previous hour. The Spiker ran into trouble, and thankfully, where that wheel fell off was right on the entrance to pit lane. Mark Goossens had a very, very scary moment, and thankfully came away from this one, and eventually, after a long, slow trip back, was able to get this car, this Riley and Scott, back to pit lane, but it wasn't without some damage to the bodywork. Another scary moment for the second Racing for Holland Dome Judds, and And a lucky escape there, retrieving that from the grass. We've seen many incidents on that corner. But this is the main news from the last hour. 3 times and defending winner Frank Biela is perhaps out of this race. The car ran out of fuel. They tried to push the window a little too far. Frank tried desperately to get it back, but is still stranded out on the circuit. Orbit Racing's Leo Hendry had this awkward spin, but was able to get going again. And the 93 car, you're looking at the GT class leading car. This is Alex Job, Michael Peterson's car. In fact, it's Peterson White Lightning's car, and the crew from Alex Job run this. And they have just come in, tyres, fuel, and they're back out there. Andrew Marriott can tell us more.
Actually, I'm going to tell you about the Bentley pit stop, which happened just a few moments ago. Just simply for fuel, it took them 30 seconds to stop the car, put in a full tank of 90 litres of fuel, and off it went. Absolutely no dramas here this time with that car. So they're in very good shape.
And to touch on a weather point, you can see beautiful sunshine here at Le Mans. Earlier today, everyone was running for cover. It was raining reasonably hard. Everyone was in raincoats, had umbrellas. And we're all thinking we're in for a wet race. What a dramatic turnaround in the weather.
It's unbelievable. I mean, of course, what it's done is it's meant it's been desperately humid. As you walked along, you just put the sweat poured off you whenever you went anywhere. But obviously, it'll mean that we have a nice night because it'll be nice and cool. There's not much wind out there, but it does get cool at night, and that's a God's end as a driver. But you've noticed even these young guys, I think we saw Yorkmeister just now, I mean, sweat was just running off him, and he had a wet, he had a cool suit on. So no wonder us old devils have a bit of a problem out there, Hobbo.
But of course, those GT cars are fiendishly hot, which of course is one of the problems with the Bentley. It must be very hot to drive.
Well, of course, like all these designers, they design the car and then go, my goodness, what about the driver?
Yeah, it was interesting, taking a look at the Corvette, and that they like the 550 Maranello, the front engine car. You get all that extra heat coming back through the floor pan. They've gone to such lengths to try and give the drivers comfort. I mean, credit to Doug Feehan and the fellows on the crew for thinking about driver comfort too, so they're able to maintain their concentration and energy for that much longer.
Oh, absolutely. I actually drove the Bentley. I drove Paul Ricard in 40 laps.
Oh, yeah?
And 60 laps of Snedden, and it's an amazing car, but you have this very close feeling. You can't get in it. A big person, any bigger than me, an inch bigger, just couldn't get in it. It's so tight in there, and it is. I don't think it's that friendly inside. I don't really like the feel of it too much. Yeah. But the car handle, of course, is like a dream. You can't believe how quickly you went around the corners. It's quite frightening, really.
You touched on it there, that you drove the car at Snetterton and Paul Ricard, but the team tested at Snetterton recently. Tell us more about that.
Well, they were really just checking out the new cars. I mean, when we went to Paul Ricard and we came here for the test weekend, we actually had a few minor problems, little glitches, nothing major, but things that would put you out of a 24-hour race. So we thought we just got to do a lot more work, and we had a third chassis on the way, so we obviously went to Snedden and checked it all out, but we had done another 24-hour run at Ricard in the meantime, and it went very well.
This is the number 70 JMB Ferrari 360 Modena, and De Simone has just stepped from the car. Some very quick drivers in this one. David Terrien in there also, and Fabio Babini. They're not exactly vying for class honours at the moment in GT, but as we all know, it's a matter of staying there and being there at the right end of the day of this 24-hour marathon.
That boy guy there's poised with that air gun, and it must be the adrenaline rush when he knows he could make a mistake and not quite do it properly and lose time. These guys really do. I mean, it's so hot down there, and they're picking up these desperately hot wheels. Amazing work that they do, hour after hour.
The cycle Porsche, first we've seen of it today, and one of the, I want to say controversial points, but one of the interesting points about the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans this year, there was a big surprise in the GT class build that the Freising of Porsche did not get an entry.
That was, and it's going to be very interesting to find out what the political answers are on that, because I'm sure there's going to be a couple.
I don't think he's totally in favour in Stuttgart at the moment.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if you heard that or whether I can even say it, but that's the impression I get.
No, I mean, I think we talked about that at Sebring, actually, because there were a lot of allegations that because he was doing his own engine, that he was running a substantially larger motor.
Yeah, Porsche won't have that. You can't You can't, you know, twist the rules to your own benefit if you're running a Porsche or sort of a work-supported effort. They do not like that because it reflects on them as a company.
You know, quite honestly, why would you do it? You look at their record, they're just...
Why do you have to do it?
It's got to be one of the most remarkable cars ever.
But it's so competitive, the class of racing, that anything they can do to beat the others, and you can see there's obviously a certain amount of competitiveness in this class because it's been going so long, they're going to do it, but they shouldn't.
You're looking at car 88, Thomas Enger. The Czech driver leads the GTS class, and he's doing more than leading the GTS class. After just 34 laps, the Czech is in 12th position outright. Just goes to show you, this car was one of the fastest cars in a straight line last year, and again, it is blindingly quick, and if they can hold it together, they're going to make life very, very difficult for Corvette racing.
When we were down there with the Bentleys back in April, they were doing 24-hour tests at the same time. It just went round and round and round and round. And then they brought another one along thoughtlessly. It was incredible. They did the one, and they're determined to win.
Yeah.
In comes the Courage, the Judd power plant in the back, and the 53 Corvette is back in. We'll be back.
He's only just got by.
Welcome back to the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're looking at the race-leading car of Tom Christensen, and each and every hour, one thing we're going to endeavour to do for you at home, watching us here live and exclusive from Le Mans on Speed, is give you the sounds of speed. So turn it up, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Adventures Ferrari 550, one of the strong ones in GTS. Right now, Brian Till has an update on the 675 class.
Well, the 27 car is in the garage area, and I believe so is the 26. It's the class that nobody wants to win. They're looking in the engine compartment, and don't forget, Intersport has had problems with engines all week long, including the testing. 26 car. It was also in earlier. They changed the battery. They're going to have to change the alternator on this stop. They've determined the loss of power was from the alternator. So both cars in the garage. John Field has gotten in the 27 car, so they obviously think that they can get it back out, but they're working feverishly in the back. I can't get back there to see what the problem is right now, but this is not where you want to be when you're running Le Mans.
Tough day for the Intersport guys after leading the class early on, and competition for those guys, the Zytek, the RN Motorsports, John Nielsen, Hayanari Shimoda, Kasper Elgard running 12th overall. 26 car, one we're talking about, is on track and powering on. Updating you that this car, the Audi Sport Japan Team Go entry, Marco Werner, just ahead of David Brabham. This is a good battle. This is for position. Christensen leads by about some 37 seconds, and now we have a race for second. The Bentley is coming up on the Audi.
They're both running very similar lap times right now, too. The last time around, Werner ran a 3:40.4. Brabham's a 3:39.6, so very competitive times.
behind these guys. Stefan Johansson for champion Audi runs fourth. If you've just joined us, you're saying, where's Frank Biela? Where's the Audi UK entry? Sadly, it is stranded on the side of the circuit, and from what we were talking in the ad breaks, etc., it appears that the day is done for that car. Frank Biela, Perry McCarthy, and Mika Salo. Salo and McCarthy didn't even get in the car. The reason? It ran out of fuel. And do you be so harsh, Derek Bell, to say that that's inexcusable?
Yeah.
At this level of motorsport,
They
this
ran
kind
out
of race?
They know. I mean, years ago when you sort of went along and said, oops, that starts to kick up, and you say, I'd better come in. But you even knew then, because somebody had figured it out. But somebody mentioned that maybe he missed the pit entry. I don't believe he did, and if he did, I don't think he'd have done that far anyway. But for sure, they really totally misjudged it, which is such a pity when you consider how well they did the first hour. You know, they were so efficient on the first hour and knew what to do.
Seems an incredible thing to me, but there it is. It happened before, it'll happen again, I
And that's the trouble, you know, if it had been a Yost factory outfit, they wouldn't have done it. It's so efficient. And you, as a team like Bentley, they look at it and sort of think, well, maybe as a private team, they might make similar errors, but they're all getting a lot of support from Audi. But at the end of the day, it's the team manager that makes the call. The other interesting thing I must just bring in here is these two are nose to tail. Oops. Whoa! That's an Arnage.
And that is
the Corvette.
Oh, but it's the 50. Thank goodness it wasn't the 53, which of course is
well, they were just making a great comeback too. Oh, good turn right there. Keep it going. Keep it going.
And I think that's Andy Pilgrim that's in the car at this time.
Yeah, that was a rather silly move, Andy, I have to say.
No, it's Kelly Collins back in the car.
Was it? Already? We just put in and just talked to him. That wasn't a very good move, I have to say. I mean, the whole thing about this race is you do not touch anybody. I mean, I think it's unforgivable. Dear old John Y used to say, no, don't call us, we'll call you. I mean, if you crash, that was it, wasn't it? I mean, and these guys know they can't afford to get away with it. And those two actually pretty high-level drivers, they shouldn't have made that error. Particularly on that short chute, Dave. There's room to go around side by side, and what the hell, when you come to the exit, the Corvette's going to out-drag the other one anyway.
Yeah. That Den Blauerwies car was right at the apex. There's just no question it's his corner.
Time to do some figures here at Le Mans. Take a look at this. It is pit stop summary, and it outlines how many stops, the average laps. Now, the number 8 Bentley, David Brabham, that's a little bit misrepresented because he's had one extra stop, that little awkward thing where he came on in, but have a look how efficient that number 6 Audi is. And perhaps at 11.3 laps, that's not exactly representative of how good that champion Audi is either. They go longer than that.
Well, of course, they had the puncture, didn't they?
Yeah.
Or assumed puncture.
Yeah, I think if we hadn't had that puncture thrown in there, remember they went 14 laps.
Look at this on the inside. David Brabham, Marco Werner, race for second. Brabham puts it right on the inside, and Werner doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
And traffic is looming.
Brabham through, pushes his way through on the inside.
Let's see if Werner fights back now. I wonder, because Werner last year, I mean, everybody talked about his Sebring. This
No, blown it.
Boy, oh boy, did he pick the wrong side of the road there.
Yeah. Well, what you can't believe sitting here, and I guess you've driven around, is it's a totally blind brow.
It's very
you
blind
actually
there, yeah.
cannot see until you actually get down to the turning in point. Not at all easy for him.
And see how cautious David is right there, getting around the Ferrari. He didn't stick it down the inside.
I don't blame him.
No, I don't
Good
blame
move.
him. You just have to remember, here we go again. This watch Ferrari, of course, is thinking, I'll give him some room, and suddenly Brabham's gone the other way. He went and pulled over to let David by on the inside, but Brabham already committed
But the
to the out.
Ferrari pulled right across the bows of the Audi there, could have easily collected on the way across the road.
Yeah. But you remember, Brabham has to be careful here, because he did make a few sort of, not a good move at Sebring, I thought, in traffic. You know, he and Guy Smith there were battling away, and it was a bit immature for the sort of the, when you think about it, the car that they're in and the level they're at. You can't afford to do that. I mean, it's got to be racing, but at the same time, you don't hit anything. And Dr. Pifkin, at the back of the pit, who's the head of the whole of the VW Group competition and Bentley, he said, oh, okay, I'll leave it until I come back.
Brian, what do you have for us?
Well, I was just talking to Dave Price. What are we going to do?
Okay.
On the 26 car.
We're going to change the alternator and the harness to the alternator. We're not quite sure what the problem is, but we're losing voltage all the time.
See, guys, I didn't lie to you before. I just brought them in the pits a little bit earlier. I told you what they were going to do. They just weren't here when I told you.
The Brian Till crystal ball.
That's a shame. That car has been strong. It's running 12th overall at the moment, but now this will be costly. So that battle of survival of the fittest, the strongest in 675 continues. Marco Werner, the German's having a very strong run. Coming up in just under 25 minutes time, live qualifying from the Canadian Formula One Grand Prix right here on Speed Channel. Rubens Barrichello was quick yesterday. Can he maintain that top position? Brian Till, what do you have?
The number 5 car's in. It's a routine stop. They're checking tires and they're giving him fuel. Tire engineers have been checking, using their barometers, burners down and away. Fuel only. He's going to keep those tires on. It should be good.
Marco Werner is released. And this Norma Ford, Edward Cesinali Racing, moments ago had a spin, ended up in the gravel trap and was able to regroup and is still going. But as we said earlier,
slowly, isn't he?
Yeah. Let's have a look at what happened to this car.
Ooh.
Locking everything up.
Tire went
Look at how
down.
low it is. Yeah,
Tire went.
Yep, left rear tire's gone.
I mean, he's very lucky to get that far into the corner, actually. You're lucky he didn't go straight at that tyres, because you can't slow it down.
Bodywork coming apart there completely.
And now there'll be about 3.5 hundredweight of gravel that will be all over the whole of the straight from that chicane now, which is where we get the punctures from. And of course, we had a load last year.
I'm just kind of admiring the fact that he really didn't lose a lot of bodywork on that, but it looked like a splitter still remained intact after that.
Splitter was splitting on the front, wasn't it?
It was bouncing.
Looking at the Lavra competition, Viper, Christophe Bouchou, the man who won 10 years ago. And you can keep up with the race today on SPEEDtv.com. You can follow it. It has live leaderboards, it has the galleries, it has the reports, all the information you need. While we are away, you can stay up to date. Of course, we have just over 20 minutes coverage still to go here from the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, but that's the timetable for today. If you're at home, it is a perfect day to be a couch potato. We've got lots coming up. Of course, the F1 from Montreal straight after this, but we'll be back at various stages throughout the rest of today and tomorrow. In total, 17.5 hours we are bringing you. And we're almost through our first stint. This is the race leading car, Tom Christensen, the man who's heading for 5 24-hour victories here at Le Mans.
I just wonder how well he'd have done if he'd managed to get a decent seat in F1. He was doing test driving, wasn't he, last year and the year before, but I guess, you know, he gets such a good deal with the Audi group before when he raced for Audi and now with Bentley.
When Marco Werner came in, on the pit board at Bentley, it said L4. That means already the Audi has already got 4 laps better fuel mileage than the Bentley. There is no doubt about it that the Audis are running much better gas mileage.
Currently the Audis sit 3rd and 4th on the road. You're looking at the Norma Ford still struggling to get back to the pits. It's Christensen and Brabham in the 2 Bentleys up front. Here is your race leading car coming up on the Graham Nash, Saleen, Werner, Johansson. Then it is Andy Wallace, the 1988 Le Mans winner in the Dome with the Judd Power Plant, racing for Holland, teammate with Jan Lammers. Then Max Pappas in the Panoz, the JML team Panoz, running 6th outright. The Courage, Stefan Sarrazin, former F3000 and F1 driver, sits 7th. Another Courage, Jean-Marc Gounon, another ex-Formula One driver, sits 8th. The 3rd Courage, Ayari, 9th. And the 2nd Panoz, David Salins, the Belgian making his Le Mans debut, sits 10th. So both Panoz with the Elan power plant, both in the top 10. Speaking of the Panoz, here it is. Young Swiss driver Benjamin Leuenberger climbs aboard, takes over from David Salins, and just like the Belgian, it's his Le Mans debut. I know for all 3 of you guys, no disrespect, but your respective debuts were a long time ago. What's it like? I mean, is it nerve-wracking? Is it thrilling? Is it like nothing else you've ever experienced? What's it like?
Well, in my case, it was certainly the most exciting thing that had ever happened to me, because when I was a kid growing up, Formula One was, you know, obviously people like Jimmy Clark were great heroes of mine, Sterling Moss in particular. But Sterling, you know, to me, you know, some of his greatest events were at races like this. This was the race I really wanted to do, and I really wanted to win. I mean, things like the Indy 500 weren't on my radar screen at all. This was the race that I fancied winning. You know, Michael Parks in the Ferrari, Phil Hill in the Ferrari. That's what I wanted to be, part of that group.
Good to see the IndySport racing car is back out of the garage and going again. One of our All-American teams.
That's a quick lube, James.
Good to see Banana Joe's car back out there. Bill, Derek, first time at Le Mans, what was it like?
Oh, I think intimidating for me because I couldn't get over the whole magnitude of everything from the size of the crowds on the pit straight. You look from front to back and it's like watching a Super Bowl full of people just spread out forever, and the tradition, the history, the pomp and pageantry, just the whole thing is really very overwhelming.
Brian?
Well, John Bright, I know that you guys have had trials and tribulations a long time in the garage here. What was the problem?
We had an alternator failure, and unfortunately it's not an easy part to change. It's underneath the floor of the car, but we've managed to replace it and it's out there running now, and the batteries are charging, so hopefully I'll have a clear run.
It'll make you feel better if I tell you the 26 has an alternator problem too?
Probably does, yes. Thank you.
All right, Andrew.
Andrew.
Well, David Salins just climbed out of the car. I heard you guys talking about people looking really hot and sweaty. Look at this guy, he's really cool and he's hardly got any sweat on him. You must have been working hard in the gym, David.
Yeah, I'm training really hard and the result is here, you know. I hate not to be fit and not to be busy with my job, so I'm a professional and that's the way I do it.
Ah, listen to that. Well, you had a very good stint indeed. You must be happy it's the car going well, but the track, lots of people spinning all over the place.
Yeah, the Panoz car, they gave me just this very good car to do the job for me. I'm just driving it, and it's quite easy for the moment. It's running, and we have a good pace, moved up some places, and that's where it's all about.
Thanks very much, David Salins, a real pro.
Talking of David Salins, probably about, I don't know, 6 or 8 weeks ago, we just mentioned what a big moment and what a memorable occasion his Le Mans debut is. Well, about 2 months ago, he and I and Paul Ryan, the Team Panoz PR guy, went down to the World of Outlaws at Talladega, and David Salins says that was an experience he'll never forget.
Quite a contrast, one has to say. Absolute contrast to here. But if I may say, my first time here was sort of fairly on, like all of us, I guess. We were in the beginning of our careers, and I never had an ambition to race at Le Mans particularly, because obviously it was Formula One you aimed at, wasn't it? And I came here with Ferrari, believe it or not, my first time, and it was pretty awe-inspiring to race with Ferrari. And I dreamt so much, or read so much about team effort, team tactics and everything, and Ferrari just said, you and Peterson know how to win, off you go. And we went, what? We'd never been there before, and of course we didn't last very long. Well, it wasn't our fault the engine went, but on the back straight after about 4 hours. But there's a big crash at White House when Regazzoni went out, when we all hit Reina Wiesel and I got by. Oh yeah. And my engine went the next lap. That was the end of my Le Mans, but it was very, very exciting up to that point.
This guy had his first Le Mans last year, Kevin Buckler, and won on debut in class. It has been just a stellar 12 months for the Californian, and he currently sits third in class, begins the chase. The Norma Ford has finally made it back to pit road, but the attrition rate for the first 2.5 hours has been pretty high. It has been a tough start to the 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. The Bentleys continue to lead the way, and what a fabulous shot that is, driving away. The fastest cars on the track, Tom Christensen dominating at the moment. GT leaderboard, this is how it sits, and Buckler now moves up into second on the charge. You rejoin us at Circuit de la Sarthe here in France. The Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Class leaders on screen at the moment. It is still the number 7 Bentley, Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello and Guy Smith. In the 675 class, it is the Reynard Lehman engine car. The leaders in that category have been swapping, revolving, changing all the time. GTS, it is the Ferrari of Thomas Enger, Peter Cox and Jamie Davies. They're being challenged, though, not by their sister car, but by the Team Luke Alfan Adventures. And it's Lucas Luer, Sasha Masson and Emmanuel Collard in the Alex Job / Peterson Motorsports entry that lead the way in GT. You're looking at second place, Bentley, David Brabham.
I just saw a puff of smoke there off the back of the Bentley as it turned into the chicane, but it was possibly just a brake lock-up.
Well, you know, it might be, because I'm looking here at the lap times, and David Brabham is running 5 seconds a lap quicker than his teammate Christensen. He's running 37s, and Christensen's 42.
Yeah,
so
that's as quick as they've done the whole race.
David is really flying around the track.
The thing is, David actually...
Oops,
there
look at
is.
the wiggler under
Yeah,
braking,
he missed
too.
it. He missed it, too.
Yeah,
He's
got
really
in
trying
too.
hard. No, I mean, David, you know, he's got a hell of a lot to prove, and he's... Oh, what's he trying to do? It's a bit of a...
Just getting the rubbish off the tyres?
I'd say he's getting the
I think so.
pickup off the tyres.
But he's such a talented driver, and he's not really been recognised enough.
No, I agree
And
with you.
here he is, you know, when we've been testing, David is always actually as quick, if not quicker than anybody.
Yeah.
But it never quite shows on paper because of one reason or another. And you saw him in qualifying here. You know, he could have gone a couple of seconds quicker, but he got held up, and it shows on the telemetry. You can't tell lies these days.
Yeah.
And this is the one chance he has, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, of showing how quick he is, because this car can take it.
You know what I think is a great story? These two, when I say these two, David Brabham and Jan Magnussen, teammates for many years at Panoz. Unceremoniously, they got the boot in a cost-cutting effort at Panoz last year, and as a result, both have been presented with their best opportunities to win the big endurance races.
Yep.
Speaking of Panoz, Max Pappas brings the 11 in.
Lying in 6th spot. He was doing reasonable times. Well, his last up, which you couldn't tell that with his
Fuel only. Things look fairly relaxed down there at the JML Team Panoz pit. Now, just to reiterate on what I said earlier about Andy Waldrop, team manager, he said, our philosophy, our strategy is simple. We know we're not the fastest car, but we're going to be there at the end.
Yeah, they've consistently been running about 10 seconds a lap slower than the lead pace, but they are still going.
Well, one of the cars that we haven't seen a great deal of is the leading GTS car, the 88 Velox Pro-Drive Ferrari 550 Maranello. Andrew Marriott's with one of the drivers.
I certainly am. I'm with Jamie Davis. He's really enjoying Le Mans. He's been here before, of course, with the Panoz, but leading the class, Jamie.
Yeah, everything seems to be going quite well at the moment. Hopefully the car can hold together. Obviously, it's a long way to go in the 24 hours of Le Mans, but at the moment we're fairly happy. The car seems to be doing what we want it to do, and the guys who've got out so far seem fairly confident that the car felt nice. So I'm waiting to get into the car soon and see for myself.
Are they able to double stint the tyres? Can you double stint?
Seems so at the moment, yeah. Peter Cox started the race and he double stinted the tyre. And I believe that Thomas is also doing the same, so I shall probably be doing the same when I go out into the car at the next stint as well. So all in all, it's all looking quite good at the moment. The Michelin tyre's performing well.
Already one Corvette's had a major problem.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, as I said before, it's a long race. You really don't know what's going to happen. I mean, Corvette falling had a little problem at the beginning of the race, but you know, we need to be here again. Obviously, it's 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, and then you know we can put our hand up.
That's Jamie Davis, comes from Somerset in England, where the cider apples grow.
Oh, very poetic.
Wow, cider. He's been eating too many cider apples.
Somerset cider.
Oh, you reckon he's been drinking a bit too?
We continue on with the Audi Sport Japan entry. And again, to highlight the point that no factory Audi effort this year. These are all privateer entries with some factory support. Audi Sport UK out, no longer running in this race. And if you've just joined us, the reason why 3 times and defending winner Frank Biela will not get a chance at a record 4th straight is because they have run out of fuel.
Absolutely just appalling.
Now, there's one thing I could perhaps point out is they haven't done any testing, that team, because they're on a very limited budget, and that might mean they just didn't quite have the feedback.
We're 50 years on pit road here. We see the Corvette driver change, Brian.
Well, Oliver Gavin is getting in. He'll take over from Andy Pilgrim. They said that they had that contact before, but the body was in good shape. Problem was they picked up a lot of pickup on the tires, and the car was not handling well after that off-course excursion. His teammate, the 53 car, was in just a moment ago. That was an unscheduled stop. They felt like they had perhaps a loose wheel, which indeed they did. The left rear was loose, and it was knocking the brake rotor back and forth and pushing the pads out, so they had a long brake pedal. They tightened that wheel up. They also have a telemetry issue. They had to do a download off the computer because their telemetry is not clear right now for some reason. That's the way it goes for the Corvette teams. Minor problems, nothing big. They seem to be fine. They'll be back out and back at it.
You know, I talked earlier, Derek, I mentioned the venting they're doing. Look at the mirror. See the hole in the mirror? That's actually an area where they found it's a fairly high-pressure area. They thought it's doing nothing for aerodynamics, so let's put a hole there and create a good vent system for the driver. Sharp.
Very clever.
Very.
Yeah, that's clever. I mean, how long has the mirrors been on cars and not been used to benefit apart
Just
from
incredible.
looking behind you?
Yep.
Andrew?
Yeah, well, I'm chasing down Robin Liddell, who's, I think he did a 3-section. In fact, he's walked away from me in the garage. It's not like Robin Lanesby. So I just, I'll have to hand back to you. Robin, can you just join? Robin's really out of it. He's going to come back to us in a couple of minutes.
Well, he has constantly been the fastest driver in that car, in the PK Sport car. Incidentally, we will see this team, this car, and Robin Liddell in the American Le Mans Series this year, which is great. Second driver unnamed at the moment.
They were doing really well earlier on, but they have slipped way back off the chart. They are down in 40th position.
675, class leader. This is one of the WR Peugeots. And in the background, take a look. I think the Team NASAMAX car has got going again, which is great news. We saw them come to a standstill earlier, but now they are back moving. And the 25 Gerard Welter entry squeezes by the JMB Ferrari. Now it's a drag race. This is a good shot. 675 versus GT.
Yep.
Oh, Lord getting a tow.
He's getting a tow.
Yeah,
Must really be good.
Getting a tow off that little car.
And now he outdrags him. That's such a nasty kink. Will, as the sun starts to set, coming through here now is so
and here's the
dangerous.
NASAMAX car back after having been put behind the guardrail about an hour or so ago. We saw it being pushed behind.
Still side by side. Now he's going to try and get a drop.
They probably put some rotting food in it to make it work again. Did they? That massive mess.
You know, I did a thing last week with Michelin in California. They take part in this thing that it's the first time it's ever run in the U.S., I believe, called Challenge Bibendum. And it's got all this to do with alternate fuel source vehicles, from hydrogen to electric to rotting apples, whatever you want to put in a car, as long as it'll make it run, to try and discover and perfect new fuel source for vehicles. It's interesting to see this car on the racetrack.
Well, this looks interesting.
This battle goes on, doesn't it? Here comes the Team NASAMAX car.
And he's going to follow. There we go. Whoa, dear, that Ferrari pulled in on them.
Going for fourth curve there. Fast old turn that.
Yeah.
Going there at about 130 mile an hour.
While we talk about how this is very much an experimental project with the bioethanol fuel, etc., this certainly does. This is significant. It marks the return. It's been a long break since Cosworth, because Cosworth is involved in this project. Their return to Le Mans. It's been a long, long time since they've been involved in something serious here at Le Sarthe. There's a lot of keen eyes on that car to see how and if it can make and get through the 24-hour period. Back on board the 53. They are the lead Corvette. They have their hands full. Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Rolex, the watch of champions the world over, and by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. As you can see, a marvelous crowd on hand. Earlier in the week, it felt like it may have been a little lower than usual, but not to be. Packed around this circuit. Top 6 overall. Christensen still leads the way from David Brabham. Marco Werner having a very strong run in the Audi Sport Japan Team Go entry. And then it is the champion racing Audi. Haven't seen a lot of that car today, but we know that it is very good with its fuel economy. There is the 675 class. And sadly for our boys, the Intersport car, they've had a tough day. They are trying to work their way back up. GTS It is Ferraris that are dominating this one. Thomas Enger in the Velox ProDrive car, but a little bit of a surprise. The Luke Alphon Adventures car, the blue 550, has edged its way up into second. The GT battle, let's take a look at that, and it is the Alex Job Racing Peterson combo that lead the way with Fleur Masson.
All I want to do is to thank you, even though I don't know who you are. You let me change lanes while I was driving in my car. All I want to do is to thank you, even though I don't know who you are. You let me change lanes while I was driving in my car. Whoever you are, I want to thank you. 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 Whoever you
This is the 71st running of the world's greatest endurance race. This is the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Hello everyone and welcome to Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans, and it is the world's greatest endurance race. This is all about history, tradition, and the grueling workload over a 24-hour period. Phil Adam, this is all about seeing who has the best cars, who has the best drivers, and who can tough it out for 24 hours.
Yeah, indeed it is, and sometimes it's all about who has the best luck. We've already seen some strange things happen early in the race. A couple of people had failures, very uncharacteristic for the teams, and even tire failures as well. As good as the Michelin tires are, they can't stand punctures. That has taken the champion team right now from a challenging position back into 4th place, and the bad hours, the dark, just about to ready to start.
Well, that's what I was just about to talk about. I mean, we've had plenty of hours of daylight. We've still got it. Sun is starting to set, but slowly. We're going into the crazy part of the day. I mean, what can you expect from here?
Well, you know, actually, for most of the drivers, they really like getting into the dark because they're used to the track. Everything is very much in a rhythm and a flow by this point. So the dark, if anything, gives relief to some drivers. It gets a little bit cooler. It takes away some of the distraction. In fact, one of the distractions you see behind us later on will be a giant Ferris wheel. In the night, that's one of the very few distractions, so it's actually a bonus for some.
So far here at La Sarthe, we have seen the Bentleys dominate. It has been the number 7 for the majority of the day. They have exchanged 7 and 8, but it has been Tom Christensen, Guy Smith, and Dindo Capello leading for the majority of the day. Andrew Marriott has more on the Bentley situation.
Yes, Guy Smith's in that car at the moment, but we got 2 for the price of 1. Tom's just looking at the screen, but I've got Dindo with me. Dindo, it's going very well. I mean, so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. Now, you know, still many hours to go, but the car at the moment feels very, very good. It's not easy to drive. We have to be careful because it's very easy to make a mistake. And honestly, I have to tell, I never drove such a difficult car in Le Mans before, and it's not easy, but at the moment we can keep a good pace, and at the moment we are still 1 minute 40 ahead of the car number 8. That's good.
Tom, about a minute and a half in front of your teammates. Any team orders thus far?
No, there's absolutely no team orders. I mean, the only thing was that it was important to get the pole, because the pole position means that we could stay out a lap longer than them. So basically we had the chance to see what they did. And when they did in triple stint, I was the first to triple stint, and that gave a little bit extra lead as well. And I hope we can stabilize this until it gets dark, and then maybe we can go a little bit faster.
Well, thanks very much, guys, and well, they're the leaders. We're going to go to Brian.
Well, down in the Corvette pits with the number 53 car, they're in for a routine stop. They did do a driver change. Johnny O'Connell got out. Frank Freon is getting in. It's routine for them. They know they can't keep the pace of the Ferraris on the straightaways, so they just got to make it up in perfect pit stops and make sure that they work their plan, and hopefully it'll come to them. Johnny O, you just got out of the car. Everything going to plan so far?
Yeah, you know, really good. Actually, it's improving as we're going here. Other than the starts, it's hard to get out of the hole. You know, after the first stint, the shifter was a little bit notchy. That's coming around. The handling's coming around. We were fighting tire pressure issues for a while. So, you know, she's feeling better now. You know, it's a long way to go, but the car was feeling good.
Nighttime good for you guys?
You know, we love the night, and you know, I mean, it's going to cool down. It'll be easier pressure on everything. But that's the same for everyone. But, you know, Frank, myself, and Ron, we've been here a lot. We know what to expect at night, so hopefully we'll keep moving this thing forward.
The experience pays, especially in the dark around a difficult place like this, guys. Pleased to say that Johnny O'Connell, Frank Freon, and Ron Fellows are sitting very nicely. Let's have a look at the overall standings as we grind on closer to the nighttime racing. Christensen, Capello, Smith, they still lead away. The second Audi sits nicely in second. But have a look at this. We've got some strong contenders in the overall standings. That Japanese Audi sitting third. Then we have the champion Audi sitting fourth. What about the Dome Judds? They have been very strong. Jan Lammers, Andy Wallace, they won it together in 1988, sitting fifth and good. And sixth is the first of the Panoz cars. So there's some contenders still in there and still on the lead lap. Let's take a look at GTS. It's still the Enger Cox Davies Ferrari 550 Maranello that leads the way there. The two Velox ProDrives car at the top. Then it's the third 550, and here comes Fellows, O'Connell, and Freon. Andrew.
Yeah, I've got Thomas Enger with me, very relaxed. I don't know if the camera we just look is in his shorts. Thomas, you're just relaxing a bit because you're going to be out of the car for a while.
Yeah, that's right. I was in the car now 2 hours, and the car's running perfectly so far.
I'm going to stop you. You did a brilliant job, man. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. I was just trying my best. Obviously, we wanted to get to the finish, so we are not pushing over the limit, but everything is going fine. Car is working well. My teammates are driving very fast as well, so that's good. We are there.
Last year I interviewed you on the grid and you waved to your father up in the grandstand. Is he here again?
That's right. No, he's watching me in the television at the time.
That's a shame. Thomas, keep it up for ProDrive Ferrari. Did you expect the Corvettes to be a bit tougher?
Well, not really, let's say. After the qualifying, when we were, let's say, 3-4 seconds ahead of them, I expect this pace or this difference to be in the race as well. But unfortunately, they had some bad luck. And I can see now we have bad luck as well. The bonnet is going off. So let's see. Keep fingers crossed.
Thanks very much, Thomas, for your car is in the pits, and we're just going to watch that.
Yeah, problems there for the 88 Ferrari. We will monitor that situation. If you've just joined us, we have only just returned to Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans, but we have so much more coming up. We are with you for another just under 2.5 hours. Then we will be back later on this evening at 7:30 Eastern for a special half-hour show, and you can see Sunday's coverage there as well. Plenty more to come from the 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Well, the sun is starting to go down, but still a while away yet. Plenty of sunlight here in France. Stick around.
You could have seen it coming. Cadillac, breakthrough.
Friday nights, go trackside.
It's not scooting, it's not sliding, this is digging. This is the show of shows.
I bet you don't know what boogity boogity boogity.
It starts races and it sells a lot of t-shirts.
This is my people right here.
They thunder down that back straightaway.
This is out of hand down here. I like this.
Trackside, Friday nights, only on Speed.
Coffee? No, thanks. I think I'll get my own.
Perhaps he's compelled by the sumptuous aroma. Or does he desire the rich, luscious taste crafted in Europe? Maybe it's because he makes Javalia his way. delicious every time. To experience the pleasure of Javalia Cafe yourself, call 1-800-485-7949. We'll deliver 2 boxes of our fine European coffee, plus a thermal carafe coffee maker. We'll even include a stainless steel travel mug. If you enjoy Javalia, we'll send more whenever you like. 2 boxes of freshly sealed Javalia, the thermal coffee maker and mug, delivered to you for just $19.95 with no further obligation. Call 1-800-485-7949. Javalia Cafe. Always a pleasure to come home to.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving, by Rolex, the watch of champions the world over, and by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. We continue. You can see the headlights now starting to come into effect, and this Audi Sport Japan Team Go entry just keeps on blasting on and maintains a top 4 position. Let's take a look at GT standings. This is very interesting. It's an all Porsche battle at the top. As they sit at the moment, it is the Alex Job Peterson White Lightning Racing combination that lead the way from the Japanese entry, the Yogo-driven car, Taizan, and then we have Leo Hendry, Peter Barron and Mark Lieb in the Orbit Porsche sitting 3rd in class. Andrew, tell us more.
I'm going to tell you why Kevin Buckler is not in the race at the moment. Kevin, they're working on the car. I believe he got a problem with the clutch.
Yeah, we were in P1. We were feeling pretty good about it, and we've got a little problem with the clutch. We're working on to get it fixed. The guys are great. They'll get it fixed, but it's a lot of time.
Kevin, you dropped about 9 minutes already. How long does it take to change the clutch?
Normally an hour, but the guys will probably do it in much less than that, I'm sure. So the under trays themselves take 10, 15 minutes to take off. But we got our best guys on it, so they'll get it out as soon as they can.
Thanks very much, Kevin. So he won the Rolex 24. He's got the Rolex 24 shirt on, but doesn't look like he's going to win here at Le Mans.
Andrew Marriott and Brian Till down in pit lane. Lee Diffie, Bill Adam with you here. We'd also like to welcome back a man who started this race 20 times, David Hobbs. Pressure on those guys, David, for the GT, and pressure here on Champion Audi to make another flawless pit stop.
Well, tremendous pressure on the Porsche, because if you remember last year, I mean, they duked it out right to the line to win that class. So to have like even if it's a 20-minute change of clutch, that's going to be very serious setback to that Kevin Buckler car.
You see one of the crew right there cleaning off that little tiny plastic windscreen right in front as Manuele Pirro, yeah, it's Pirro, just got back in the car. This should be fun to watch. I got a chance to chat briefly with the team manager when I was down there getting a bite to eat, and he said they're going to try and turn up the pace a little bit and see if they can make up the time they lost because of that flat tire. So Pirro is certainly the man to do it.
Well, of course, that's the sort of thing that can get you out. I mean, in the old days, like I say, you could have all sorts of problems and get a number of laps behind. But nowadays, those Bentleys just keep going like they're going. I mean, there's no way you're ever going to catch them up.
They are going very, very quickly, and so far a perfect stop. I love watching this guy, though. He's such a wonderful driver. Oh, and there's Nielsen's car back in.
That is John behind the wheel as well.
Looks like a normal stop. I don't see anybody in a panic about anything. So just the fuel going in the side.
They were running so well before. They were knocking on the top 10 door, and now, sadly, they've dropped back to 27th overall. Just speaking, getting back to Emanuele Pirro for a moment there, Bill. I mean, he has always been so good on his fitness. He's worked incredibly hard. Just recently, he did the Red Bull fitness camp with some of the other Team Audi drivers in the south of Germany. But I was having a chat with him at a coffee the other day, and he said, that didn't really do a whole lot for me. It's only a 2 or 3 day camp. We do it for a bit of morale building. He said, but you know what I've been really doing a lot lately, and I haven't done any of this. He said, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I've been getting into long distance kayaking. And he said, boy, does that help with your shoulders, your back. He said, I feel so together at the moment. He said, this is going to really help me for this 24-hour race.
It's so important. I think we saw it earlier. One of the young drivers got out of the car and said that he'd gotten into a fitness routine. And I think it's gone past the days of when you could eat, drink, and be merry, jump in the race car, go and have a go for a couple of hours. And nowadays, the pace has picked up to such an intense level that you really have to be professional about every phase of your conditioning.
Well, of course, one of the things that these days, I mean, all the top cars use 3 drivers, at least. And in the old days, I mean, we always did it with just 2 drivers. But you know, you have got, these days, the downforce, the side load, the neck, loads and the upper body loads, there's no way you could do what we used to do. I don't think you could do a 4-hour stint in one of those Audis.
No. You could certainly do 3, because one of the nice things, I just thinking watching a piece on Kevin Buckner's Porsche when they're having a clutch problem, is with the Audi and with the paddle shifts, it not only helps the driver, but it helps the mechanics, because it takes away a lot of the potential problems that drivers
a huge
make.
risk of missing gear.
Missing a gear, that's exactly right, or slipping a clutch, or inadvertently riding with one foot partly on the clutch pedal, just to create a little bit of extra heat and wear.
Here we are running, that's a shame, we were running down to the Indianapolis complex, and this to me is, this time of night, this scene right here is Le Mans. As you come through here, through the left-hand at Indianapolis, down to Arnage, the sun's setting, you've got to put your sunglasses on for this last stint, you've got to get it just right, then this slow corner at Arnage, and then you blast off into the countryside, as you can see, trees to the right and left, houses behind those trees, and very fast run past people's backyards, both sides of the road here. Then you swoop through the countryside with the sun just glinting through the front of the car. To me, that scene is Le Mans. That to me is the scene.
Yeah. Well, we make a big deal about how the sun is starting to set. It's 8:45 at night local time here in Le Mans. But we've still got about another hour and a half, maybe another hour and 45 of sunlight, haven't we?
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of having this race. Obviously, Northern France is an hour ahead of England, for instance, or GMT, so French summertime. They are very, very long evenings. We're very, very far north here. And it's going to be light till nearly 11, and it will get light again at about 4:30.
Yeah. I learned some smart lessons early in my career, and one was to hate 24-hour races. But this was always the best of the 24-hour races, because the periods of darkness were so short that you really don't need your headlights until well after 10 o'clock, and usually by 4:30 in the morning, it's bright enough and you can turn your lights off. So your risk level in the black is very low.
We've had a change at the front of the GTS leaderboard, but let's take a look at the LMP 675 class, and it is that Reynard Lehman engine, which is a special engine. They lead the way, and look who is in second. Thankfully, the Intersport boys are coming back. They sit there, John Field, Duncan Dayton, Rick Sutherland. That's a good, strong run. Let's hope they can hold in there and hold it together. Tell us more about this class, Brian.
Well, Didier, Andre, you guys are leading this class, and it may be somewhat of a surprise. I know the guys in front of you have had some problems, but you guys have soldiered on, doing great.
Yeah, we, the car won last year and the year before, so the car is a good car. And we didn't qualify very well because we don't put qualified tires. We just wanted to be sure that we had the good momentum for the race, and we just worked for the race because, it's a very long race, 24 hours. Now it's, I don't know, 20 hours, maybe 19 something. So we just have to do not make any mistakes and keep, doing what we just did since the beginning of the race, and we'll see in a few hours.
It sounds like they're working their plan. You don't win qualifying, guys. You win after 24 hours, and that's what they're working on.
But are those words so important, and they apply so specifically to 675? We just have to keep going. That's the same rule for everyone, though. Some of our 900s whipped through the back of the GT field. We will be back. The clock keeps ticking, and we will be here for you.
In 2003, the Corvette legend continues. Corvette Racing and the dominant C5R will celebrate Corvette's 50th anniversary this year by continuing its unprecedented success in the world of racing. Corvette Racing looks forward to a repeat of its season last year that brought home 9 victories in 10 races, including hard-fought wins at Sebring and the legendary 24 Hours of Le Mans race. This year, everyone can help Corvette celebrate its victories at the Corvette 50th Anniversary Celebration in Tennessee. Nashville will sing with a choir of engines on June 27th and 28th, when an estimated 15,000 Corvette enthusiasts come together for the ultimate Corvette party.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Want to help Special Olympics? Want a Michelin Man bobblehead? Go to michelinman.com to find out how.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker. It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, your car is ready.
Wake up to real performance from Yokohama at a dealer near you.
Welcome back to Speed's live and exclusive coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Organised by that institution there, the ACO. Let's take a look at what has happened today so far. A magnificent start, as always. It is truly one of the highlights of the 24 hour. Don Panoz waved the race away. There were some good moves first on in turn one, some forceful driving. Sadly, for Oliver Gavin and Corvette Racing, early problems with throttle linkage issues. They are storming back, though. Wasn't the way to get their day going. The Bentley said, take a look at this, everyone. This is how fast we can go. The second, number 92, DeWalt TBR, spun. Meanwhile, lead car spun even worse and is out of the race. Stanton and Hay and Rob Buff, sadly they're gone. In the second hour, the Spiker ran into troubles, but if you're going to run into troubles, you need to do it in pit lane, and that's exactly where that happened. Mark Goossens had a very, very scary spin down in Indianapolis and then was able to finally limp back to the pits, but it wasn't without damage. But the big surprise in this race, 3 times champion Frank Biela is out. They ran out of gas. Can you believe that? Leo Hendry had a spin in his Yankees livery Porsche 911. Meanwhile, the 2WR Peugeots, look at this. Almost disaster for the teammates. The front car spun. Sister car almost cleaned it up. Then there was a confrontation between the 50 Corvette and one of the Dome Racing for Holland Judds. Look at the Judd saying, what did you do that for me for? And David Brabham had a great scrap with Marco Werner. Meanwhile, one of the Velox Pro Drive Ferrari was caught right in the middle of that. Let's have a look at the Corvette race summary. Overall leader is Guy Smith in the number 7 Bentley, who's just taken over from Tom Christensen not long ago. Audi still maintain their top 4 positions. That is, of course, with the champion Audi from Florida and the Audi Sport Japan machine. 3 cars out, and of course the most notable one is number 10. That is the Audi UK. And I don't mean to harp on this, guys. We'll talk more about that fuel issue. First, let's get it down to Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, we just had a pit stop here for the 8 Bentley. It was one of those quick sort of 40-second ones where they just squirted the fuel in, wiped the windscreen, and off it went. And it seems to be running absolutely clockwork. The 8 car of Johnny Herbert, David Brabham, and Mark Blundell.
Let's get back to talking about it, Davidville. Talking about that Audi UK, Frank Biela no longer in the race. Poor old Perry McCarthy and former Toyota Formula 1 driver Mika Salo did not even get in the car. At this level of motorsport, how can you run out of fuel?
That is a very good question, but I'll tell you what, you know, some people do walk around with a black cloud over their head. Perry McCarthy is one of those people, as is Mika Salo. Frank Biela, the sun shines on him always. He has had an incredible career, multiple champions. But I tell you what, when the stars don't line up, I mean, can you imagine Perry McCarthy, how he must feel? Best car he has ever driven at Le Mans, and the thing runs out of gas before he even gets in it.
Almost inexcusable.
Yeah, I mean, and I know exactly how he feels. I drove for Roger Penske for 4 of these endurance races in 1971 in a Ferrari 512 LM. It would have absolutely cleaned up every single one of those races. And we had the weirdest things go wrong every single race.
Ryan Till, what do you have?
Well, I'm down in the Audi pit, the number 5 Audi Team Go, Audi Sport Japan. They had a pit stop moments ago. They had to change the nose. It seems Marco Werner got on some of the curbing, popped the nose loose, and when he got up behind one of the other prototypes, packed air up underneath it, broke the nose in half, and it was actually lifted about 8 or 10 inches as he came in. Talk about being lucky. It was his in lap. What lap was it? Lap 15. Wow. They are going 15 laps now, guys. It's a fuel mileage deal, and the engineer said, make sure you say that on the air. I want the Bentley guys to hear it.
Wow. Well, you know what? Sometimes that can happen.
There you go. Because, again.
Yeah. Although as a driver, if you know you're coming in, sometimes you relax your concentration just a little bit. You know you're going to get a breath of air, and you can relax for a second, and that's all it takes at this level.
Car number 8. This is the car second in the race. It is the second Bentley Speed 8. On board is British driver Mark Blundell. We've seen Mark here at Le Mans for the past several years in an MG. And
of course, he was the winner here in the Peugeot, run by Jean Todt, who our viewers are very familiar with as the chef d'équipe of Ferrari now. He ran the Peugeot sports car team, and they won this race back in 1992. On his one of those years.
Well, and right now, the car on our screen, that ADT champion car, is the fastest car on the track. Emanuele Pirro gets in the car, is running 3-minute, 39-second laps. He is 3 seconds a lap quicker than the leading Bentley. So that's what I thought. He's a fireball. I love watching this fella.
And this is what we saw at the 12 Hours of Sebring, wasn't it? Emanuele absolutely ran the neck of this car all day long.
He's just such a gifted driver. And, you know, for some of the viewers that may not know exactly what happened at Sebring, it looked like how Champion lost the race. There was a pit stop when Pirro was getting back in the car. I believe it was J.J. Leto getting out, and they didn't get a seat insert into the right spot, which means that piece that is form-fit to his back was out by an inch or two. So instead of having a nice soft seat to sit in, he had something jabbing him right in the kidney. And about halfway through the shift, he radioed the crew chief and said he had lost feeling in both legs. He toughed it out as long as possible. You know yourself how tough it is to drive a bad rental car with a seat that's uncomfortable. Think about a race car. It's remarkable that he did it, but that cost Champion one extra stop, and that was their bad luck at Sebring.
Emanuele Pirro currently sits 4th in this race and pushing that Champion Audi as hard as he can. There is Frank Freon. He hopes this is going to be his 3rd win with Corvette.
Steel Building's Factory Direct. Allied Steel opens its doors direct to the public in time for a spring clearance. Buildings delivered at dealer prices. Call for home garages, workshops, warehouses, riding arenas, ag buildings, barns, automotive, retail, and more. Call toll-free in time for a factory spring clearance. Call Allied at 877-99-STEEL. That's 877-99-STEEL, and speak to an Allied factory rep today.
It's the ultimate road thrill. 200-mile-per-hour road rockets rock road Atlanta. The American Le Mans Series stars in cars from the world's greatest auto race. European style, American attitude. Don't miss the Chevy Grand Prix of Atlanta, June 27 through 29. To order tickets, call 1-800-849-RACE.
Did you know that 70% of Americans don't have a legal will? Over the next decade, more than $700 billion will be held in U.S. banks from people who have died without making a will, leaving loved ones in financial and emotional distress. Young or old, married or single, widowed or divorced, everybody needs a legal will. Without a legal will, others may decide who gets your belongings and who will become the guardian of your children. The American Legal Will Kit is easy to use. Just follow the instructions to make a will that's legal in all states. At $29.95, it saves you time, money, and legal costs. Writing your will is not about you. It's about the people you care about. It's about putting in place today what is needed to keep them safe tomorrow. You don't need a lawyer. The American Legal Will Kit makes it easy and legal. Call the toll-free number on your screen to order your American Legal Will Kit today, and we'll include free power of attorney, all for the low price of only $29.95. Don't delay. Call now.
The original Bentley boys first came to prominence in 1924 when Frank Clement and John Duff drove a 3-litre Bentley to victory at Le Saf, just 1 year after their Le Mans debut. In 2001, after nearly 7 decades away from the sport, the famous British marque returned to claim third. Yes, the Bentley boys were back. Fast forward to this year and the boys in British racing green stand the best chance to win since 1930. The new Speed 8 is fast, but it has had its problems. One of them is its fragility. The speed comes at a price. That aside, Johnny Herbert is hoping history repeats.
The history of Bentley in motorsport has always been the success it's had here at Le Mans. So it'd be wonderful as a British driver with Mark and David as a Bentley boys to be able to achieve it once again.
Le Mans is going to bite you if you talk too much, so the best way is just to keep dedicated and work. Obviously the car is fast and we have to keep working at all areas which can go wrong in a 24-hour race. It's Le Mans is cruel if you start to if you start to be too confident. So the best way is just keep focus and keep trying to make it better, and then.
So far it's going to plan for these guys. Andrew, tell us more. They're in.
Yeah, Guy Smith has just come in, stopped right on the board. Perfect stop. They have tyres ready. I don't expect they're going to change them. 90 litres of fuel going into this car. Again, the windscreen is wiped. Just looking around the car, Lee, there's not a mark on it. He hasn't been touching anybody. He's been heeding Derek Bell's advice, and I'm sure he's had that advice from Derek Bell. And on the front of the car, interestingly, 5 rosettes, each marking out the victories back in the 1920s. It was a very quick stop, only fuel, and that is the noise of 4 litres of Audi stroke Bentley engine dashing away from us.
Slick, very impressive.
The Batmobile.
Well, we mentioned there, and you heard in that piece, that Bentley retrospective piece, that one of their problems, although they're incredibly fast, is their fragility. We did see that at Sebring. We're yet to see that today. Everything so far is going to plan for them.
Well, very much to plan, because even though they're doing less laps than the Audis, they're still now 2 laps in front. Well, this car is 2 laps in front of the first Audi, which is, 16 miles.
Yeah, that's an enormous amount to try and overcome. I think I've been very impressed so far with the pace that both Bentleys have been able to keep up. And I know that the Audis are down on horsepower from last year, and they didn't expect it to hurt them that much.
Andrew's in the Ferrari pit. Tell us more.
Yes, there have been some concerns in the Ferrari pit about the actual water pressure with these cars. I don't think there's a problem here. They're going to have a new set of tyres. Kelvin Burt has just got out of the car. Darren Turner has climbed in. These are the guys that normally race the 355, of course, in the FIA European GT Championship, and they normally race the 355, so they've got the engine in the front this time. I'm going to try to dive in a moment and get Kelvin Burt out if I can, as the car just disappears off, and I'll probably be off camera for this one. Kelvin, tough work, eh?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Not with that thing making that noise. Really tough work.
Yeah.
There it goes.
I've missed the worst of it because the sun's setting now, but it's still very hot. I mean, we've got good ventilation, but it's blowing warm air in the car, and we're all double stinted from the start. So, yeah, it's an hour and a half, and it's humid. Hard work.
Is the car going fine?
Car's going fine. We've got a slight misfire low down in the rev range. There's only 2 or 3 places on the circuit where it's a problem. We've had a few goes at fixing it, but it's still there. It's not a severe one, but it's almost like traction control.
Thanks very much, Kelvin.
Kelvin Burt, a former British GT champion, and it's his first run at Le Mans. And the third driver in that car, Anthony Davidson, isn't racing this year, and he said that's one thing that he's really missing. Of course, he is the BAR Formula One test driver, but he said he's really looking forward to getting here to Le Mans, his first run, driving with Kelvin Burt and Darren Turner and just getting some proper racing under his belt. Meanwhile, we get back to this Bentley charge at the front.
Funny, you know, David, I look at that car coming around that section of track, and it just looks so choppy. The front end is really bouncing a lot.
It does. We keep saying how smooth the circuit is. Of course, smooth in a racetrack is really pretty relative because these cars are immensely stiff. That very, very low ground clearance between the car and the track is absolutely essential to produce huge amounts of downforce and quite a bit of drag. You can see there through the splitter at the back, through the diffuser at the back, with a big splitter on the front. So you have to have these things sprung very, very stiffly. So that gap stays pretty even all the time. But there are certain parts of this track where you just can't stop the thing bouncing around a bit.
Yeah, I know. Initially, this car started life as sort of a rebodied Audi R8, and through its evolutionary period, it really has become a completely different car. They, in fact, don't use the same type of shock absorber and spring suspension arrangement that the R8 uses. This car actually uses torsion bars, so it might be interesting to see a comparison later on if we just keep this in mind when you see an R8 down the same piece of track.
Yeah, good thought. They are quite different now. And of course this car develops a lot of downforce with all that big bodywork. And it has slightly smaller tyres. We could probably give it a sprig and going around the outside there down to the Indianapolis.
Just letting that XL Racing Ferrari know that he's coming through. Top 11 cars in the field at the moment are all LMP 900s battling for overall honours, and proud to say and pleased to say for the team that still inside the top 10, both cars are in the top 10, are the team JML Panoz. And the highest one is Gunnar Jeanette at the moment, sitting 6th. He's partnered with Max Pappas and Olivier Beretta, two drastically more, significantly more experienced drivers. So they're powering on in 6th behind the Judd-powered Dome. The Racing for Holland entry, yes, that still sits in 5th. That it's Audi, Bentley. That's how it sits at the top. You can see the crowd has thinned out somewhat. They're heading back to the campgrounds or heading into town, taking a little bit of time off. We'll take a short time off and be back.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Want to help Special Olympics? Want a Michelin Man bobblehead? Go to MichelinMan.com to find out how.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
Could have seen it coming. Cadillac, breakthrough.
Fuel up on great racing tonight on Speed. At 8, ARCA Stock Car Racing hits the Blacktop in Michigan. Then at 10, ASA Racing Series live from Kansas City. And at 12:30, we're back for live coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Tonight, only on Speed.
Jeff Gordon guns for NASCAR's top spot as he chases points leader Matt Kenseth. NASCAR racing this weekend.
Don't miss the NASCAR Fan Show with special guest Jimmy Johnson, Monday night on Speed.
not with us here at Le Mans, you can tune into some magnificent motor racing here on Speed Channel tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, the Canadian Formula One Grand Prix. We have stolen David Hobbs away from the team. He is here with us. And what about qualifying? If you missed it, it was while we were away from Le Mans just not long ago. And for the second race in a row, Ralph Schumacher on pole. In fact, Williams won too.
Yeah, very stout. And the Ferrari's up there too. Michael Schumacher third, and Alonso again showing very well in the Renault, which for him there is exceptionally good because Canada really is a circuit that power really pays, because the BMW engines in the Williams cars got plenty of power, and their chassis is becoming better and better as time goes on. So in for a good race tomorrow. Had some rain yesterday, and I'm not sure was it raining today, but it was should be a very exciting event there in Canada. Always is.
Don't forget, tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, you can catch that Canadian Formula One Grand Prix. We ride with the 53
Steve
Corvette.
Machet's okay without me there holding his hand.
I'm sure he will be. Here's the 11 car, Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, I'm just running down the pits actually to get to that because I just dived into somewhere else. This is a routine pit stop. Going to be fuel only and no driver change. Gunnar Jeanette in the car at the moment. You see that famous spotty crash helmet of his in the fluorescent colours of green and red. But this is really a very good run for this JML Panoz' boys, and I understand from the team they've had absolutely no problems at all.
Well, speaking with them yesterday, well, it's not this engine, but the previous engine did something like a pre-Sebring test, the Sebring lead-up, the whole Sebring 12-hour, 2 tests after Sebring, Wednesday day, Wednesday night, and they put a new engine in on Friday. Yeah, that's a testament to the Elan power plant.
It is quite remarkable. That is a real durable power plant.
So Jeanette is away, serviced, and back off he goes for his next stint. And both cars maintaining a top 10 position.
Yeah.
Speaking of big grunt and big power, here is the highest placed Corvette of Frank Frion. The Frenchman is on board right now, teamed with Canadian Ron Fellows, who has a very busy workload coming up. We'll talk more about that later. And Johnny O'Connell. And if you weren't with us in our first segment here, in our first block of 3.5 hours from Le Mans, we made special mention for Frank Frion because he grew up not too far away from here. He's only driven with Johnny and Ron 2 previous times, and both times he has won with them. Once at Daytona, once at Sebring, this year of course, and to top it off with a Le Mans class victory would be superb.
You talk about a change of location. Frank Frion now lives in New Jersey, so he's moved from France to New Jersey. And I asked about that one day, and he said, well, business.
Yeah, exactly. Andrew?
Yeah, this Panoz pit stop, I think, is going to be very similar to the one we just saw a moment ago. The 12 car has stopped. Scotty Maxwell is at the wheel with the Canadian flag on his helmet, of course, very similar to Ron Fellows. And just talking to Larry Holt at the moment over the radio. Larry Holt is the team manager of this team and has come from the Multimatic organisation, who now are involved with running these cars. Seems to be absolutely no problem. Just everyone looking around, the mechanics trained to look at the brakes, and the car fires up at that 11 power. Powers that wonderful Panoz down the pit lane, and it's quite steep uphill here, you know, and David will tell you all about that.
Well, we'll get David to comment on that in just a moment. The biggest upset in this race so far, the biggest surprise, has been the elimination and the withdrawal of Audi Sport UK's R8. We mentioned earlier that Frank Biela was stranded out on the circuit. I've just been handed a press release. I want to read you a paragraph or two from this release, and it is a direct statement from Frank Biela commenting on the retirement of his car. He says, "I'm just so upset for the team. The reserve light came on, and the team told me to pit the next lap. But coming out of the Porsche corners, the Panoz was in front of me, and also through the fast S's. I was trying to keep my momentum and attempted to pass him on the left side. I was surprised by his acceleration and found myself balked as the Panoz was beside me and I couldn't turn across to the pit lane, which meant I had to start another lap."
Oh, boy.
Hence running out of fuel.
Well, you know, the bottom line is that's his fault.
The bottom line is very definitely his fault. I mean, why he would be duking it out trying to pass the car when he knows he's about to pull into the pit lane within, you know, a few hundred yards seems very weird to me.
Boy.
Here is Edward Cesinali's Norma Ford.
Still
It's
going.
still going. I know. Well, that's what it's all about here at Le Mans. Another...
You know why it's still going? Because we said it'll probably be out.
Well, good on them. I mean, it is difficult to get an invitation to race here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're on board with the Audi Sport Japan Team Go machine. And David, Bill, talk us through this pit stop summary graphic. It's some good information about total time spent in pit lane, lap average.
Well, as it's all pretty self-explanatory there. The number 8 car has had 7 stops, which of course is because of that headrest coming loose on David Brabham's car and was running around by his pedal, so he had to make that extra stop, so it's not really doesn't count. The Audis, as you can see, the average lap actually just a bit less than the number 7 car, so really...
Yeah, well, keep in mind, for the number 6, the champion ADT car, they did have that cut tire, so that changes things dramatically for them.
Average, right.
On board, Seiji Ara, the Japanese driver in his 3rd start here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Thoroughly enjoying it. We'll be back.
Steel Buildings Factory Direct. Allied Steel opens its doors direct to the public in time for a spring clearance. Buildings delivered at dealer prices. Call for home garages, workshops, warehouses, riding arenas, ag buildings, barns, automotive, retail, and more. Call toll-free in time for a factory spring clearance. Call Allied at 877-99-STEEL. That's 877-99-STEEL, and speak to an Allied factory rep today.
Sport-tuned suspension, 280 horsepower V8, the new Lincoln LS, the driver's luxury car. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
Mario Andretti, Richard Pett, AJ Ford, Dale Earnhardt. Who will join the list of legends and be named the 2003 Driver of the Year? Now you, the fan, along with a distinguished media panel, will decide which driver in American motorsports deserves this prestigious honor. That is motor racing. Log on to SPEEDtv.com to cast your vote for this quarter's nominees. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Gilles de Ferran, Sebastian Bourdais, Larry Dixon, J.J. Yaley, Matt Kenseth, Jimmy Johnson, and Bobby Labonte. Log on to SPEEDtv.com now and cast your vote for Driver of the Quarter.
Hi, Billy Mays here with another unique product from the Invention Channel. It's called the Rotomatic. It has the power to drill, the strength to grind, and the versatility to buff and polish. The Rotomatic even has the precision to etch and engrave. The secret's the 10,000 RPM motor that allows you to cut, sand, and drill all in one simple step. It'll remove rust and sharpen a dull blade. Even personalize your most prized possessions. It makes old grout look like new. Similar products sell for as much as $80. Call now and you'll get the Rotomatic for only $19.99. But call right now and we'll include the 50-piece accessory kit absolutely free. That means you get all this, a whopping $100 value, all for just $19.99. But you gotta call now. Here's how to order.
To order your Rotomatic, call 1-800-762-9696. That's 1-800-762-9696. So call 1-800-762-9696.
Good to be back here at Le Mans, representing the Simco and in the Ferrari. Got great co-drivers with Butch Leitzinger and Johnny Mullen. I think we're going to have a great race.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, at this level, when you've got professional drivers of their caliber, you know, I know that I'm always going to, you know, respect their abilities as drivers, and also, you know, whether you're going to get on with them as people as well, you never know. But to be honest, I always knew with Shane and Butch it was going to be, you know, we were going to get on really well. So I think we make a great team.
You know, whenever they first talked to me about this program, you know, I asked who else was driving, and when they said them, you know, that signifies that it's a good team. So that's why I was happy to come. The original Reese car that ran at Daytona, they learned a lot from that 24-hour race. I drove with this team at Sebring in the 12-hour. We learned a lot from that race. I think if we put all that together, we'll have a very good 24-hour here at Le Mans. We just got to be, you know, we've got to take care of the car. It's a 24-hour race.
The two-car Risi teams hopes to use this round-the-clock race to dethrone the GT class dominance of Porsche. A mixture of winning experience and rookie enthusiasm pilots the number 94 Risi Ferrari.
First Le Mans. Fortunately, I got Ralph Kellners again as my teammate. Terry Borchardt will be here for the race, and been using those guys with their experience quite a bit so far. But last year I got an opportunity to go to Indianapolis. This year I'm at Le Mans, so life over the last year hasn't been that bad, and certainly this is the biggest sports car race in the world.
And indeed, I've got Butch Schleisinger with me. Butch, I'm sure you would prefer to be in the Bentley, really, but running P3, that's a pretty good result so far.
Yeah, you know, we know that we don't really have the lap times to match the first couple of cars, but from the beginning, we've just been setting a pace, and I haven't even been in the car yet, but Shane and Johnny just set a pace, and everything's been coming our way. You know, a lot of people were having troubles already, which is very unusual for this class, but our car is running flawlessly.
You haven't been in the car, you're a shirker.
I know, it's great. I've been sitting here while it's been all hot. I've been just sitting back in the lounge, and you know, it's getting nice and cool now, so it's time for me to get in the car.
So you're going to get in about 8 or 10 minutes time. We also should tell the folks that next door, the other Risi car hasn't got a gearbox on it at the moment. That is taking a long time to change, but Butch, I'm sure, will really go fast in the Asemco car, and watch out for the Bentley in the mirrors, though.
I would never think about blocking it. That's what you're implying.
Thanks, Butch. Speaking with the Risi team earlier, guys, and Bill or David, feel free to make comment on this. It was interesting after the Rolex 24 at Daytona how much that Risi Competizione team and JMB learnt with the paddle shift gear situation. It caused them endless nightmares. They split their decision this weekend. The silver Asemco Risi car, Johnny Molan, Butch, and Shane Lewis still running with a paddle shift. But the red Risi car, the Calpon car, they spent quite a bit of money and a lot of time going back to an H pattern box, really stiffened it up so it was very definite movement. And unfortunately, all that worked.
And that's the one that's out.
And that's the one that's out, yeah.
Yeah, well,
paddle shift one is still going.
You know, the fact that they split the cars up tells me that they really didn't have total confidence in either system.
Well, I think that they eventually will go away from that paddle system, but we'll have to wait and see. And Andrew has Terry Borchardt. Perhaps we can find out more about that.
Yeah, but obviously a very disappointed Terry Borchardt. So what actually happened, Terry?
We're not sure yet. We've had some problems since the beginning of the race, and we've just been trying to weed them out and figure out exactly what's been going wrong. And I think we've got a handle on it now, but lost a lot of time.
This has lost you about an hour, I suppose.
Yeah, probably a little bit more than that, really, because the problem started early in the race. And we're just real happy to be here with the Calpon Ferrari, and just wish we could have had a little better result early on. It's going to make the night really long.
Terry, I've been looking at your diary. It's incredible what you've done in the last three or 4 weeks. A motorcycle race in the Baja or something?
Yeah, we did the Baja 500 on an XR 650, and that
You're
was
mad!
fun. It's been a long time since I've been on a motorcycle competitively, but I really love riding, and it was a great race. It's something I've always wanted to do, like Le Mans was for me a few years ago. So I probably won't be doing the Baja next year. Giuseppe wasn't real happy about it. Neither was the other team owner in the Grand Am. But I tell you what, I'm happy to be here at Le Mans, and just real happy for K&N Performance Filters and Calpon. It's been a great...
Quickly, just tell me what you're doing next week.
Next week, we've got the Watkins Glen 6-hour.
See that on speed, folks.
And Terry Borchardt just doesn't stop. He's the ultimate competitor. He did win a race earlier this year at Barber Motorsports Park in the Rolex Sports Car Series, and just an all-round great guy, isn't he?
He certainly has got a very busy calendar, as he said. Racing last week, this week, next week, week after that. So keeps himself busy. And then when he has an odd weekend, he goes off playing on his motorbike.
Guy Smith is at the head of this field, leading this race, and leading it by almost a minute and a half. The Riley and Scott Yates-powered machine is back in the pits. Service time. Hairy, scary moment for these guys earlier, but other than that, everything's running pretty well. Andrew?
Yeah, this is a fuel-only stop. Mark Goossens at the wheel. The lanky Belgian has been going so quick with his car. Got a very, very good relationship with Jim Matthews, the owner. And, well, this is still a bit of a dark horse. Bob Riley here, just telling him to fire the engine up, and off it goes. Actually, Bill Riley, sorry about that. And so many of these people are stalling. He stalled the Robert Yates engine, but now he's off down that pit lane. And, well, it's still pretty busy down here, guys.
It is busy. We've still got a lot of good cars, and this is going to show you just exactly who still is in this race. And the Bentleys are powering on from strength to strength. The sun is going down slowly from what started out as a cool, rainy day, has been a beautiful sunny day, but now we start to get into the serious stuff. The nighttime racing is coming.
Is this your idea of extended stay? Villager has a better idea for travelers feeling a little confined. By the day or extended stay, Villager is your address for comfort and value. Call 1-800-328-STAY.
For dry, red eyes, Clear Eyes is awesome. It removes redness and has an ingredient to moisturize. Wow. The difference is clear. Clear Eyes.
Keep our highways beautiful. The 911 Carrera. It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
The Dremel rotary tool. You cut, Dremel cuts. You sand, Dremel sands. You grind, Dremel grinds. You hammer. Did I mention we cut? The Dremel rotary tool. For every problem, there's a Dremel solution.
Thank you.
Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, your car is ready.
Wake up to real performance from Yokohama at a dealer near you.
Property overgrown? Call 1-800-614-3434 for your free catalog on the amazing DER Field and Brush Mower. There's never been an easier way to clear weeds and brush. So call 1-800-614-3434 today.
Well, I guess for some, it has really been an up and down race. And for others, it's going smoothly. Like these guys, your Oda Eaters Plus class leaders. Bentley lead the way with Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello, and Guy Smith. The Noel Del Bello Racing machine is still leading 675. GTS, there's been a change there, a change back to the 88 Ferrari and GT. Lucas Luer, Sasha Masson, Emmanuel Collard. What a stunning combination there. Problems down in the 675 camp, though. Andrew, tell us more.
Yes, there is, and they're actually working on the top A-arm of this Reynard chassis here, the rear. There's water or something running out of the back of the car, all down the spoiler, and they're working on these top arms, which it looks as if they're going to change. So this is going to be quite a long stop. The Lehman engine you talk about is actually built in Liechtenstein, a tiny little tax haven. But let's go up now to Brian with his story.
The number 53 Corvette is in. It looks like a routine stop, although we had heard radio traffic from the corner workers that there may be fluid leaking from the back of the 53 Corvette. We have not seen anything here. It looks very routine. Ron Fellows is in the car. He'll take over the driving duties. They're getting him buckled in. It's going to be fuel, tires, and a driver, and it looks like off they go. No problems here.
And something that we haven't mentioned today, something very simplistic, but it is very symbolic. The reason why this car runs the 53 and the other one runs the 50, well, of course, it is Corvette's 50th anniversary, and 1953 was the year the first Corvette. Andrew?
Work continues. continues here on the class-leading 675 car. There's a lot of liquid off the back of the rear deck there, and they're working on the suspension. Now, I don't know whether it's had an off and they're just checking all the suspension. Certainly haven't taken any of the parts off. Jean-Louis Marie-Larivière is looking on. He's one of the 3 drivers. He's raced here many times before. And as I said, this particular car used to be a Reynard VW when VW France used to actually back this. Now they call it a Lehman. A Lehman's the company who are famous for building all the engines for the Audis, which won the World Rally Championship back in the mid-80s. And interestingly, we saw Michel Mouton here earlier on today, who, of course, was one of the great Audi drivers. So I think there's a bit of a problem here, and as Brian had said earlier, this is a class that nobody wants to win.
Well, the Bentley coming up there on the 50 car, flashing his lights at him as they come into the Dunlop curve and then down to the S's. All well and good to flash your lights, but the 50 car's got to find somewhere to go first. Can't just magically disappear.
Oh, it's just so incredible to watch the acceleration differences. You think of that Corvette. It's got to have 700 horsepower. And the Bentley just blows by.
We mentioned recently Lucas Lewis, Sasha Masson and Collard, GT class leaders. They're in pit lane. Brian?
Well, they are in pit lane. It'll be a driver change. Johnny Mollem stepping out. Butch Leitzinger finally gets his chance behind the wheel. He's been waiting patiently all day long. Very routine stop here. They're fueling it, getting him in. He's getting his drink bottle, and they'll do tires. Leitzinger, a very experienced endurance driver. He should do well in this car. It should be fun for him. Fun to watch.
And that Ricci Semco Ferrari team owner, Jeff Giangrandi, relatively new at this level of the sport. He's done some Ferrari racing and other racing himself. He ran a Porsche last year, but he runs a Semco Automotive and is thoroughly enjoying being at this level of the sport and mixing with guys like Butch Leitzinger and Johnny Mollem and Shane Lewis. How about Shane Lewis, guys? He also competes. He's similar to Terry Borchella, running in a number of categories. Yeah. One of the cars he's racing this year is a Mini Cooper S in the Grand Am Cup. What a difference.
Shane's a very good friend. I like him very much. He's a lot of fun and just one of the most low-key people you'd ever want to meet, except when he gets behind the wheel, and then his intensity comes out with his talent.
I remember Shane coming onto the scene years ago now, driving that forerunner, really, of the Mosler, wasn't it? Remember?
Yes. Yeah, the ugliest race car ever built. Yeah. It looked like a boat upside down.
Yeah.
In fact, it might have been a boat upside down. But Shane is very, very good. I'd like to know who does the contracts for Butch Leitzinger that he doesn't have to get into a race car for the first 7 hours of a race.
Not a bad deal, is it?
What a deal.
There's a lot of people that actually, and he wouldn't be looking for the pity, but there's a lot of people that feel sorry for Butch after all the hard work he did in the Bentley program.
I find it
that he's not sitting in one of those cars.
Neither he nor Wallace are in the Bentley.
Yeah. I'd like to see Andy in this car because he is another exceptional driver.
Well, that's one of those tough decisions, isn't it? Like in this car, in the 8 car, you've got Herbert, Blundell, and Brabham. Who do you give the boot to there? Well, nobody. In the 7 car, you've got Tom Christensen, Pindo Capello, and Guy Smith. Maybe you could say Smith is the lesser experience, but still a good young prospect. So it's a hard decision, isn't it?
Lee, I thought I just saw a little bit of smoke out of the left-hand tail of that number 8 Bentley. Maybe just tire smoke, but we'll look at it.
Andrew, tell us more.
Yeah, I don't know about that Bentley story, because right now we're down in the Jan Lammers pit, this dome which was so surprisingly fast in practice. At the wheel at the moment you're looking at John Bosch, a Dutch driver who's better known really as a rally ace. He managed him to victory in the Indonesian rally, and that was 15 or 20 years ago. He's just made a comeback to racing 2 years ago, but he's doing an excellent job together with Andy Wallace and Jan Lammers. Here he is in the jump motor, fires up and off he goes.
That's the John Howard Dome, Japanese designed car, and Jan Lammers is not only the team principal but team owner, and Bosch is driving for him. They sit 5th outright at the moment, and it has been a very strong and encouraging run for that car so far.
Yeah, it's a very good little car, and unfortunately it's a very pretty car too, and that's one that the color scheme just doesn't do justice. With all those little blocks of black and white color, you can't tell what a good looking shape it is, but really a well-built, well-designed car.
car is in, Brian.
Well, it looks like Oliver Galvin will be taking over the wheel of the 50 car. He's in. He's on his marks. It's just another routine stop. It's easy for me to say, isn't it? It's just another routine stop. They've been out driving almost 200 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. Oliver Gavin's going to get in. They'll fuel it. They'll tire it. Andy Pilgrim gets out, takes a seat, start. Oliver Gavin gets in, clean the windshield, and off they go. Another Saturday night evening driving through the hillside in the country of France, guys.
So work continues in the Corvette racing camp, and they continue to come back from earlier problems. But Oliver Gavin knows what it's like to win this event, and he will not give up. The GTS leaderboard will take us to break. Stick around.
There it is. Whoa. Change of plans, turn right.
Whoa!
Just a scratch.
Introducing Cayenne, pure Porsche, in a most unexpected form.
Mario Andretti, Richard Petty, AJ4, Dale Earnhardt. Who will join the list of legends and be named the 2003 Driver of the Year? Now you, the fan, along with the distinguished media panel, will decide which driver in American motorsports deserves this prestigious honor.
That is motor racing.
Log on to SPEEDtv.com to cast your vote for this quarter's nominees. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Gilles de Ferran, Sebastian Bourdais, Larry Dixon, J.J. Yaley, Matt Kenseth, Jimmy Johnson, and Bobby Labonte. Log on to SPEEDtv.com now and cast your vote for Driver of the Quarter.
I couldn't pay my bills.
It was ruining my life.
I couldn't answer my own phone because of the bill collectors.
Between student loans and my credit cards, I could barely make minimums.
I knew there had to be a way out.
If you have debt problems, then call Profina Debt Solutions, the nation's largest, most experienced credit counseling service. Profina doesn't make loans. Instead, we work with over 50,000 creditors nationwide to lower your monthly payments. If you gather your bills and call one of Profina's credit counselors, within about 20 minutes over the phone, we can help you avoid bankruptcy and get the collection calls to stop.
You don't have to own a home to qualify.
Profina's nonprofit and totally confidential.
I was on the verge of bankruptcy. Soon I'll be debt-free.
They saved me over $250 a month. I just make one payment to Profina, and they take care of the rest. Thank you, Profina. I have my life back.
There is help. Call Profina Debt Solutions. It's not a loan, it's a way out of debt.
Welcome back to Speed's live and exclusive coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're looking at a stranded Spiker. That looks like the end of the day for the Spiker squadron. Meanwhile, whilst we were away, it seemed as though an unscheduled pit stop for the 4th place, number 5, Team Go Audi. Brian Till, tell us more about that.
Well, I'm down in the Audi pit. It was a scheduled stop, but they needed to pull the nose and replace the mirror on the car. Now, I thought, Bill, you always drove with what is behind me does not concern me, but it obviously concerns these guys because they wanted to replace that rearview mirror, and so they took that opportunity to get it done. Scheduled stop, pull the nose, put a mirror on, and off you go, just like stopping by your neighborhood service station, huh, guys?
Well, you know, it's one of the great luxuries with the Audi R8. They have power mirrors, and there aren't a whole lot of race cars. Oh, here's somebody who's looking past his mirror, probably in the direction from whence he came. I think
this is one of the 675, the WR Peugeot entries we saw spin earlier. This is the 25 machine of Bastien Briere, a young guy, Stefan Daoudi, and Jean Raya de Fourneau. Out of
Mulsanne. Hairpin came up too fast on that car in front, obviously had to lift. I'd say just general poor judgment job.
Yeah. The Orbit Porsche does a good job of whipping around the outside.
We saw that car spin earlier.
He was busy consulting his Michelin map, looking for the map potassium.
And could not find it.
Indeed.
The Orbit Porsche pushes on. And down in pit lane, we have the number 6 Audi in. Emanuele Pirro has had a very successful first stint. Third place right now. His lap times have been quick. Everything is going to plan for the champion Audi team. And right now, they are the closest to the Bentleys and the biggest threat. Brian?
Yeah, Pirro brings it in, puts it on his marks. He'll stay in the car, get a little drink, rehydrate himself. They may replace the windscreen on this. There's a lot of bugs out there tonight. It is very warm here in the French countryside, and it seems like the bugs have come out early. They've checked the tires. It's going to be fuel only. It is amazing the durability and reliability of these machines. They'll take fuel, leave the used tires on, and go back out and be fast.
Talk about rehydration, and that was one of the things that came back. Bill pointed out brilliantly earlier the problems that Emanuele faced at Sebring. There's a problem there holding them up. The problem with the seat insert going in incorrectly in all of the rush. He was telling me the other day that there were several situations that didn't allow him to rehydrate properly, and as a result, he cramped incredibly. He could hardly walk when he got out of the car. His calf muscles were fully cramped up, and he said it was just very, very painful.
I wonder if he's got the right size of windscreen ahead of him sitting there, because it's very unusual for any of the R8 drivers to come in with any bugs on their own helmet shields at all. The airflow is so effectively put over their heads that normally they're just spotless, and you could see Emanuele asking for the rag back to clean off his own visor even more.
He was obviously a little bit miffed, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Johnny Herbert is standing by to take over from Mark Blundell. Let's get down to the pits.
Yes, indeed, Lee, and the car is just coming past me right now. It stops absolutely on its mark, and as you said, little Johnny Herbert is going to climb in. Mega Mark Blundell climbs out, and this time I think we're going to have a new set of Michelins. The fuel going in, another 90 litres, and of course all the fuel, if you wondered, actually comes from a central source. It's all piped in from underneath the pit. Everyone other than that green energy car actually has the same fuel, so quite an interesting situation. So the fuel has gone in, now the car goes up on its jacks. Johnny Herbert is already aboard, his father Bob is here, I'm sure changing, certainly cheering him on, and this is another very good stop from Bentley.
165 Formula One Grand Prix and 3 wins. But Johnny would dearly love to be victorious today. He has done this before, we spoke about that earlier, but to do it for Bentley, to be part of the Bentley team, to be called the modern era Bentley boys, and to win for the first time in 73 years, well, that would be something else.
I think he wants one of those watches that Derek had on as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I want one of those watches that Derek had on.
We can roll them in the parking lot later.
Now then, when that car came in, the 8 car, we had heard rumours that they were jumping curbs earlier on this weekend and had done some damage to the underside of the car. Old Mark Blundell went absolutely all 4 wheels right over that curb on the pit in, which would seem to me to be a little bit excessive, but maybe not.
Yeah, they had gone through a number of the splitters, the extension off the nose, plus the nose boxes themselves. Any change to the aerodynamics on these cars, it makes such a critical difference to the handling.
Oh, the handling and the drag. I mean, if you get,
and the drag, yeah.
If you get a hole in the split at the front there, you lose your downforce and the thing lifts up and fills full of air and all sorts of horrible things happen.
Well, you can see the lights starting to come into not quite full effect, but certainly having some effect right now. As we go into the nighttime period, let's have a look at the Michelin track map. And Bill, David, talk us around some of the highlights and what do these drivers face as we go into the darkness?
Well, as you go up towards the Dunlop S's, it's a pretty steep climb up there with the right and the left on the top of the hill, and it's a bit of a blind brow as you go down to that next left and right, leading on to Terre Rouge. Now, Terre Rouge, obviously a very important corner to get right. You want to come out of there at high speed because you get up to about 195 into that first chicane, down to second gear through there, complicated right, left, right. The second chicane, you get up to about 185 before you get to that one. And that one's a left, right, left. Then there's the kink there, you see, up to the Mulsanne corner, which is now a double apex right-hander. And then a very, very fast run, 195 miles an hour down to Indianapolis. That very fast right-hand street where we saw the Panoz spin earlier. And then you've got the left through Indianapolis and the right through Arnage and up to the Porsche curves where you need a lot of downforce.
And Bill? Actually, let's get down to the pits first of all. Here's Andrew with Blundell.
Yeah, Mega's a bit red-faced, tough work in there.
Yeah, well, it's quite a long time in there to do 3 stints. It's an enclosed car as well, so it does get very hot in there. But the guys will look after me. Shoulders give me a little bit of trouble because where I broke it in December, but I think I'll go upstairs and get repaired.
They just sprayed something on you at the back of your neck and your wrist. What do they actually spray on you?
It's just basically cold water with some little substance in it just to cool us down a bit quick on body temperature.
Let's just move over to David Brabham here. David, are you happy thus far?
Yes and no. It hasn't really been the smoothest of runs. We, when I was out there to begin with, we had the headrest here fell off in my lap after about 2 laps, so we lost a chunk of time there. And Mark got held up on the pace car for 25 seconds while the other car got going, and it kind of like, it's been a bit of a struggle for us, but so far, you know, both cars are running really well. So mechanically, everything's fine. We're 1 and 2, so we just, you know, it's a long race, so we just got to keep going.
Just remind you of that Australian symmetry, of course. 10 years ago, your brother won. 20 years ago, Vern Tuber won. But now you're British, apparently.
Well, no, I was born on Earth, same place as you, mate.
Very good, couple of guys. They really do enjoy driving together. You can see, look, good friends together.
Just to update on something that David Brabham mentioned there. He said when the pace car came out, we kind of Mark got hampered there a little bit. Whilst we were away, there was an oil down on the circuit, and the pace car, the safety car, did come out, and that's what David Brabham was talking about. But let's get back to this track at night time. Bill Adam, David Hobbs, tell us more about it.
Well, Bill, I mean, how did you always find this track at night? Some of those fast runs down to like Mulsanne, I mean, to Indianapolis, always pretty tricky at night through all those trees. Pretty dark down there.
Although some of it I actually did enjoy better at night, just simply for the reason the distractions are taken away, and you are going so fast through some of it. But yeah, the headlights here were critical. God, I always wished that I had 10 times the amount of light on this track, because frequently you'd be turning or going over the brow of a hill at 180 or 190 miles an hour. Your lights
little brow there,
yeah, right there is a good example.
Doesn't look much from here, but when your head's only about 18 inches above the deck, that right-hand brow is very crucial. And one year driving with Sorrel Vondermerve, as he went over that brow, there was a piece of exhaust pipe lying in the road, and it punched a hole right through the floor of the car and his leg. And he bled profusely, but it was that Group C. You had to get your pit stops right. He went on for about 4 laps with blood pouring down his leg and into his shoe and a hole in the floor of the car.
And you drove next.
And I drove next.
What a trooper.
Wiping up the blood.
You're a good lad.
This awesome Bentley continues to blast through the 8.5 miles of Circuit de la Sarthe. Meanwhile, there's your GT board. We'll be back.
Introducing Cayenne, pure Porsche in a most unexpected form.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Want to help Special Olympics? Want a Michelin Man bobblehead? Go to MichelinMan.com to find out how.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
Fuel up on great racing tonight on Speed. At 8, ARCA Stock Car Racing hits the blacktop in Michigan. Then at 10, ASA Racing Series live from Kansas City. And at 12:30, we're back for live coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Tonight, only on Speed.
Sunday on Speed, we return to France for continued coverage for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Live from Montreal, Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix. Speed News Sunday wraps up the world of racing. That's all this Sunday only on Speed.
Racing continues here at Le Mans, and qualifying will continue at Laguna Seca. Today, here on Speed Channel, 5:30 Eastern, you can join Bob Varsha and the boys from Laguna Seca in California to see who will sit on pole at one of the best road racing courses in the world. Well, as this Bentley rolls on, number 7 Guy Smith putting in some good times and very consistent, we would like to welcome Dr. Don Panoz to the Speed Announce booth. Don, great to see you again. And firstly, what a thrill today. You were the Grand Marshal, and you joined some pretty illustrious company as Americans invited to do that. Well done, great to see you, and how's your day been?
Well, as Lee, as they say, good day, mate. You taught me that in Adelaide. Anyway, it's been a great day. I've really been kind of humbled by all this. To have been one of the few Americans here, to be the starter, to be an honorary citizen of Le Mans, and they don't even send you a tax bill. That was a great break in the beginning. To stand up there on that thing sticking out over the track, my worst fear was I was going to drop the flag when they came by, right in front of the leading cars. This experience here this year has just been phenomenal. It's just been more than I could ever have imagined.
As you can see, the lead car is in. Guy Smith has brought the number 7 Bentley in. Don, we mentioned at the top of our show, and we will continue to mention throughout this broadcast as the Bentley flies off, I think it's probably the most number of American drivers ever at Le Mans. There's something like 18 drivers. There's something like 15 US-based cars that are here today racing. There's a direct correlation from the success of the ALMS. You are the founder of the ALMS. It must be very gratifying and satisfying.
You're absolutely right. And, you know, I didn't know that much about racing when I came here in '97, but I had seen Steve McQueen's great movie. I'd read some books about it, not really familiar, but when I came here and experienced, I said, you know, we had great days in the States here at Le Mans with Gurney and AJ and all those guys with the Cobras and the GT40s, and all of a sudden it seemed like Le Mans had disappeared from the landscape and the American memory. And when I saw everything that I saw here that first year, I said, we gotta get this back home. And we gotta do sports car racing back home, which reminds people of what a great spectacle a 24-hour race in the tradition of Le Mans can be. And that's what started it, and then came the American Le Mans Series, and thank God a lot of the teams and the sponsors and the drivers bought into it. People like Michelin and people like Audi and BMW and those guys that came along, and now Ferrari is here, and Ferrari's with us. All of that came along. It was great.
Well, the Ferrari is in. The number 80 Ferrari is in, second in GTS class. They will go through their pit stop routine. Don, we said it was a bit of a big deal being the official start here. Let's have a look at a graphic on our screens right now. You're in amongst some pretty illustrious company there. Prince Albert of Monaco, Jackie Ickx, Henry Ford II. Feel good to have your name amongst those guys?
Oh God, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Henry Ford, I mean, there was a guy that said he took up the bit with Ferrari and he proved he could do it, and he was an inspiration. And you know, just as a sideline, my son this week isn't here. He's at the Ford 100th anniversary, and his car was invited to be the only outside car to participate in that, and I'm very proud of that.
What an honor.
Yeah. And Edsel's driving it this week, so we're very proud of that.
Wow, that's terrific. Speaking of your cars, obviously you were talking about Danny's production cars, but let's talk about the race cars, the JML Team Panoz outfit. You're 6th at the moment. Gunnar Jeanette's behind the wheel. Scott Maxwell is 9th. Good to see both cars in the top 10.
Right. Sebring was a great lesson for us this year. We had kind of in the last couple of years lost our way, trying a lot of goofy stuff, anything that was a risk taker to try to get better, and we we had a long, deep thought about it, and we said, we're going to get pragmatic. We're not going to wear the cars out before the race. We're going to do our testing when we need to do it. We'll do our qualifying when we need to do it, but nothing outlandish. Rest the cars, get everybody ready, approach the race as like a locomotive on a steam track, and just keep going at it. And we finished Sebring this year in good position, and the cars are really running like freight trains tonight.
They're running extremely well, and that young Gunnar Jeanette there keeps on cranking out some really good times. In fact, his last one was only a 3 minutes and 50, which is one of the worst times he's set up in the last 45 minutes or an hour or so. He's been cranking out really good times in the mid to high 40s.
That's true. And David Salens, from the Belgium driver, was really doing some great times.
He does very well, right.
And he stopped me on the way over here, and he said, you know, I'm ready to go, since we can triple stint the tires, I'm ready to go 3 stints.
He looks fit enough that he could.
Yeah, he could. Yeah.
Don, winding back the clock a few years to the end of '98, when you got permission from the ACO to you know, you had the licensing rights to use the Le Mans name in America, hence the American Le Mans Series. Did you ever think, honestly, did you ever think this many years down the track, or these short years down the track, the ALMS would be as successful as what it is?
No, I really had no idea, but I just knew that if we could bring great, exciting racing, I thought the fans would start coming and enjoy it. And the racing in the States at that particular time was nobody was looking across the track. They were looking up and down the pit lane at each other. And if we could give them good racing and keep politics out of it and favoritism, the fans would start to come, and they have, and the series has been greatly successful.
Well, Don, thank you very much for joining us in the Speed Announce booth. I know that you're busy and you've got a lot of other things to do. Just quickly, on a personal note, our sympathies with you. We know that we lost your pilot to a stroke, a very sudden stroke, and to Joel Foy and his family that he leaves behind. We wish them all the best.
And me and my family and everybody at Elon and all of our companies, we all have been devastated by this, and to Ann and Liza and JJ, all of our hearts and our thoughts are with you.
There you have it, folks. Dr. Don Panoz, the founder of the American Le Mans Series and the special guest starter here today at Le Mans. We will get back to the racing and update you on who is where. We've got an American team leading GT. More after this.
Sometimes it stays out all night. But what are you gonna do? Introducing Lincoln's newest luxury SUV, the 302 horsepower Aviator. A smaller, spirited offspring of Navigator. There are those who travel, and those who travel well.
Hello, I'm Derek Daly. Have you ever thought what it might be like to push a race car to its limits? Well, for most of my life, I did just that. And now I want to share those thrilling moments with you at the Derek Daly Performance Driving Academy. You can walk through our doors with no experience and have the thrill of a lifetime. From the classroom to the racetrack, and all just minutes from the world's most exciting city of Las Vegas. To begin your racing adventure, simply call 1-888-GO-DEREK and begin to live your dream.
Thank you.
Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, your car is ready.
Wake up to real performance from Yokohama at a dealer near you.
Hi, Billy Mays here with another unique product from the Invention Channel. It's called the Rotomatic. It has the power to drill, the strength to grind, and the versatility to buff and polish. The Rotomatic even has the precision to etch and engrave. The secret's the 10,000 RPM motor that allows you to cut, sand, and drill all in one simple step. It'll remove rust and sharpen a dull blade. Even personalize your most prized possessions. It makes old grout look like new. Similar products sell for as much as $80. Call now and you'll get the Rotomatic for only $19.99. But call right now and we'll include the 50-piece accessory kit absolutely free. That means you get all this: A whopping $100 value, all for just $19.99. But you got to call now. Here's how to order.
To order your Rotomatic, call 1-800-762-9696. That's 1-800-762-9696. So call 1-800-762-9696.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Porsche for the pure sport of driving. And by Chevrolet Corvette. Chevy, wherever there's a winner's circle, we'll be there. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarre as the Courage comes back into pit lane. There's a problem with that 13 car. It spun just recently, but back on track and everything is okay now. Well, we just had an enjoyable time with Dr. Don Panoz. We would now like to welcome to the Speed booth Alistair Stewart, President and CEO of Bentley Americas. Alistair, welcome. We haven't seen you since Sebring, and well, fortunes have changed. Things are looking pretty good for Bentley at the moment.
Yes, indeed. It looks very hopeful, but there's still a long way to go, so I'm told.
Everything okay from the team? I mean, have you been down there, spoken with some of the, the guys and John Wickham, etc.? Is everything under control?
Well, I have to tell you that it's a very professional team, so they keep themselves to themselves. They'll give us a few thumbs up, but they get on with it, and we leave it to them.
Everyone talked about Bentley, the Bentley boys. Can you win after 73 years since 1930 for the first time? How important is this to the company, to Bentley?
Oh, listen, it's very, very important. I mean, the heritage and the history of Bentley has been steeped in racing back to the 1920s. It's been very important for us in terms of development of the brand, in terms of reconnecting the future, the racing as it is currently, to bring that story up to date and to make sure that racing is a very important part of the brand.
The company philosophy, you talk about the 5 pillars at Bentley: racing, driving, craftsmanship, design and power. I notice racing's first, that's most important. Let me throw something at you. If you win here today, will we see you race some more?
Listen, it's hard for me to comment on that. I think the key thing we need to do is see how we perform here. There's still a long way to go. I couldn't tell you that there are any decisions made on that. We would just hope very much that we'll be able to maintain a presence in racing in some stage.
Some problems here for the 12 JML Panoz. We were just saying how well things were going. This is the first glitch, first chink in the armour that we have seen today in this car. And word from the pits is that they are doing a headlight change. Some problems arising there. There's David Salins, the Belgian, on board. He's been going very well today, running strong. Looks like he is about to exit.
Well, that's one thing about these modern cars. You know, if you want to change your headlights, you just change the whole nose piece, and the whole thing's done really in seconds. And you get a nice new set of headlights, and all the glasses aren't scratched and marked, and it really is so quick. And they're obviously pretty bright.
Alistair, how important was Sebring? You guys had one car on the podium there, the other finished 4th from memory. Was there a big buzz? Did that create a lot of interest, a lot of extra interest? Was that worthwhile? I mean, that was a step in the right direction for here, but you know, at the company and back in the States, what was the feedback?
Yeah, there was very good feedback. Very good feedback from the customer base. Very good feedback from the press. A good level of coverage, and of course, it gave the team very good learning about how the car could perform and what could be done with the car. So we think we got a lot out of that, and we'll get an awful lot out of the Le Mans effort here as well.
Well, 3 minutes ago would have been halfway at Sebring, but it's only quarter of the way here. How do you feel about all those hours to go yet?
Well, you know, that's, again, we leave that to professionals. So far, so good, but I know it's a long way to go yet, and it's early days as the sun goes down.
What does this do for your workers who are used to building high prestige cars with total quality, to suddenly be immersed in this phenomenal world of performance? Do you get like just a flash?
Oh, there's, let me tell you, amazing buzz back at the factory. You'll have a huge screen that's back at the factory. There'll be a big party going on back there right now as they're watching the race. It'll be beamed live into the factory, and just a great lift for the guys on the workshop floor.
On the commercial front, Alistair, actually getting on the racing front, we apologise that we can't see your cars at the moment. We are receiving pictures via our host broadcasters here in Le Mans, but on the commercial side of things, you've got some 40 Bentley dealers in the US. How is Bentley doing?
Yeah, Bentley's this year we've done very well in the US. Our sales are up 20% on this time last year, and that seems strange in a market that's been very difficult, as you know, in the US. With some of the economic conditions and the war and the stock market performance. But I think the racing has absolutely renewed interest. I think the split from Rolls as well has renewed interest and has given Bentley some breathing space as we start to push really what Bentley has been about separately from Rolls-Royce. So the news so far is good and very positive. We've got people working very hard, but the brand has generated a buzz.
Now,
sorry, go ahead, Lee.
As an Australian, I'd like to take you up on something, Mr. Stewart. What's all this business about putting a Union Jack next to David Brabham's name?
Well, you know, that's perhaps at one time we might have had a little bit of ownership over there. So, you know, I think we're probably entitled to do that.
Racers Group Porsche back in pit lane.
And he was born here, too. Well, not here, but in England.
Yes. To get one of those watches, he would have said he was born anyplace.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we saw Mr. Bell's watch, so we've all decided that we covet those greatly.
Well, let me mention that if I could. I mean, of course, we're very grateful for the Breitling sponsorship that we have. That's a great relationship, and we're enjoying working with that team very well. It's a great brand.
Breitling do some fantastic things, of course, the round the world balloon trip, and of course I guess it's the watch of choice of pilots. So I guess it's for a low-flying machine like your Bentley here, it's probably the watch to have.
It's spot on, and whether you know this or not, in fact, the clock in our new Continental GT will be a Breitling clock.
The Racers Group Porsche gets going, and that was their stop after they went back out earlier. 32 minutes they spent in pit lane changing a clutch. There is some of the great winners here at Le Mans.
Yeah.
16 victories to Porsche. You look down the order, you guys are there behind Jaguar. You could edge one closer if you get on top here.
Well, that's I'll make a little comment here because I know you have Mr. Lenham coming on after me, but I hope he's polishing up the trophies. We're building a little trophy cabinet just down the corridor, and we're looking forward to picking up those trophies from him.
Well, Alistair Stewart, President and CEO of Bentley the Americas, thank you very much for taking time out here at Le Mans to come by. Great to hear from you. Thanks for the update on Bentley, and we wish you the best of luck. Those Audis are trying to put the squeeze on you, but things are looking good.
Thank you very much for having me.
We continue on, and it really is starting to get dark here at Le Mans. Drivers standing by, pit crew standing by. We'll have plenty more.
Need more than a bed? Then you need Villager, so you can feel at home even when you're at work. By the day or extended stay, Villager is your address for comfort and value. Call 1-800-328-STAY.
Let's circle back to Cincinnati with those figures, you know. I'm worried about that. Oh, no. It's off? Okay, I'll be right there. Guys, I gotta go.
I think we can achieve substantial
No?
what?
That's awful. Really sorry, but I have to go.
The new Boxster. It is, perhaps, the perfect getaway car.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
Hermes, messenger of the gods, hearken unto Zeus!
What's up, dude?
You've stolen the drink of the gods. Now suffer my wrath. As punishment, you must hand over your winged sandals.
I don't need these ancient Greek sneakers anyway. I found something better.
Better than the divine ambrosia?
Yeah, it's Red Bull.
Red Bull, a new drink of the gods?
No, it's a new cold drink on Earth. It's more fun down there anyway.
And how do you plan to get back without your winged sandals?
With Red Bull, it gives you wings.
Wind Tunnel with Dave Despain.
Chance for you to sound off no matter what kind of racing you like.
Let's go to line 2. Frank from Jacksonville, Florida. Mitch in Illinois. Get to your point.
Dave's Talking Motorsports Live.
We have great guests tonight. Welcome, please, Nicky Grist. Please welcome Paul Tracy. Steve Matchett will join us for Formula One.
Call in or email.
Old Dave here, your big old self-centered TV windbag.
Wind Tunnel with Dave Despain. Friday nights at 11, only on Speed.
Welcome back to the Michelin Le Mans 24 Hours. I'm down here in the 93 pit. The GT leader is in, Emmanuel Collard, a very talented Frenchman, has just climbed in the car. Sasha Masson has got out. Everything in very good order here. The Alex Joe team actually have an AJR in red light in the mirror, and also a similar AJR on the back of one of the crew's crash helmet. That's one of the pit crew, that is. So that car is just about to accelerate out now, and it does that. One of the pit crew just pointing out that another car was coming, and Brian.
Well, the lead 675 car is in. Duncan Dayton brings the 27 Intersport MG to a stop. He'll get out. Rick Sutherland will get in. This is the little team that could. They've struggled. They've replaced at least 2 engines this time. They've replaced 2 engines when they were here for the test. They've done an alternator today, and they're in the lead. That's what Le Mans and endurance racing is all about, and that's what the little team that could. That's how they won last year. It's going to be a routine stop here, just checking underneath the engine compartment, make sure everything's fine. A routine stop. Fuel's in, it'll come up, they'll get tires on it, and they'll be on their way. They want to keep the lead. Andrew?
Yes, and we've just got the Pescarola car, which is running in the top 10. The 18 car has just accelerated away. Sahel Harari at the wheel, I think, and that was just for fuel. So they seem to be running pretty well with that production engine that comes out of the luxury saloon, the 607.
Two Courages in the top 10. And we heard from John Bright earlier, who is running this Intersport operation this weekend, as Rick Sutherland is in the car. He said, we will just keep plodding along, keep plugging away, and hopefully we will be there.
There's a lot of stuff around the front wheel arch there, at the bottom of the wheel arch. Looks like some...
A lot of tape or something.
Yeah. You can see there how the headlights on this car have been scratched and grazed and covered in oil. So they might have to do a headlight change at one stage.
Yeah, they did look terrible, didn't they? You know, a lot of the teams use this helicopter tape. It's a very soft and flexible, clear tape that you can rip off one layer at a time, and it makes it an awful lot better. That looked opaque almost.
It looked a bit dodgy from my old eyes, I'll tell you that, matey.
You don't use the lights to do it.
Well, you can see what's lying on the road in front of him, can't you? Oh dear.
The number 8 Bentley maintaining second. Johnny Herbert recently has taken over from Mark Blundell. If you have just joined us and missed what has transpired in the early parts of today, the two Bentleys were going at it head-to-head earlier. David Brabham was forced, after he just took over his stint, his first stint, he was forced to come back in. Part of the headrest on the seat dropped down into the footwell, and he needed to come back in and get help. There was an oil down earlier, and that number 8 car was hampered a little. Mark Blundell got caught behind one of the pace cars. They run multiple pace cars here at Le Mans, running 3 this year, in fact, and Tom Christensen was able to blast away, so they are some distance behind.
And a little bit peeved at getting caught out by the pace car.
Yeah, boy, can you imagine part of that headrest falling down the footwell and tangling itself under the brake pedal?
Yeah, get caught under the brake pedal, that'd be true, wouldn't it?
You know, I remember a time years back in one Derek Bell Porsche driving school where one of the students had a can of baked beans roll out from under his seat.
Talking about that bit of padding, in fact, they'd had it come off in practice and it's Velcroed on. And of course, when they're putting their belts on and changing over drivers in that confined space, it fell off, which shows that Velcro isn't everything that they say it is, so it's rather unfortunate.
It is pretty confined in there, as you said, too, isn't it? It's very difficult to make the driver change. There's no room to flail about at all.
He had to really back off behind that Ferrari.
Yeah, see how cautious he's being right there,
You've got to be. I mean, we know what happened to dear old Frank Beeler, and that was through not being cautious, and of course he ended up costing them going home.
Derek Bell joins us back in the booth. Derek, what's been the scuttlebutt from down in the Bentley area?
Well, it's just running. The car's running pretty perfectly. You know, no troubles at the moment. having a bit of ride height problems, which of course we have a problem where the back of the car, we raise it fairly high to a modest position, and it actually seems to sink during the stints. And of course it means the car goes from maybe an oversteering situation to an understeer, and Capello had a pretty bad run in his first stint, and this has been really a problem that we've had with the handling, is trying to get it to balance perfectly at a point that it settles out.
Is that a function of the torsion bar actually starting to sag?
Yeah, cheap ones, I suppose.
Well, they are, yeah. I mean, you can imagine we go for the cheapest metal there.
Yeah,
seeing as it's Crewe, where all the metal in the country comes from.
No doubt Derek Bell specifying that they have. Now there's the class leader.
That's the Intersport car.
And there he is right there,
That's
locking up the rear brakes, going up.
Spinning down at Mulsanne, I think.
Unbelievable. This really is the class that nobody wants to win. As we see that car getting rescued, Derek, earlier, Bill and David shared with us some of their thoughts of racing here at Le Mans at night time. You've won this event 5 times. What's your worst or best memory?
Well, I think the best memory is it is fantastic being out there at night. When it gets dark, not right this minute, but when it gets dark, 3 o'clock in the morning, it's absolutely incredible, the sort of a loneliness, and you sit there with this glow in front of you, and the high speed and just the purr of the engine, and just being on your own. It's a very strange sort of feeling that you don't get in anything else in life, but I must say during the night it's not too bad. You don't like it, you two, then?
No, I thought your worst memory was going to be something about when you finished second, and I was going to reach over and punch you.
Oh, no. No, I mean, I think driving at night is very special. I think driving at night is very special, but we didn't have chicanes in the early days. Of course, I drove there many times with the chicanes, but you used to be able to look up, and used to have the old Goodyear blimp flying across, and you could look up and see what the positions were. And I remember John Fitzpatrick driving at 935s or 934s, whatever. He was always leading his class. I look up and see, oh, 51's doing well, oh, Fitz is doing all right. And it was great to see where all your mates were doing in the race, because you had time to look up, although you were doing 200 odd mile an hour.
Just watching our Banana Joe car here really going very slowly, and I don't know if he's being cautious because of some of the gravel that he might have picked up, or if he's hurt the car.
Or if it was hurt, which is why he spun it. This is a new driver, Rick Sutherland. Yeah, Rick Sutherland doesn't have any experience here, I don't think.
It looked like he just got in too deep, David, because he locked up the back wheels.
And he might have, he probably didn't have much, well, he didn't have much practice the other day in the dark because they kept having all those engine problems. So really, this is Rick Sutherland's first.
And he was his second lap. The first lap, you can bet his first lap was a frightener. On the second lap.
Brian Tell us more.
Well, I'm standing here with Duncan Dayton, and we don't have our camera over here, but Duncan, we were just talking. I said, how's it going? You said Rick just put it in the gravel trap. What happened?
Well, it's real dirty offline, and particularly going to the chicanes. And I think probably what happened is he maybe got a little bit offline and got in the marbles, and once you do that, it's pretty hard to slow it down. But he's back running, and I'm sure everything's going to be fine. I don't know if the radar got back by us or not, but there's still a long way to go. So hopefully we'll just keep trucking away and be there at the end.
I know there's a lot of inexperience on this team. You're the only guy that's been here. You think the night caught him out?
I actually had a dark visor on, and it was getting pretty dark. So it's a little hard at night to judge where the braking points are as well. The lights aren't on yet, so it's really kind of dim, and some of those reflective braking points aren't as bright as they might be. So maybe he got caught out by that. But he's running, and he'll do a great job, and we'll be there in the end, I hope.
And it's nighttime, guys. It's the witching hour.
We spoke earlier that Terry Borchella's had a fairly busy program lately. Duncan Dayton's been doing some hard work also. He won a race here recently in his old FW07 Williams Formula One car. We're going to take a short break. Plenty more after this. Stay with us. And that paints the picture beautifully, doesn't it? Time is rolling on, and we are getting into the darkened hours here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Welcome back. The Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues live and exclusive here on Speed Channel. Well, one of the most successful cars of the modern era here at the Le Mans 24 Hour and in sports car racing worldwide has been the mighty Audi R8. Let's take a closer look at this mighty machine. Audi showed a glimpse of the future in 1999 with the debut of their first factory-backed effort at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. After a learning experience, the engineers went back to the drawing board, determined to learn from their mistakes. Audi met the new millennium with a brand new car called the R8. Hopes were high, but no one could have predicted the success that would be achieved by this car or three of the team's drivers. Frank Biela, Emanuele Pirro and Tom Christensen proved to be the best for three-car effort Audi Sport team, run by the legend Reinhold Jost. While the R8 proved to be fast early, its hidden strength came from a revolutionary modular design, meaning that rare problems could be such as a total rear-end change in less than 4 minutes, about the time it takes to complete a lap of the 13-kilometre circuit. That adaptability laid the foundation for a decisive podium sweep for Audi and the brand new R8 in 2000. 1 year later, those same three drivers completed the rare double, slodging through a rain-drenched race and leading a 1-2 podium appearance for the Ingolstadt crew. Last year, Christensen, Pirro and Biela and Audi returned to the South, looking to rewrite the record book. The joyous trio became the first driver team to win 3 straight. Setting a new distance record, Audi claimed another podium sweep, making for an emotional victory lane.
It is, actually. No, I don't know.
They say all the emotion.
If somebody would have told me yesterday morning, I would say no. It's impossible, but we made it again.
They say dreams never come true. It has come true for us.
It came true for them last year as we see the 53 car making another stop and driver change. Georgia's Johnny O'Connell is now strapping in, and this is the best placed of the two Corvette Racing C5Rs. Let's get back to talking about Audi and their dominance, and sadly that successful trio have been split up this year for a variety of reasons. We welcome to the booth Mr. Len Hunt, President of Audi North America. Len, must be mixed feelings. So proud of those three guys, so proud of the R8's achievements, but that is the end of an era because those three are no longer, and unfortunately of the Audi Sport UK entry.
Yeah, I think a first comment for Frank. You know, he's totally devastated at the moment, and our hearts and our wishes go to him because he's done so much for us. And you know, it's a tough, as we say, it's motor racing, but it's personally very, very tough for him. But on the other hand, it's a dream come true seeing the drivers spread out over the privateer teams as well, and that's a success story for all of us.
So you've lost Tom. I mean, kind of lost might not be the right word because Bentley is still part of the Volkswagen group, which Audi is, but you've lost Tom in this racing sense anyway, but you still have Emanuele in the champion team. That must feel good.
It is, and picking up JJ Leto was terrific, and Stefan Johansson, and seeing the Japanese guys too. Obviously seeing Marco Werner put a terrific stint in there, and you know, it's a close race actually. And watching the times, we're seeing pretty consistent times from the Audi with the Bentleys.
Well, Derek Bell is still sitting here in the booth with us. Do you want to take any shots at Bentley? Do you want to make a few jibes at Bentley, or
call them? No, I mean, I think you'd have to look at it. I think it's what I've always wanted. What's happening now, and that is to see the Audis go out to other people. We need the different countries to run Audis. We need them to be run by a Japanese team, by an American team, by a British team, and by others, because to me, that's what sports cars always been about. And I think it's great for each country, and Len obviously being with North America means he can put stuff into it, get a lot out of it. It's not the same for him when the cars can do well at Le Mans and they're all, you know, German, Austrian drivers, and back in America he's got to try and publicize that and nobody really knows who they are. But now, if the champion car does well, he can go out there and say, yeah, we did really well with the champion car, and, you know, that's it and all about it. It was, of course, Audi Cars North America that did it.
Len, we've said earlier and we've said in this broadcast that no factory Audi is running here. They're private entries, privateer entries. But how much of a role does the factory have, if any? Give us the insight there.
Yeah, well, it's so we've always called it the Audi family, and you know, you see all the guys that were here. Reinhold Jost is here. We were with him this morning. Dr. Ulrich's here. All the guys, Boretsky, the engine guy, all our team are here, sprinkled about the place. So we give a lot of support, is the truth, and the Audi factory would like to see an Audi on the podium too. So we're all together.
Been a lot of excitement back home, just getting away from raw sports car racing for a moment. A lot of excitement back home with the Audi RS6 in the Speed GT Championship. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, what a race at Lime Rock.
You're leading the championship, but you're yet to win a race, but you've been on the podium with Randy Popes in every one.
Yeah, Randy's done a great job for his first season. I feel a little sorry for Michael Galati there. But, yeah, well, you know, that's the second part of the strategy. You know, you showcase your technology here with the prototypes, but you can actually start, you know, racing what you sell with the RS6, and that's a new car for us. I mean, the street version's 450 horsepower, so to be able to race that car is, and again, particularly this year, up against the might of BMW, and I think we've all seen some good racing there.
Let's get back to Le Mans and the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. I want to show you a graphic on screen, Len. of manufacturer wins, 3 straight at Le Mans, Jaguar, Matra, and yourselves. How much did that win, and just myself as a member of the general public, I've noticed an enormous leveraging opportunity. You see so much more talk in Audi advertising about sports car racing, and you've weaved that into the launch of the A8. I mean, obviously got a lot out of it.
We set ourselves up to be a sporty brand, and if you're a sporty car brand, you should race cars. It's a simple formula, and you know, it's okay going to golf matches, but really you should race. And that's what we try to do, and we see all the market indicators telling us it's the right thing for us to do. You know, the triple victory in the American Le Mans Series has just been fantastic for us, and I'm so pleased to hear that the Europeans are going to be seeing, you know, the races like the endurance racing coming back, and we can tie up with the factory and really put this sports car racing back where it belongs, which is firmly in our public's eye.
Can you tell us what's going to happen with the R8 and the R8 project? Is it just simply going to be these cars being farmed out to the privateer teams? Will the Audi factory make another top-level sports car? What's the future hold?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question, but I certainly have an input to it, and Derek will know very well what my input will be. And we'll be getting together with the guys in the factory who see the success on the track, lifting our sales, lifting our image, and so I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a renewed effort with privateers, maybe with the factory, but we're pretty much here to stay.
Len Hunt, president of Audi North America, thank you for your time. Best of luck, particularly with the champion team being an American team. We hope that they can really take the fight up to Bentley, and we wish you well for the next however many hours we've got.
Thank you.
There he is, folks, Len Hunt, the updated overall standings, the leaderboard on your screen. Stay with us. Derek Bell will stay with us, and we'll be back. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. We'll keep you informed as to what's happening in the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. You can stay up to date with everything that's happening in the rest of the world of motorsport. Speed News tonight at 7 p.m. There's been an incident at Michigan in qualifying for the latest round of the NASCAR Winston Cup. Brett Bodine has been injured, and you can get the full details, Speed News at 7. We continue, and you can see just how dark it is here right now. Let's update you with the Hour 5 highlights. And it was a pretty quiet 5th hour, that's for sure. Bentley just kept stretching her legs, in particular this number 7. The combination of young British driver Guy Smith, Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello. The Spiker ran into trouble, but I do believe that they are back on the track, which is good to see. And it was tough to get back into pit lane. Well, Derek Bell, we really are in the nighttime hours right now. We're getting into difficult conditions. I can confirm that the Spiker is back out there, and your boys made a routine stop and everything going like clockwork.
Yeah, it really is. It's great to see, and I mean, I think the race is still intriguing because we have the champion Audi, of course, champing at our heels, as they say, doing very comparable times with us, Pirro in the car at the moment, and you know, they're right there, and they may be a lap behind, but my goodness, they're not that far away. And of course, it's going with fuel stops, and we still in the Bentley do 1 lap or so less than the Audis, so it's anybody's race at this point, and if the champion car can run like it did at Sebring, it could be really great. You can see JJ Leto standing there. He's obviously waiting to get in the champion car.
And it was all smiles down there, which is good to see. Here is the car that Jackie Ickx's daughter is running in, Vanina Ickx. This is the T2M Motorsport Porsche. There was some question marks whether this car would even make it into the field. Thankfully it has. This seems to be a pretty slow old stop down there, so some extra problems.
They do seem fairly casual in this team. I noticed the previous stop when she got in about 3 hours ago. It was all sort of ambling around. Yes. Look at this shot at night. Fantastic going down the straight there. Look at that. The speed pass lane is an ODR on the left-hand side coming into the chicane. Braking really hard. Turning in there in 3rd, 4th gear. Accelerating out. Car wants to go out wide, but you want to keep it in a little bit because you're going to get out on the straight. And the road rocks away over the crown of the road. Because remember, this is the main highway to Spain.
And again, these aren't Speed Channel's pictures. We are getting these pictures via the world feed. At InCar, not exactly the best we've seen. The Audi Sport Japan car is in, and Brian Till is there.
Well, he's rolled it to a stop. It looks like it's just going to be fuel once again. There will be no driver change here. And you know, we keep talking about how long these Audis can stint the tires, and it's just absolutely remarkable. They will not change drivers. They're going to fuel it. You can see some of the crew guys looking at brake rotors to make sure that the brakes aren't worn too much. The Michelin guys check the tires. everything's good, and as soon as this guy unplugs with the fuel, I think he's going to start it up and he'll be back on his way.
What a wonderful opportunity for this Japanese driver, Seiji Ara, to drive with Jan Magnussen and Marco Werner. Particularly Magnussen had a very strong run in the opening stint. Werner got in there and duked it out a little bit with the Bentleys, and particularly David Brabham, and now the Japanese driver has his turn. And driving off into the night at Le Mans is something special. The problems continue for the T2M Porsche. It's gone back into the garage, so more extensive problems perhaps than we originally thought. So a long old night for those guys. Updating you on the other positions. It is still the champion Audi running third with Emanuele Pirro behind the wheel. Then it's that Japanese Audi we saw. The dome of John Bosch, Jan Lammers and Andy Wallace is fifth outright. That's a Judd power plant, and that is going surprisingly well. Derek Bell, we all acknowledge the fact and are very pleased for you that you have an ambassadorial role with Bentley. And I know it's limited to what you can say, but we were throwing it around in here before about guys like Butch Leitzinger and Andy Wallace. And just to ask the question simply, how is it that they didn't land a ride with the Bentley when they were in it previously?
It's a good question, and one I honestly don't know the answer, but I do know that they felt, I think after last year, they needed to go for a sort of a fresh look. They were out to win it. They wanted the best car, the best drivers they could find in the world, in their opinion. And I think they felt that for various reasons, different drivers didn't suit the situation. I thought they did an incredible job last year and the year before. I thought Bush did a great job. But obviously, in their own wisdom, Bentley people, and I didn't think it was only Bentley, I think other people around felt that we should give a shot at these other guys. And also, just don't remember, I think it's really important to put people in the car that have won the race before. You're going to say, well, Guy hasn't, and nor's David. But I was a strong ambassador for David Brabham. I think he's one heck of a driver. And I think he's very underrated and needed his chance. And I think he's really proving his worth here. Guy Smith has stuck with the team very loyally for 3 years. He sat it out last year as test driver, did a heck of a job, didn't do the race. And I think he deserves the run. He's very quick, and in all the testing has proven to be very quick. And that's all I can say. I don't really know any more than that.
It's always a sticky situation, though, isn't it, when you've got to move drivers around like that?
Well, it's very difficult, but I think they were trying to balance drivers out into certain situations, and I thought the drivers did a great job last year, a really good job, and I was very proud of them. But obviously, it was felt that maybe we should have a change and have sort of, the likes of Johnny Herbert and Capello and Christensen.
Champion Audi is in and getting set to hand over to JJ Lado. Brian?
Well, he's in, he's on his marks. Pirro will not get out of the car. I think Leto is standing by just in case, but once again, he's going to take the drink bottle and make sure he stays hydrated. It's a lot cooler down here than it was earlier today, but these guys have been working hard all day long, and they are going to be dehydrated. He wants to make sure he rehydrates himself. And that way, I mean, especially at this time of night, at the speeds that they're going in the darkness, they've got to be on their toes, and that hydration is going to help. He'll do fuel only and be right back at it, guys.
And to show the fitness of this 41-year-old as he stalls, and then gets going again, he begins his third stint. There is nothing wrong with Emanuele Pirro as he is in search of his fourth consecutive Le Mans victory. Can the likeable Italian do it? Well, it's going to be many hours before we can answer that question, but we'll be back to update you on Corvette. Welcome back. The Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues, and the lead Bentley is in. Driver change happening as well, and this needs to be slick. Andrew Marriott, tell us about this.
Yeah, it certainly does look very slick. Dindo Capello is getting in. The boys are ready with the rattle guns to put the new Michelins on, but these boys are used to working together. This is the German crew who used to work on the Audi, and basically it's the same team that worked on the Audi red car, and they've worked together an awful lot, and well, you can just see they've practiced and practiced this.
These guys have been very impressive today, not only what they've been doing on the track, but in the pits. The team has been flawless. It's been smooth, and just that one hiccup with the number 8 car with the headrest, that's the only thing we can say about the Bentley operation. We promised you before the break we would give you some more on Corvette. Well, they came here 2 years ago, got victory in 2001, 2002. They notched up another class victory in GTS. But has it been easy?
You know, apparently we've made it look way too easy, because my biggest problem isn't the race, it's managing the expectations back at home. Having been very, very fortunate to win the last 2 years, obviously everybody's eyes turns to that three-peat. We're quite frankly just focusing on it as one race and trying to de-emphasize that three-peat issue.
What they have been emphasizing is improving on a winning formula. The most noticeable change for 2003 is a new color scheme, but with Corvette, beauty is more than skin deep.
Well, we've integrated ourselves with the production side as we've done since the beginning of the program, and now they're going to introduce a Le Mans commemorative model commemorating our good fortune here at this racetrack, and that'll be an actual car available to the consumer, and we have mirrored that paint scheme for this car for this race.
You know, Gary Pratt, Doug Feehan, and Gary Claudio, they've really built quite an organization, and all along the way Doug Feehan has really stressed us performing well at this race. So this is really what we kind of gear our year to, and we are at home here. We've fortunately had good success, and hopefully even with a blue car we'll have similar success.
We've spent the winter doing some very, very highly definitive and beneficial computational fluid dynamic studies on the front of the car. We've got some new, almost imperceptible changes, but they make a big difference in the way the car works. Also, the engine guys have been working very diligently as well. We'll have a new airbox here, some new engine air inlet locations, and I think we're going to see perhaps a little improved performance there as well. And we've got a new rear wing, too, that we worked on and should help us with it.
We're hoping that that brings us back to, you know, somewhere hopefully close to where we were last year, and certainly competitive with the Ferraris, who were phenomenally fast here last year on the straightaways.
The beautiful thing about the Corvette is that it's fast and strong, and so we're quite confident that we can go 24 hours. But on speed, man, if we want to run their pace, we're going to have to push awful hard.
The new Corvette is performing well. The 53 is 15th overall, third in class, and the 50 is just 2 positions back, and Brian Till is with a very important man from that number 50 team.
That's right, Ray Gongla, the crew chief. Another 53 car is doing well. The case on you guys, we'll say, isn't so quite open and shut.
Yeah, we've run into a few problems, and right now we're kind of having a problem with the door staying closed. The striker's not working in it, so now we're going to an alternative using a tape.
That 200-mile-an-hour racer's tape, keeping the door closed. But you guys made a lot of changes in the off-season that we know about. Those have obviously made the car much better.
Yes, and it's quite easy dialing stuff in. We got adjustable rear sway bar, which helps out a bunch. And we've been chasing the temperature in the sun all day long, so we're back and forth. We're doing good, and hopefully everything will keep going. We got 18 hours, and hopefully we'll be there at the end.
You get better tools, you do a better job, guys. That's what they're working for.
They're not giving up, and neither is Yves Courage and his men. This is a very, very important and passionate moment for them as they keep trying to get back on the track. We'll be back.